Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome back to the final day's coverage of the Thailand Super Series Bangsaen Grand Prix. And I tell you what, the skies are clear, the temperatures are on the way up, and it might be cold in the southern hemisphere, but in the northern hemisphere right now, we are right in the midst of a sandy, surfy summer. It is a glorious day in Bangsaen, and it's a glorious day to be a motor racing fan because in just a few moments we're going to be going live with the first racing action of the day. The D2 class of your Thailand Super Pickup category had a phenomenal race to start off their weekend. They will be bringing us the first racing actions coverage from today. Then we'll get into GTC coverage. They'll be out there for their 12 laps worth of racing as well. After that, we'll have your D1 Super Pickups, which will be your A and B class drivers in one of the biggest categories across the weekend, before we'll get into your Super Compacts, and then we'll get into the big stuff after lunch as well. It's going to be an interesting day in terms of things. It's going to be, I think, the driest day that we've actually had this weekend. Coverage came in overnight, and it's actually been relatively dry over at the track as well, and those aerial shots just don't do this place justice. That's the run on the hill up the way to turn number one, and you can just see the road's just a touch cleaner than it was yesterday. A few bits of debris and everything have been swept away, and the track has been prepped once again overnight. Of all the incidents, though, yesterday there were quite a few big ones. One of them came in the Toyota Gazoo Racing one mate classes, where a car ended up heavily in the barriers on the way just before the pit lane entry. Went hard into the Tech Pro. Appears they're both okay, as well as the big accident yesterday in the trucks as well, and the race-ending incident that happened during GTM GT4 coverage as well. So lots of work on the barriers overnight. The event staff have gotten this place back to pristine condition, and that means that we are ready for our race start here in just a few moments. I believe we are scheduled to roll out onto the track within the next couple of minutes. And from there on out, we will be into racing action. First race of the day, like I said, Thailand Super Pickup D2 CSC class drivers. Race starts scheduled from 8:45 a.m. local time, which is in about 10 minutes. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let us know where you are all enjoying the coverage from internationally, because I can tell you that we do have international fans left, right and centre, and that's part of the appeal of this event, is that not only do we get the local fans enjoying a little bit of English coverage over on this broadcast, but we also get the international fans as well when the Super Pickup Division 2 coverage starts to begin for the day. Good to see Kittapong is ready to go for racing action this weekend. He's had a phenomenal season thus far. Could he be looking at a title when we get to the back end of the season, finishing up in December back at Cheng Circuit? It's going to require another clean race from him here today and another strong points finish if he wants to take home a title. In terms of the ride around the circuit, the run up through Monkey Hill, and the amount of steering wheel work that this place takes just to make sure that the car is turning and rotating through the corners as required. After yesterday's racing action, it was quite tight down in the C-Class Drivers' Championships, and in terms of the racing action, quite tight out on track as well. We're going to have an interesting day's worth of coverage for you. Like I said, just about every class will be out there on today's racing action. The only class that won't actually be running out there today will be the Super Ecos, and the reason for that is they've already completed their racing action for the weekend. So we'll have two 12-lappers to begin today's coverage, and then from there, we'll get into some of the longer format racing stuff as well. I could tell you as well, 28 starters scheduled to take to the track for the second race of the weekend. So I believe we're missing a few trucks that weren't able to make their way back out for the final race of the weekend. But it's going to be the 54 machine of Saranyu on pole position. Off alongside of him will be Super Mongkol, Suradet, and Chaya Watt will make up row number 2. And the 18 truck that we've just been looking at will be Kittapong. Unfortunately, qualifying not gone the best for him. He will be starting off all the way down in 15th position in his Isuzu D-Max. So there's an opportunity to get qualifying on the board and get a reasonable lap time. Hasn't gone his way. But I think one of the other big pieces as a part of that as well is that, you know, the tyres go off relatively quickly in this series. So you've got to make sure that your first couple of laps are incredibly accurate, or you do find yourself quite a long way down the field if you're not careful. So it's got to be quick and it's got to be early. And if the lap isn't there in the car, aboard it, cool the tyres off just a little bit and have another crack. Goody down on the grid to bring us the morning's coverage as well. And I'll tell you what, it's going to be an interesting day. And the other big key as well, don't forget these cars are going to move around on those hand-cooked semi-slicks as well. So it's not just going to be all the way in there into turn one on the brakes with grip. No, it's going to be a car moving around. It's going to be making sure that you're nice and accurate and ready to go. Dan Yeaman joins me this morning for coverage. And I tell you what, Dan, it's looking a little bit sunnier, a little bit brighter than it was yesterday.
That does look like a very nice picture indeed, Scott. Sorry for being a little bit behind the schedule this morning. Unfortunately, running around a little bit and a bit busy. But otherwise, I'm here now and ready for a full day of racing that we've got lined up for us today, with only just the one break for Porsche Carrera Cup Asia later on before we conclude with TSS Supercar GT3. But yeah, that's a nice looking day in Thailand. For once, I've actually had a nice looking day down in Melbourne, Australia. It's still cold in comparison, but at least the sun's out in both places.
Yeah, no rain overnight was one of the big things that we were sort of talking about. And I was looking at the meteorology. If you have a look at the
Apologies there. It sounds like we might have had an issue on Scott's end. So hopefully we'll get him back here in a second. In the meantime, though, we see here the track footage from the track is Goodies having a chat with a couple of our drivers here in Thailand Super Pickup Division 2. And we look forward to seeing how things go down for these drivers here. Of course, they'll have, well, if all goes well, there'll be a scheduled 12-lap race. As we look forward to seeing how these drivers again. Once again, our Division 2 drivers are all Class C rated in this category here, Scott. But in saying that, they've been putting on some good racing earlier this weekend on the Friday when we last saw them out and about. And looking forward to seeing what they can do again to kick off our Sunday's action here.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Seeing some posts from the chat as well. We've got viewers from Indonesia. I know we've got American viewers tuning in as well, albeit it's a little bit better timing for them. It's actually Saturday evening over in America as it currently stands, so good timing for anyone joining us from the USA. But right the world over, we do have racing fans that are big fans of the Thailand Super Series and the coverage here as well, which has been just awesome. I think that's the big key. When you look at the coverage, you know, you tend to, when you're working on any series internationally, you do get a couple of fans, but the Thailand Super Series fans have always been brilliant to us and take it up that extra level. So I do want to say a big shout out before we get into the racing coverage for the day. Yeah, it's everyone that does tune in each and every round, and we do have quite a number of you, and you make it certainly pleasant to be here and in the booth working on the Thailand Super Series. So I want to say a big shout out and thank you to the racing fans.
Oh, that's indeed very true. I mean, yeah, unfortunately, I can only have enough screens really to keep an eye on the YouTube chat for the Thailand Super Series YouTube channel. But we're also, of course, as you said, live on the Thailand Super Series Facebook page, as well as speedcafe.com channels, who are the guys here in Australia that helped, get us on board for this series. So, I mean, yeah. Great to be able to have people who are keen to talk with us via the chats about what's happening during the races and be able to sort of interact live with you guys during it all, as well as then, of course, also be able to, and share with us, a diverse range of platforms and such. So, looking forward to seeing what we all get to share today. And indeed, great to have people from across the world tuning in and letting us know where you're from.
Righto, 28 super pickups are going to roll out from pit lane in just a few moments to go racing. Scheduled start time for this race is about 4 minutes' time. So expect these guys to be rolling out of the pit lane at any point in time right now. So get yourselves comfortable, strap yourselves in. If you haven't seen anything from this series thus far, this is one of the more exciting categories, the Thailand Super Pickup, across, I believe, all three of the driver rating categories across the Thailand Super Pickup. Back at Chang, I believe it was in the 60s in terms of our car numbers. We just had so many of them. So this is the biggest and most popular of the racing categories as a part of the Thailand Super Series. And what that means is they've had to split the racing up. So this is just your C-Class drivers you will see out in action here. 28 of them for today's racing action. And then between your A and B-Class drivers, there's about 34 of those, but they get put out on the track together. There's just that many C-Class drivers that all want to get out here and go racing. And from Nutapong, you can see the energy, you can see the enthusiasm. Racing fans, one and all the way up and down the grid in terms of the racing action, Dan, and they just want to be out there. They want to be driving, and they want to be driving in the super pickup category.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. A lot of these categories here where we do get to see drivers from Thailand mostly, all incredibly enthusiastic, and I guess also keen to let everyone know that they're ready to go racing here, which is really cool to be able to have that energy present here on the grid. As I actually already looked through about the top 10 or so drivers here on the grid for this Division 2 race. So that was Arne Fap in the 77 there. He'll start out of 10th to be precise. And you're moving into this middle third of the field with Mataya out of 11th. So you can see he wants to move on forwards. And those, as I said, got 10 trucks in front of him. That's going to make it a little more difficult, but certainly he's keen to try and find a way to sort it out.
Yeah, the 19 machine of Tirasax all the way down in 13th spot. 14th spot will be Itasak in the number 30 machine. He'll be in the Isuzu all-new D-Max. And behind will be the 18 car we were looking at as part of the pre-race coverage. Kittapong, 15th on the grid, won't be happy with that one. Will be looking to progress himself up through the field. Methawin will be off alongside of him on the 8th row of the grid in 16th spot. 17th on the grid will be 33 machine as the sirens go off in the background. That will be the sound for engine start. Warrapat will be getting himself comfortable, and again, the grin from ear to ear for him. And then in behind him will be the 79 machine of Somnook. Are you looking for any opportunity to progress his way through the field? The 97 of Pichai, deeper in the field again than he would have liked out of 19th. The 69 machine will be the next on the grid. Woodachai will be the driver behind the wheel of this machine for 20th. In 21st spot, we'll have ourselves Kitsack in the 52 truck. And then in behind them will be the 12 of Pacorn out of 22nd.
And a couple of trucks left to go indeed, Scott, here at the back. And it looks like I'm just seeing on timing and scoring that the pit exit might have just started opening up. So drivers at the front of the field about to roll off. Of course, the last couple of drivers here at the back, they'll get their chance to head away. In fact, there we go. Green flags out at the front of the order. And away our field will roll for their formation lap before they'll get to the racing here.
Yeah, so the benefit of being the first class off the rank on your Sunday morning's coverage is that, whilst there might have been times shortened earlier in the week, it won't be so here today. 12 laps for the Super Pickup C-Class drivers, and they'll have to survive yet again one of the most tough street circuits internationally with one of the tightest hairpins in motorsport right around the world. Tyres will be warmed up on this lap, but the other thing, Dan, they just don't want to take the edge off them. They don't want to warm them too much, and then all of a sudden they go off. They overheat much, much quicker as well. So it's finding that right balance of probably having them just a little bit underdone so that the heat in the tyres is it comes up, it builds up to about lap 3 or 4, and then they're right in the zone.
Yeah, we have seen obviously there's sort of an ability that you can build pace pretty quickly in these cars on these Hankook tyres, and then if you're not careful, they will drop away even in these sprint races for these Thailand super pickup trucks. So there's a bit of a balance to it all. As we have a look here at the Bangsaen Street Circuit, this top-down shot of what the drivers are here. If you haven't yet seen what this place looks like yet, we're in for a treat here with that long start-finish straight, and also the run out of the turn 6 hairpin, a good chance then to turn 8, but it's very tight, very twisty in a fair few other places around this circuit, especially turns 2 to turn 6. After turn 8, basically 9 through 12, that section there. And there isn't a whole lot of spare room around 15 through 17 as well. So keep your eyes out for how the drivers handle racing here in the morning around the streets of Bangsaen.
Yeah, 20 turns, 12 to the left, 8 back to the right, anti-clockwise racing direction, and 3.7 kilometres in length. It's tough, it's tricky. It runs right along the beachfront of the Bangsaen Marina, and the big thing, Dan, is that allows all the fans to get in and amongst the racing action. Attendance expected across the weekend, up and around 300,000 fans are going to engage with this event. That's an insane number for this section of Thailand. And it's really, really good to get those fans in and amongst the Hankook official tyres for this series, which are Aventus RS4 semi-slicks. One of the... I think this is the right tyre choice for this category. You could put these guys on full slick tyres, but I think it would actually hurt the racing, not help it.
I mean, these trucks obviously wouldn't mind more grip, but I think, you gave them more grip, then they'd be able to obviously throw it in a bit deeper and a bit faster. And these trucks that are there, they do sort of look and seem to race better with that little bit less grip available to them. See, it looks like the last of our drivers, they're coming through the hairpin at turn 6 before they'll power on out, following the field down towards turn number 8. As you also see here, the grid on screen as well, once again, after we walk through them with you there in the dummy grid position. So they'll get back into double file formation late in the lap here to get everyone sorted nice and early. As I was just seeing there, comments on saying, I refuse to acknowledge it. Look, let's see how we go here today in terms of having hopefully a good start to our racing action. But
so for those of you who don't know, we've been having a little bit of problems with commentators' curses. Well, me in particular, I've been having a lot of problems with commentators' curses of late. It's become the thing over the last few days over in our YouTube chat as we've been engaging with the fans. Just about as soon as somebody says over in YouTube chat, oh, gee, I think they're doing really well, or, oh, look, the racing's been really, really clean today. We've seen an accident nearly within the next lap or so. So, we've seen a curse already come out this morning, which is... for the drivers, I don't know how they're thinking about that. Obviously, they're going to be completely and utterly not aware of it, but stay clean through turn 1 and turn 2. Well, that's done it. You got to enjoy these things because it happens. You have no control over it. It's completely and utterly coincidental, and it's hilarious every time it does because it's just going to keep on happening. The safety car peels off in a pit lane. We are ready for race number 1 on your Sunday morning. Thailand Super Pickup, the C-Class drivers. The track is all yours. 12 racing laps. What is the racing action going to be like? And I believe we've already gone to racing as they accelerate out of the final corner. The run down through the gears. Up
there it is.
The start-finish line and the first race of your Sunday of the Bangsaen GP.
Yeah, and again, once again, drivers towards the middle of the field, having to put the foot down through turn 20. And there you go, all locked tyres there on the right-hand side of the screen. The 34 truck, of Akachat Miprom. They're able to get it pulled up, though, around the inside of turn 1. Is a little deep through turn 2. It's actually going to park up that outside lane as 3 wide further on back there through turn 2. But nice and gentle, it seems, through there at least. Is going to allow the cars to get 2 by 2 on the way up Monkey Hill. And as a result of the slow speeds out of the corner on this opening lap, it's definitely a small cloud of black smoke there as they then navigate their way down into turn 6.
Now, they've got to get themselves single-fired out by the time they get down here to that white line on the run between turn 5 and turn 6. And then try and line it up. Somebody veering back across the left-hand side of the road on the exit of that hairpin. I think that might have been about the 28 track. It was either 28 or the 50 as they come back to the left-hand side of things. So it might have been Nurapong in the number 50 machine. It's scheduled to start out 6th place as they run down the end of the back straight. And already some margins starting to be made as they get to the end of the first and second sectors. And then through the roundabout section as they cut their way through the chicane. Bravery required, single line groove, no opportunity for an overtake to be made through there. And then down through to turn number 15, and now there's a challenge for the race lead. The 54 of Sarah New has now got Super Monko crawling all over him, and that has created a 4-car battle pack that I think this one is going to take a little while to resolve down.
Yeah, as they then try and, as I said, find some speed. Who's comfortable, who's confident right here off the go? And the answer appears to be, well, all 4 of these drivers here at the moment, certainly not afraid to get elbows out, but there's a bit of a wiggle from Sarah New off of the turn 19 hairpin. A wiggle through 20 for Suradet there in 3rd place. The number 35, Isuzu D-Max truck, as they all wind up down the start-finish straight and build the speed here on the run that was turn 1. Unfortunately, unlike at Chung, where we actually had a speed trap, although how's that there in 4th place, Akachat looking to the inside of turn 1, and the gap will open up, but he's going to be the outside of 2. He's in the 3rd, though, by the time they get here, but again, too wide. And as a result, Suradet will take that place back on the apex. Thank you very much, he says.
Well, the move is on, and I think he'll have a crack there again on the next lap if it forms up in exactly that situation. He fractionally ran in deep at turn 2 and just couldn't get the truck to pivot. If he pulls that back, and I'm not saying very much at all, but if he pulls that back fractionally, he goes around the outside there, job done. So that's not necessarily a bad opportunity. He's learnt something out of that, and they all get banked back up again. Sarah New is really struggling to get the car into the hairpin nicely. It's backing everyone up. And the benefit of that is, from a commentator's perspective, we're going to get a whole bunch more racing because it's banking the entire group of cars up, and they're all still just about staying together now. Yeah,
as we look here on board with another truck today, number 28, I think I see there in the front mirrors. So I'm actually looking to find which driver we're on board with here.
28. This is Chaiwat, so it's Akachat and Sturdet just ahead.
There we go. So 5th place, which is joining the front battle here. As you can see there, up through the gears. Actually 3rd gear through the monument section by the looks of things. If we've still got a standard H pattern layout, and then in 4th. And once again, you see here in these trucks, they have to put a fair bit of steering lock into these things through these turns. So you see here, 180 degrees, half a rotation there for turn 15, then 90 degrees for turn 16. So basically, if I would say they're probably running factory steering ratios on these trucks by the look of that. And it means that, yeah, drivers, and also on and off the wheel with those H-pattern gearboxes to shift up and down the gears as well to boot. As we look here, the turn 17 shot there for a moment, but back to the front 4, and new race leader, it's going to be Super Monko across the line in front of Sarah New.
Yeah, indeed it will be, and that one has been won and done now. As Monko will get the opportunity to lead, and here comes the charge once again from Akachat. Much deeper. I want to see that racing action because he was deep down at turn 1. Aaron's made it through to the pit lane. Did he get the job done? He didn't just get it done on 1. He's picked up 2. So Suradet has been...
It stalled out though.
He stalled. He missed a gear. He absolutely missed a gear out of turn 1. So that was Sarah New being passed by Akachat. It was Suradet as well. He's immediately slotted back into 4th spot. That was 100% him missing a gear or just not finding a gear. Safety car at the rear end of the field as well. So we are going to just be frozen. And the reason for that is on the run out of the hairpin on the left-hand side, we've got a car against the fence.
The number 26 truck of Tassanai hasn't made it through the Sector 2 timing beam, and indeed that is, yeah, looks like that's very much matches up. As also on the run up to Monkey Hill now under safety car, that's the number 19 of Tirasak, and now has to carefully pick a moment to turn that truck around and not block the circuit in the meantime as well. It's going to be about a 4 or 5 point turn there by the looks of things, as indeed for Arun it looks like that is going to be day done, unfortunately, down in the pit lane for that number 10. As, yeah, we've got several black smoke calls and another truck pulling over here on the run down towards turn 5. So there's the number 19 in the background getting it spun around. But the number 30, Vitasak K. Dwee there over on the left-hand side of the screen. That's looking too...
That's a lot of smoke.
That's also a lot of black smoke indeed. So to the replay we'll go to start this all off. And, it begins with contact on the way out of turn 2, which is the kink at turn 3 here. And also the number 12 getting tripped up first of all. But primarily they're the 30 and 19 coming together as they make the run up the hill.
My word. And it was just a moment. We've seen this incident here this specifically, what's that, the third time this weekend we've seen that on the run up the hill, whereby somebody goes for an overtake and the road just kinks. It's not a lot, but it just narrows a fraction, and they just don't quite leave enough space to the wall, or they just mispredict where they're expecting that car to be and where they can position, and there's not enough time to lift out. And because it happens so quickly on the run up Monkey Hill, there's not an opportunity to sort of sort it out quickly enough. Contact happens, the car just gets rotated. Remember Super Eco? Was that back on Thursday afternoon?
Yes. Yep, it was literally lap one of our very first race of the weekend for Thailand Super Eco on Thursday afternoon, where unfortunately a similar kind of situation where we had 3 wide though in the little hatchbacks, and similar kind of result where just as the road actually basically we're going up the hill out of turn 2, and then we actually turn onto a different road at turn 3 at that particular spot, and just sometimes it's a bit of a choke point, it seems, where we go from basically 2 wide possible, but if you don't leave enough space, it easily becomes, well, really a 1-lane road in normal racing circumstances. As it's down at turn 15, I think. Thankfully, nothing down there at the moment, but Tech Pro Barriers ready to try and capture any car that
marks.
Although in saying that, that's a lot of markings indeed on the road. Although is that from today? Maybe, because in theory those walls would be reset, and looks like they're going to be able to try and get the stricken truck down to turn 8, and then because that is the runoff there at turn 8. So hopefully going to get that 26 wheeled away here in due course.
Yeah, so access to the road down there, nice and simple, and they can just get this car. So it's just lost power. Whatever it is, it's still drivable. It's just lost power. So was that the 30 truck that was? Well, that's not the 30 truck either, is it? That's one of the other ones that was.
Yeah, 26. Yeah, which was the one that I think triggered the safety car initially. Yeah, stopped between turn 7 and 8. But we also had the number 30 stopping after its contact with the 19 between turns 4 and 5. As well. Thankfully, though, I think for the driver number 30, he's able to back it up into an access point on that part of the wall and be able to carry on from there. A question over in the TSS YouTube chat about did we hear anything else? I don't think it's unfortunate. We didn't hear anything back about that nasty incident in the Division 1 race yesterday afternoon. But indeed, as our producer just put in the chat, we're going to hope that no news is good news. And then that driver was able to walk away from that one there. As we look down at turn 18 and 19 hairpin there, Scott, all calm for now because the field is heading down towards turn 8. And an update from race control. We are ready to go racing. The safety car will come back in at the end of this lap.
Which is well done, because they had 3 trucks to sort of deal with there, and they've dealt with them all very, very quickly as well. The number 19 of Tirasak's also coming to the pits, so that might be the end of his racing day as well. So we've lost Aaron, who did come into the pit lane in that number 10 truck, and he's dived in and gotten out of the way. Then there's also the 75 that didn't start the race. So out of all things considered, we've already lost 5 trucks. We're down to 23 still running at the moment, but that's the AC Deltro truck. That'll be the 19 of Tirasak on screen right there. So it's not done yet, but not looking good.
Unfortunately, no. Given that even with the slow safety car lap here, unlikely to be something that they're going to get fixed up. That's confirmation on your screens right now as well. To match up with the message in timing and scoring as our drivers out past the monument roundabout on the back side of the circuit as they make their run along the beachfront part of this track here. And we get ready to see what can Super Moncol do for the restart. We'll have this on board here with Chaiwat to have a look at, hopefully at a couple of points during this race as well. You can see using 3rd gear here, even under safety car. So that really tells you here, shortish gears, but also all the torque these guys have available, Scott. They don't need to really go down the gears a huge amount. Maybe 2nd at turn 2 if they go for the attack and they need to try and punch out. But as we've kind of seen, at least what we believe was the case there with Akachat, maybe went to 2nd gear because he went up the inside there at turn 2 and then just couldn't get it back into the 3rd, and the truck went absolutely nowhere off the turn.
Well, that's the difficulty, isn't it? Because if you come back down another gear, you're going to get a huge amount of drive, but then you've got to shift, and that's a risk, right? So, look, I mean, you'll have another opportunity He's been quick down at turn 1, turn 2. Of that lead, so oh my god, there's some damage further back down there as well in the front end of one of the trucks. But he's been one of the better
12,
trucks when we get down there to turn 2. So every opportunity, I mean, he's just been so late on the brakes at turn 1, carries so much speed and still pulls the car up. It's just the tip-in point for turn 2. If he can deal with that, he'll have an opportunity to push his way forward. Past the start-finish line, 8 more laps of racing action left to go for the Super Pickup C-Class drivers. And once again, the attack already in operation for the 34 machine. Tries to get down the inside at turn 2. Just about got that one done. Didn't quite get alongside far enough. And has to wait one more lap.
Suredet continuing to protect that position there for now. If only just as back to racing speed for the first time. A little bit of debris there on the circuit at turn 5, which Super Monco appears to have just cleared away basically for the rest of the field as they come on down single file to the slowest corner on the circuit and on the calendar as well, as they then try and work their way back out of this hairpin here. Find your gears, make a clean run back out of here to the straightaway where you might get a chance to move at turn 8, but it's pretty much quiet for now, although it might be on for second in a little bit here. But as that there for braking performance from Akachat once again. Not close enough to get up the inside of turn 8, but he's still wanted to threaten all the way there, Scott.
Is it just me, or does he just look like he's just got an extra set of brakes attached to that truck? He's just so good on the brakes. Every time he puts that pedal in, he's making so much ground on the run down to any of the braking zones. Now, it'll take a brave man to get down the inside at turn 15, but Akachat's looking racy. Towards the middle of the road, by the way, goes the 54 machine. So, in the meantime, Super Moncol's disappeared. And he is well and truly gone on these guys. But all of a sudden, Saren Yu is really under threat. And it's going to be 2 cars at the moment trying to put the pressure on him. There might be a third about to buy into this picture.
Yeah, Chai Watts just there in the background, was getting close to these guys before that safety car interrupted things. But indeed, there's the margin that's already basically opened up. So across the line goes Super Moncol. Gap was officially 0.8 of a second under the restart procedure, and it's out to 3.7 seconds. Just like that, as another black smoke messages come through. It's Wutachai who there was 17th on the restart as they leaders make their way. Oh, Zakachat's losing it into turn 2. He's got ahead of Suredet off screen, but he pulls it up somehow by a miracle.
Man, that was a save and a half. So he did get the pass done. Maybe he was out of the final corner. Got some supreme drive, but he's lost that one again. So he's got the opportunity to overtake Zakachat. It's getting that car held up, and it's just a little bit too much speed, a little bit offline. I think the rear end come around just because it was so unweighted on the run down in there and just a fraction too much speed. But he's going to have another go. He will line up and have another go. I don't think he's close enough to Suredet on the run off of the hairpin, but he will show that nose as they get down here to turn number 7. In the meantime, Super Moncol runs away down the road. 1:59.901 for Super Moncol. He is absolutely pulling away.
Oh, there's 45 degrees the wrong way into turn 2. As you said, offline at turn 1, he was that quick into the corner. But yeah, must have just, he was on the brakes to try and slow himself down. The rear end had no grip. So around it went from there. But yeah, by some miracle, just pins it locked up, facing the wrong way for a left-hand corner. Basically, an oversized version of a Scandinavian flick on tarmac has been pulled off there. And immediately on the assault, once we get to Sector 3 here, he's made up the time loss as we now try and figure our way out through 17 to the hairpin. The 97 trucker, Pichai, in fact, I think it might be out. It's one of our 2 Mitsubishi Tritons here in Class C. Unfortunately, is in the pit lane. Go back to seeing what's out here for our drivers fighting over second once again. Make the run out. So let's see. Not going to happen here unless he's got more speed available to him in a straight line. He definitely looks fast. Yeah, it looks like we've got some more black smoke flags there, although the 69 has already been flagged for that. So let's see here.
Here we go.
Maybe a little calmer into turn 1 this time, Scott. That's looking a little more under control for Akachat. He's going to look for it anyways.
He's just getting blocked. He's just getting blocked. There's an opportunity. I think the problem is he's got to try and run it to the left-hand side of the road at turn 1. And the problem is once you get in there, you're offline a little bit. The grip tips away. So you can't carry too much more speed in there. But he's got to find a way to pull alongside. And I'm going to make a weird comparison, and I'll explain it in a second. he looks like he's driving a Formula Ford out there. And the reason is the rear end of a Formula Ford, very unweighted as well. That's exactly what it looks like when you go into a corner in a Formula Ford with too much speed. Nearly identical. The only difference, it's got a big old cab around it. The wheels aren't open, and it's a significantly bigger engine with a lot more torque and a lot more weight. That's the only difference.
Just a few different things, although I guess, yeah, this is it. The principle of how he's driving that Isuzu number 34 is, I guess, fundamentally so. I guess also when you think about these trucks here with the tray, it does mean they are very much front heavy in terms of their weight distribution. So the principle's not entirely the same as a Formula Ford car that's got, and also a Formula Ford's got a rear mounted engine, mid mounted engine, I guess you could say. So that. But it does mean the rear axles technically are unweighted, rather than. Anyways, let's not maybe draw out that comparison all that much, as that there is Chaiwat still running fifth. He's now sort of dropped back a little bit from the battle, it seems, as into 17 they'll go. You can see different lines through the corners. There's Saranu, Akachat both opting for a narrower entry than Suradet, and then down into the hairpin, doors open, but not able to get there. Suradet will turn in and close the line off.
Yeah, so the problem being, if you enter that last corner just a fraction too narrow on the left-hand side of the road, you can one ride in the middle of the corner, you can't get back to the throttle early enough. But the other approach is, if you swing it too wide, you miss the apex, you can't get the thing turned in. The lap car is the 97 of Pichai, returning to the circuit at least to try and get some laps in, try and score some points. 5 more laps left to run. And all of a sudden, Saranu starting to look vulnerable again as Suradet closes up, and then it's the drive off of here. If he can he's just got to do something, to ruffle him. And I think the big key is, I think his better opportunity is actually down at turn 7 off the hairpin. He's just got to be close enough when they get there.
Well, the biggest problem here, of course, being as that gap's. Hang on, that was a 6-second margin at the start finish. Is it me or the fact that doesn't look like a 6-second margin? No, mind you, of course, Superman calls deep into turn 6, whereas these guys weren't. Yeah, no, he's lost nearly 2 seconds in the opening sector on this lap, so that's now a 4-second margin. As I noticed into turn 1, Akachat's front splitter has dropped a little bit off the front of that truck, and it's now actually flapping a little bit at higher speeds on the straights. So I'm going to have to watch out for that one there as well. The incident that happened just before the safety car, under the safety car, we don't know exactly the timing as to which, at turn 3 up the hill with a 30 and 19. It's actually been reviewed at some point. No further action deemed necessary for that one, Scott. Also, new black smoke messages in race control, and there actually is on screen the number 78 and the number 42 both being alerted as such. They are sitting in 11th for the 78 and 21st for the 42. So that is Tanawat and Wataya for those cars.
In the meantime, though, Superman Cole is looking to maintain. In the middle sector, he's lost about 0.6 of a second, so the margins are starting to come back down, and he is starting to come back to the pack. Is he just saving? Is he just conserving a little bit? What's the sector time in sector number 3? It's back to a more even number. So whether or not there was an issue, it's now cleared itself up. But in the meantime, that margin just about halved itself. Was out over 6 seconds. Now it's just over 3.5. So the run down to turn number 1, and you're right, that split is dangling dangerously low. Now it's going to be flapping on the ground. No overlap at turn 1, forces him to run it in deep. Will he pull up alongside when they get to turn 2? He tries it from Akachat's perspective. Slow car on the right-hand side is, I believe, the 96 of Pisset. Oh! Suradet's lost the rear end of that truck on his own. Something happened as he bounced up and over Monkey Hill. That'll be a safety car for sure, and that might be the end of racing action.
As you see, Marshall's quick on the double wave yellows. Oh no, we've had a separate incident to all of us here. That's going to have to be a red flag. Yeah, truck rolled over on its side. I think that might be, I can't even figure out who that is. Yeah, red flag instantly out on timing and scoring. I'm seeing the number 82 has been lost, along with a 52 though. So I don't even know what truck that was that's gone over onto its left-hand side. I thought I saw something potentially happening there at that shot where we looked at.
Was that potentially contact with Pisset? Because remember, Pisset was the truck they were lapping there, and he's tried to let them all go, and they've just tripped over him.
It's entirely possible that the lapped car has to...
No, it's the 90.
90 there parked on the left. Who is... I can't quite...
So this might be Kittapong.
30? Is that the number 30? I think that might have been of Itasak, who was running... Well, he's currently scores 20. So let's see here. So yeah, we've got the... Is that the 90? Is it 96? So they go past. And yeah, as you said, so just all on his own there, unfortunately, for the 35 as Suradet loops it just coming over the crest. And the 96 goes through lap truck. That's fine. And then try and watch in the background. Second lap truck, I think they're in the back. Moves over, maybe? No, that's fine. No, it's completely separate incident, yeah. And that, I think that's the number 30 truck there. Of Itasak that now ends up on its left-hand side. So there's a separate incident with that second yellow truck that pulls away out of that replay shot. I almost need to actually bring up the broadcast now and just replay that little snippet we've got over and over again to actually
if
get
it's
a read on it.
0, I think it might be the 50 of Nutapong, but Nutapong's come through on the timing. We've lost trucks further down, and that is my issue. So I'm not 100% sure because we're missing the 30, we're missing the 26, although the 30 and the 26, remember, were involved in the first yellow flag, the first safety car. So it's going to be out of the 80.
It's the number 50. It's the number 50, I think that's on its side. Nutapong. Apologies. I've just actually brought up the broadcast, our English feed of the broadcast again, so I can replay that several times. So it's the number 50 of Nutapong, which was timed as running as 8th at the start of the lap. That's who's ended up on their side. I actually just still can't get a read on exactly who they seem to have had incident with, because unfortunately the camera is out of focus as the trucks have all of a sudden crashed right underneath the camera at turn 3. All I know is it's a bright yellow truck that gets away mostly unscathed, it seems.
Well, that might be the 90 machine of Sang Chai. So there was the issue is there's a fair few cars that are involved in this one, and the race has immediately been finished. They'll call that back at the previous lap. There's no way they'll have enough time to resume this session. Oh my word! That was just huge. And there's confirmation that the number 50 was indeed involved. That is the rear wing no longer attached on the left-hand clip. And that truck looks like it's now back on, well, it wasn't 4 wheels left on that truck, so at least 2 wheels, if not 3.
Yeah, wow. Well, how about that for a dramatic morning to start the day? Yeah. Apparently, wishing all the best on these drivers is a recipe for a disaster, it seems. Or wishing for... that's going to take a while there.
Yeah.
So that's right at turn 3. The kink as they run up the hill out of the first corner. And indeed, yeah, it's just completely crumpled. That fence there.
I mean, the fence has done its job. The big key in terms of repair time is those mounts getting it back into the ground, because those supporting braces, they've got to be bolted into the ground. So there'll be bolt holes dug for those. Based upon looking at that, the mounting and supporting structure is going to have to be replaced, and then they're potentially going to have to re-drill those holes if they can't use those ones again. And then that's all. The other side of that is that's not over and done with. The FIA's then got to re-go, okay, we're happy with that. So that could be a half hour or 45-minute affair to get that back in.
Yep, as the number 20 truck here on screen with Promote. Now, we didn't see what might have caused this kind of damage. I don't remember. I'm pretty certain, having watched that replay several times, trying to find out who it was, I'm pretty certain it was a yellow truck involved. So, yeah, looks like, ladies and gentlemen, we are stuck for a while here with the end of the Thailand Super Pickup Division 2 race. We were scheduled to start the next race in about, half an hour's time, actually, to be precise. So, hypothetically speaking, there is a chance that we will still be on schedule once this all happens, but we're going to have to wait to find out how quickly they can get that all sorted out there, because that is quite a bit of work to do at the track, and yeah, quite a bit of mess in the pit lane for those that have made it back, unfortunately, there.
Oh my word. Okay, well, look, I mean, we're gonna pass on our best wishes to all of the drivers involved in that one. I think the cars that are involved were the 50 and the 90. The 96 Pisset was just ahead of them, so I think he's managed to get through and get out the other side. So he was the lap truck that was involved in all of that. Sangchai was, I believe, a yellow truck, and the 18 of Kittapong was looking to make the overtaking move on Nuthapong as well. Remember, we said the 18 machine had actually started all the way down in 15th spot, so he's managed to gain 7 spots to 8th. I think he went for his 8th overtake and made his way up into 7th. That's checked Nuttapong up, and Sangchai's looked for an opportunity, and that's where they've all sort of come a cropper. And the other difficulty is they can see smoke. Honestly, I believe what's happened is there's a little bit of overlap between Nuttapong and Sangchai in the 50 and 90 machines. Nuttapong's seen the incident and smoke up ahead. Sangchai probably potentially a little bit vision blocked, because remember, you're coming up a blind hill, and he's on the outside and boxed in by a 50 machine as well. And then he's tried to lift off and turn to the right because there's an accident up ahead of him, and that's just turned him into the guardrail and flipped him on his head because it's unloaded. The big thing about that accident, Dan, is the front end's unloaded. That's how they've rolled the truck, right? So he's turned him, but it's because he's lifted off or is potentially on the brakes, he's put all the weight over the front, it's rolled the truck.
Yeah, it's probably a best example or an explanation that we've got at this time. Unfortunately, we don't have any more information just yet to confirm. And basically, yeah, we can only go off intuition based on what we know about these trucks from having watched them for a little bit here. And yeah, enjoying the scenic shots here up around turn 15 at the moment from the Bangsaen Street Circuit in the meantime. Because, yeah, there's not much else we can share with you at the moment. So it is now just a moment of downtime for the drivers to basically, we'll get the trucks parked away and to end their weekend. And then try and get ready for TSS Supercar GTC for our second sprint of the morning. And we'll have to see, though, if we can get that one started on time as we were hoping for, because that is still to be confirmed. What it does mean is we get a chance to see some of the grandstands here at Bangsaen. Several of the fans there ready to go. As Goody's back down in the pit lane, he's found our podium from that race. So he'll be talking to Surudet, Saranu, and Super Moncol. So looks like at least that part of the post-race can get underway here today. And he'll start talking to Akachat there. So interesting thing about, of course, because this has all happened.
Akachat got the move done down at turn 1, but it goes back to the previous laps. So Akachat, whilst he would have rolled back into the pit lane third, will finish 4th.
Yeah, just the sort of the scramble. I mean, look, nevertheless, it's a chance there for Goody. Unfortunately, we don't have the audio from these interviews here today. Which means that we can't actually listen in to perhaps try and figure out any insights as to what they're discussing from the race. Nevertheless, yeah, a good chance to, I guess, sort of see how they're looking, how they're feeling after that one there at the very least. You can tell it's definitely a warm cabin, because it's been an 8-lap race and there's still plenty of sweat there on the brow of Akachat, and now that he's back out of the truck.
I guess the biggest news out of all of that, Dan, is, that's, even though it looks dramatic in that accident with the rollover and all the contact that's going on, it's going to be reasonably low speed, right? They're going to be about 100 kilometers an hour at the crest of that hill at the absolute most. And what looked like from Nuttapong in the 50 car is he was already off the throttle. So I would say it's a very low speed incident, and the risk of injury is actually quite low.
I'm hoping that to be the case too. Yeah, we need to wait and confirm if we can get any information from the track about that one there to confirm it. These trucks do look fairly well built and seem to be able to take a decent hit or two. So even though the rollover definitely looked dramatic, certainly optimistic as to how, and also the fact that it rolled over onto the passenger side of the truck as well might hopefully have also helped soften the impact, as it were, in that moment there. As last interview from these drivers here in Super Pickup Division 2 will go to Super Moncol. Now, undoubtedly the best driver, or fastest driver at least, out there today in that race. Had to get the lead there off the start from Saranu, but once he did, he just absolutely motored away. There was that period there where he did back off a little bit, it seems, compared to the drivers behind, but maybe just a case of consolidating given the fact we have seen these trucks at times struggle for reliability, so maybe needed to just back it off to make sure he came home there all good and well.
Yeah, I mean, from Super Moncol's perspective, you saw him initially on the initial jump. He was just aggressive. It was quick. It looked like Saranu was holding up quite a number of trucks in race trim. So whilst qualifying for Saranu went quite well, he got to the point and was able to do his thing. Super Moncol, absolutely a little bit better race pace. But then you have a look at that restart as well. All of a sudden after that restart, he just shot off as we're going to go to the replay and highlights just here in a few moments. Not yet available for us. So we're going to start the prep work and coverage for Thailand Supercar GTC categories. But yeah, Super Moncol looked the quickest. Saranu, whilst struggling, did a very, very good job defensively. And that's actually quite a good drive. And particularly Akachan, man, all of those overtaking opportunities, he looked the fastest out of the four guys there that were trying to get that second spot away. But you just got to be clean and concise. He just needed to find an overlap. And whether that overlap was moving around under braking, moving to a different section of the racetrack on the run out of turn number one, he was definitely better. He just had to find a way to get alongside. That's street circuit racing, you know. Sometimes it's just not going to work. You got to try something different.
Yeah, that is very true there indeed. We have seen that overtaking moves can be in short supply around here. You really need either a massive pace advantage or a pretty ballsy dive under brakes to really help pull it off. There's only a few spots that are really, I guess, conducive to that around this circuit, such as, of course, turns 1 and 2. Turn 8, it seems like an overtaking spot. We actually haven't seen a lot of overtaking at that spot on the track this weekend. The other one, of course, being diving it up under brakes at turns 18 and 19 for that double hairpin at the end of the lap. It seems to be obviously the other prime spot drivers like to have a look as we're taking a closer look here at the number 38 Toyota Supra. Well, at least we were, I should say, because that's just ended there with a Karapong, and here now with Manasa Manuel Caceres. And pardon me, this one's actually in English. We might shut up and listen in here to this one.
Primarily, we changed this car because it's more competitive than the Toyota Supra of last year. We hope to have it prepared for my son for next year, because for my son next year we'll be going to, maybe if we progress, maybe my son will go to GTM with this car. I'm racing for Supercar GTC for this year. Basically, I'm just driving for fun because I'm having a good time with racing together with my son in this Lamborghini. It's also fun to race here, especially in Bangsaen. Bangsaen Grand Prix is an awesome track circuit, and we are enjoying and we're preparing for this for a whole year. We hope to be back next year in this awesome event. We have support from our family back home. Also, I staff the company CNC Intertrade Philippines Incorporated, Red Machine Trading, and LRG Auto Parts. All my friends and loved ones, of course, they support us, especially now that we are the lone Filipino competitor here in Thailand Super Series.
An interesting little bit of insight into the history behind both of the Cacereses that are racing as a part of GTC category racing. And that's what we said about Manuel, or Jun as he is on the car as well yesterday, Dan. If you've got an eclectic car, if you've got a race car that you really want to be out there, he just said, I'm just here having fun. Yeah, I've got an expensive race car. I've got a race car that's in really, really good condition. We've been looking after it. We're getting to turn laps, and he's getting to turn laps on a street circuit like this with a car like that. I mean, I'm enjoying it. That interview with him was actually really, really insightful and good into what he's trying to do in it as well for his son as well.
I mean, yeah, with that, as you also said, the main thing also said to look after the car so that, pardon me, that it can be handed over to his son for next year. As I said, possibly even, run up in TSS Supercar GTM for the 1 hour category there, depending on how things go with preparations for next year. But in the time being, they'll both run in the short GTC race here with that Nissan R35 for... pardon me, as I try and not cough too much here, actually. But yeah, so the two of them racing here, and as I said, sure he's not quick in terms of compared to the guys at the front of the field, but I mean, he has the chance to race these cool cars, even if they are no longer the newest and shiniest ones out here on track at least, but still look the part when it comes to being a lean, mean race car machine.
And I mean, they've had a few issues, and you've seen that as well from when Rafael Caceres in the Nissan GTR R35. The younger of the two. The other side of this coin, Dan, he's going racing with his son. He's having fun. He's out on the track sharing it with his son, and that's a big part of all that's going on. As we're actually seeing the Ford Thailand fan support really getting involved in amongst things. The biggest thing about Ford in Thailand is you can really see the fans that are all interested in wanting to be a part of things. They do a phenomenal job in terms of fan engagement over there as well. But the big key is, getting out there, being on the circuit and just enjoying racing. And that, to me, is the essence. Yeah, you've got your high-level stuff in terms of Thailand Super Series, but you have to support racing from a grassroots level. And they're doing that, and they've got a car that's out there having fun, enjoying the racing life. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, 100% indeed. So, Ford got two Trans Am V8s represented here in TSS Supercar GTC. So hopefully we'll see them both out once again here today. One of them being run by Course Race Engineering, the Atlantic Liquid Moly Racing backed team. That is Damien Hamilton behind the wheel of the number 88. The other one is run by Eternal Monster Racing, and that that's the guys who are helping get Cem Yilmaz out on track in the number 35 car. So, and of course, we'll also see, of course, with Pickup Division 1, both Aurora Ford Thailand Racing and once again, Course Race Engineering, as it is officially registered for the series, CRE Lanatech Liquid Moly Racing is the full name of the team there. So those two teams both will be battling it out in Super Pickup Division 1, we hope, which will come straight after the TSS Supercar GTC race. So hopefully we'll be able to have some goose. You can see at least this stuff happening down in the pit lane is underway. Dummy grid is now open, which is basically right on schedule. So that's good to see that at least we'll have the cars here ready to go as soon as the track up at turn 3 is repaired and ready for this next race. As it's like for this final race of the day. Well, actually, no, pardon me, having a look at it again. We saw it yesterday, Scott, as we also see, that is some of the support, as you said, that Ford bring to these races. It's most probably, I think it's definitely the biggest of all the manufacturer-based branding and support that we see in terms of fans trackside in this category. But just starting to talk now about what we should expect here with these 7 GTC cars. And once again, it's Siramet in the Ford Daytona Coupe with Tech Pro Racing, bringing that car for him this weekend. Back on pole once again. Qualifying incredibly strong relative to what were dominant Toyota Supras at the Chung International Circuit. They do start second and third once again for Manat and Akarapong. As we actually got some audio from Goody here in the background, so we might just turn that one down for now. But actually good to see we'll be able to hear a little bit of this, and maybe just keep an ear out in case he talks to someone like Damien Hamilton, perhaps, who that might be an interview in English that gets conducted. But nevertheless, Siramet, Manat, Akarapong, top 3 all from Thailand for this race.
Yeah, and yeah, this is going to be an interesting start. And Siramet won the opening race of this weekend as well. And boy, has he found some speed in the Tech Pro Racing Ford Daytona Coupe as well. For those of you watching along at home, that car is actually a kit car. There are only 6 of those cars that actually ever existed in the world. So for those to be racing, would most of them are sitting in museums and eclectic car collections right around the world to be shown off as showpieces. Don't get driven all that much going racing them would be paramount to throwing your money away completely and utterly. So yeah, they're a kit car, but the benefit is for Siramet, he gets to go out and go racing in a really, really interesting car. He's started to really, really build over the last 12 months or so. The pace that we've seen out of that car has grown significantly. I know they had some issues at Bangsaen last year. I believe that car actually ended up in the barriers on the Saturday, and that was the last we saw of it from the Bangsaen GP. But this year, significantly faster. He's doing a phenomenal job, and again, another Thai driver on the rise.
Yeah, indeed. It's great to see how we have these drivers here that we don't see a huge amount of yet outside of Thailand. It's maybe a chance to see how they go in terms of perhaps building a racing career and a platform for them here this year in these categories. As Siramet finishing up, or Goody finishing up that chat with Siramet. Looks like he's going to head over next door to Manat Kulapanot for Tour de Gazoo Racing Thailand in one of these Supers here. As so once again continuing this conversation in Thai, but because just when I think back to the opening race, of course, Chung is a very different circuit. The fact that we have basically 4 pretty long straightaway sections there. The Supras, they looked extremely confident, or extremely strong on pace. It is quite a turnaround all of a sudden to have Siramet here, and it's not just in front of them. It's like on a qualifying time. What is that? That is just shy. It's not quite 3 seconds. It's 2.7 seconds faster in qualifying. And then in the race yesterday, he won by 20 seconds. So he's got an incredible turn of speed he's had this weekend in that Ford Daytona Coupe. In saying that, he was on the again. This is dating back to qualifying for this category, which was on Friday. I did catch a little bit, which was before we were broadcasting and commentating races on the Friday. That Daytona Coupe was loose. So we'll have to watch out and see how it goes again here today, because it's got the speed, but it's definitely not an easy turn of pace in that pole-sitting car.
Well, I mean, you mentioned that, but if you think back to Chang as well, it was the Supras that were the best of the cars. The reason for that, the Mustang, the Trans Am cars, they're quite heavy, they're quite loaded. They're designed to move around a lot as well, and they don't hang on to the tire quite as well. If you remember back last year as well, this category actually had GT4 cars. There was a subset of GT4 cars as a part of this category, but that's been moved over, and they're now part of the GTM field as well, GTM GT4 category, and that field has basically just doubled in terms of the racing numbers that are going on over there. But for Siramet, look, I mean, the pace in this car as well, I think the difference between the Lexus RCFs, the Lexus Super, the RCFs are over in the GTM category, is the downforce. The Daytona car is really relying on front splitter and rear wing, and the rear wing on that car is actually quite big, but there's no real floor effect, whereas the Supras do actually have a lot more underbody downforce effect that's really gluing them to the car. Very, very stable through the high-speed corners, and even though the Daytona Coupe was significantly faster in a straight line, as were the Trans Am cars, they just could not carry the speed through the corners at Chang. The difference when you come here is that it's a lot more point and shoot, and that is where Siramet's finding the pace out of the Daytona Coupe. There's a lot less flow speed corners, right? It's sort of just the final sector is really where, the second half of sector 2 and the final sector is your real flowy style of corners where that downforce really kicks in. Other than that, it's a lot of point and shoot, a lot of drive, and he's really maximizing that car in a straight line.
Yeah, that is true indeed, the situation there. So we'll be looking forward to seeing how that all plays out for us here as well. So Is this actually being done in English? If we can actually, if we might listen on this one here.
ชอบมากเมื่อวานก็จะมีปัญหาเรื่องรถนิดนึงนะครับแต่ว่าวันนี้เนี่ยเขาพยายามที่จะ enjoy กับมันสนุกกับการแข่งขันนั่นเองนะครับแล้วก็พูดถึงสนามบางแสนเขาบอกว่าโหเขาบอกสำหรับเขานี่คือท็อป3เลยนะคือแบบระดับโลกเลยฮะติด1 ใน 3นั่นเองนะฮะคุณผู้ชม Alright, last question to leave a comment to Thai race fans.
I always do, and I try to bring some other friends to race
Yes.
Thailand, hopefully next year.
Yes. Alright, just hope to do
That's Chemya Dulmaz there. Scott, a quick chat with Goody down on the grid here. At the first of our 4 Trans Am V8s is going to start this race out of 4th place. And it looks like that's going to do for the pre-race interviews. That Goody will do here on the dummy grid. And so now it's just going to be the waiting game to see if we'll be getting away at the scheduled start time, which is just about 9 minutes away. So
well, we've
hopefully
received
have
the
some
timing boards that suggest that we will, so I think we're actually going to be quite okay.
Indeed. Timing has just reset to give us our drivers here in this TSS Supercar GTC race. So that would suggest, despite perhaps some, well, presumably some difficulty with getting things sorted out. In fact, there you go, 3-minute board already coming out here. So we are on schedule for the start here of TSS Supercar GTC, which is great to see once again.
Yeah, so now it's over to the drivers, you know, bolt themselves in, get themselves sorted, and see where they can go from here. It's going to be, you know, interesting just to note again, the Trans Am cars had a phenomenal battle and just not really able to do anything with it. It'll be interesting to see if Akrapong is going to hold up the Trans Am cars again in the early stages, because if they can get that move done, they may be able to hang on to the spot at the back end of the race, and that'll be the big key to the early parts of this one. If you know, the Trans Am cars, I love the paintwork on Chem's car as well. He's updated that one for this round, and it is a beautiful, beautiful looking car with the new paint job. So congratulations on that. Damien Hamilton in the 88 machine, a little bit further back, and will be settling in. And he said back at Chang, he's just trying to find himself, really come to grips with the car, settle himself in, and grow as the series has gone on. And he has been starting to do that. Deeper in the field, Manuel Rafael Caceres in the leading car from this outfit, the Nissan GTR R35, before we get back to the Lamborghini Gallardo Super Trofeo. And there's been an update on that car. 2009, as I said yesterday, was actually wrong. It's a 2010 Lamborghini Super Gallardo Super Trofeo car. So
yeah, so watch to see what they can do and well, how they'll go about it there, starting 6th and 7th. And I mean, yeah, hopefully we'll see hopefully another good fight between Chemya Dulmaz and Damien Hamilton in those Trans Am V8 Ford Mustangs, because yeah, it was a good race there. Unfortunately, it got interrupted by, it seems, some kind of issue for Chem. There you go, 1 minute and the start engine board coming out here at the front of the field. So looks like indeed we'll get this formation lap underway in just a moment's time and be able to head on out for our second scheduled 12-lap race here. And we'll see if the Supras might have something different here on Sunday. Qualifying suggests that might not be the case, but nevertheless, it'll be time to see how the race goes. Indeed, yeah, that ominous rear wing on the back of that Ford Daytona Coupe of Siramet there on the left-hand side of the screen is going to mean, yeah, it'll be lean, mean, and Siramet's case will be hoping another winning machine there, as it's just about time to get our formation lap underway.
And enough said, because Siramet, I think, is just going to... He's in strong form. He's driving well at the moment, driving accurately. And it's make sure, you know, it's box checking for him, I think, in this race. It's going to be about get away nice and cleanly, get himself up to speed, settle down once he's sort of into that rhythm. The big difficulty, he did have an issue back at Chang on cold tyres in that car, as well as he went down through the middle sector and the higher downforce sector as well. The rear end just got away from him in the opening laps of, I believe it was race number 1 of the 2024 season. So that'll be in the back of his mind. Would have taken notes, improved on that, and pressed forward. And I think he's done the response is good, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, indeed. Very true. So, once again, the Bangsaen Street Circuit here on screen for you all there briefly. And moving over from the Thailand Super Series categories to the TSS categories here. Supercar GT running on the Hankook Ventus F200 dry weather slicks once again. So that'll give these drivers the grip they'll be looking for, at least be hoping that's the grip they'll be looking to get out of there. Mix of 18, 19-inch rims depending on the cars, and also quite a variety in tyre widths there depending on what each car exactly needs. As quickly go through the grid here on screen for you once again. Siramet and Manat are going to be on the front row for this one here today, with the Karapong and Chen Midulmas starting out of 3rd and 4th place. Damien Hamilton, Emmanuel Rafael Caceres, they're out of 5th and 6th. And then, well, after the son comes the father in Manasa Manuel Caceres for 7th place to round out our field for this one here this morning, Scott. Well, morning in Thailand, that is.
Yeah, and now the opportunity to push themselves just a little bit further forwards. Finished race number 1, did Siramet of the weekend with a comfortable win. Again, get away nice and simply. Make sure he looks after the car as well, because if you brush a barrier anywhere, pluck a wheel off the car, you know, that could be a win down the toilet, and that's a win that would have gone begging with the pace that he's got underneath him at the moment. Manat's got a job to do out of P number 2, though. If he can just apply some pressure, you never know what will happen when you do apply that pressure, particularly to a driver with a car that's not entirely underneath him, a car that is moving around. So his job will be to apply pressure and see what happens, and bring the utmost that he can out of that car. I'm interested to see if the Trans Am cars can find that drive off the start-finish line down on the run down at turn 1.
No, it'll all be about how close they can get in position, how close they can be once we get round the starting formation. So we've got this lovely little drone shot running along the back of the circuit here, as you see the last of our drivers in the medical car fly through turn 15. So we'll see here, they're all fairly spread out. Are we going to get a second formation? It looks like we are going to get a second formation lap here for Supercar GT. So a little bit of extra time for the drivers here to get their eye in around the circuit. As indeed, yep, there goes safety car. Lights still on was, well, the first clue I think I had, but definitely when it continues around on track, that's the second one. So a little bit more time for the drivers to see what's up around here and make sure they're ready and raring to go and have their eye dialed into how the track is looking and feeling here today.
Yeah, and I think that's key. You know, we talked about it across the weekend, right? When there's issues, there's adjustments to the track, there's repairs that need to be done. It gives, you know, everyone an opportunity just to sight and take an extra look at things and really settle themselves back down. So, look, I mean, you know, from an event standpoint, you'll look at it and go, this is a little bit of time that could have been wasted. You know, perhaps we do it. It's all done in the element of safety, and you can see that there's fluids down on the run out of turn number 1 that they've had to clean up as well. Which does mean that, you know, that's got to be cleaned off, and the best way to clean it off is having cars out there circulating. And albeit if it takes that little bit extra time, we're getting the most. We're getting, you know, an extra lap effectively out there of witnessing the GTC category, which is never a bad thing.
That's one way to put it, yes, I guess, at least the ending part. The important part there, as you said, being a chance of the drivers here, critically is get around, see how the track is up at turn 3 at the moment, and also, yeah, instead of just run over that part of track, it might, as I said, hopefully improve the track by driving. How does that sound there? Off of turn 6 of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo there at the back of the field, sounding pretty nice. Though, of course, it's then got to go up against the noise that that Daytona Coupe can put out, as well as the 2 Trans Am V8. So they're in the middle of the field. Now playing this fun little game with my ears of, like, which car am I listening to based on where the microphones are placed versus the cameras that I've got, instead of trying to pick out the different engine notes now. Unfortunately, those Toyota Supras, unless they go past the camera like that, they're a little hard to pick out relative to the V8s on either side.
Well, the setup work has now been done. The run down to turn number 15 as they come off of the Monument Chicane. That is a brilliant old shot of getting the drone to fly through underneath the bridge and get the drivers in as they settle into their racing formation. Safety car's going to pull away. We're going to be 2 by 2 with the EST Cola signage in the background on the run down through 17. The run to the final corner. And the final race of the Bangsaen Grand Prix for the GTC category is just moments away from going green flag. Suramet in the number 11 Daytona Coupe is going to lead us to green. And have a look at them all being nice and simply stacked up. And remember, there was a little bit of a notification to Suramet to visit race control yesterday, Dan. And we weren't certain if it was for pacing speed. I don't think it is for pacing speed because he seems to be maintaining the exact same pacing speed as he was yesterday. I think it might have just been for a slight procedural infringement. Either way, they are on the way out of the final turn. And on the run through 19, now on to 20. Will be in Suramet's hands to go green flag racing, and I just wonder how long he's going to wait here today. It could have been a timing thing for when he went green yesterday. Now he'll be in control of the field on the run down to turn number 1. They'll wait on the lights. They'll wait on the lights. We'll be about to go green flag racing when we cross the start finish line, and indeed they're now away. The engines will roar for Thailand Supercar GTC, and here's pretty wide on the outside of the run down to turn number 1. He's cleared both of the Supras just ahead of him. And Damien Hamilton's missed the trick, had an opportunity to fire it down the inside. Here comes the Supra. I think that might have been Akarapong who was trying to have a go. It was Mana who was going to the Supra yesterday. Champion Olmaz steps in the second spot. And Cham has got an opportunity to put that car on the podium here today.
That's a nice little jump there from the 35 Turtle Monster Garage Trans Am. It's down into turn 6. They will come for the first time at racing speed. Every single one of them, of course, opening up the entry to that hairpin there as, well, the trackside microphone's giving you the sounds of these cars in floors. Here comes Hamilton on Akarapong. That's going to be for 4th place there on the run towards turn, and clear before the braking zone is coming in hot though. Contact with the 37. Stays out of the fence. But has that done serious damage to the Toyota Supra? I think no. Akarapong might have got away with that one. As part of me, it was Akarapong in front. So the Supras had switched around order off the race start. As drone shot here along the back stretches.
Contact with it was Manat because he ran Manat wide. And now it's going to be Akarapong who fires down the inside. No, that is actually Manat. So what Akarapong who got ahead of the other Supers? You're right, Dan.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sense of, which Supra is which, because, the hot pink, or the fluoro pink car numbers, unfortunately, make things a little few better. The Supras are back in the order they started, 37 leading 38, but they've now got Cem Yilmaz, Damien Hamilton, rough run through 18, and he's going to lose touch with these two cars who have a better time of it there through the hairpin double apex. And down the front stretch they will go, try and build some speed. And go after us as that they've lost nearly 8 seconds on the opening lap, and indeed Akarapong fires up the inside turn 1. No defense from Manat that time round here, at least on the start of lap 2.
Yeah, and the incident from turn 8, understandably under investigation. I hope they don't touch anything to do with that one, because I get the feeling Damien Hamilton actually made an effort to try and let both of those cars by.
Oh.
Although Suramet, I think, has had an issue. And Chemya Dolmaz leads the race.
He has to. Yeah, look, slow, he's crawling. Oh, no. And look, they all have to wait until they pass the line. Oh, that's brutal for your race winner. Yesterday, doing so in dominant fashion. The car is basically ground to a halt on the run-up Monkey Hill, approaching turns 5 and 6, and it will come to a complete stop on the
shuddering
exit
there.
turn 6.
He lost power. I think he's trying to refire the car. That looks like he's lost power. Because the brake lights weren't on, and then they were. So I think he's trying to reboot that car.
Yeah, we'll see here. Can he get that thing fired up and moving? You see our leaders now out past the monument. So he's got about half a lap until they come around to lap him. Although it looks like at this point that that's not going to matter, because I'm seeing safety car boards and flags, out at the circuit as well as on live timing and scoring. That will neutralize the race and reset it once again here. Unfortunately, we are down a car in Supercar GTC, and unfortunately, it's going to be your race winner from yesterday that we lose.
Oh my word. Well, that didn't take long. And from one of the smallest, actually, I think this is our smallest field across the weekend as well. Still finding ways to keep it interesting. Cem Yılmaz leads the way. The Turkish driver's got an opportunity to win a race here today. And that's a big opportunity that he's not going to potentially get again for some time, because the Supers have been so strong at Chang, and Siramet was strong here. And again, he's got to look after those tyres, Dan. Anything could happen to finish this race off, and that says to me that will be the end of Siramet's racing weekend.
Yeah, I think the moment that they needed to get that truck out on track and attach the tow rope, we'll have end of that one there. What it might mean is that if that car can at least be moved with some ease, there should be a fairly straightforward recovery. They might even be able to take the safety car slow enough if they're moving down past turn 6, that potentially we might not need more than this lap here under safety car. So we'll have to wait and see. As unfortunately, I believe we're down here at Tech Pro Racing. Yeah, we are indeed. As well as RR Motorsport, I think, helping assist them there. Unfortunately for them, this is not the sights and scenes they were hoping for. As yet we can see now recovery underway and moving that number 11 off the racetrack. But they're going to get down to turn 8 before they can get to, I believe, the first access point off the circuit in that particular part of the track.
Well, it's down to is it? Yeah, it's turn 8's the corner at the end of the back straight. So, oh boy,
safety car going nice and slow. So there's a possibility we'll still get a chance to restart here at the end of this one if collecting up the number 11 at the first opportunity. No, there you go. Safety car is still moving faster than the recovery vehicle, so we are going to be out on track surely for another lap here, I would think.
No, not necessarily. I think they'll get that one done. I think we'll be okay.
And we also see the other point, true, is if they go nice and slow on this safety car lap, yeah, they could call safety car in if that car is almost completely recovered. And at turn 8, whilst they're, say, in the final sector of the track. That's true. And still might be the play here. So good to see that from the track organisers and officials coordinating the recovery process and safety car procedure for this one here. Whilst that means the tyres will cool off a huge amount. There we go. As we say it, it goes on the board. Safety cars will be coming back in this lap now that they're coming down to turn 8, and the recovery effort is not too far behind the field.
Yeah, so they'll get that one out of the way, and they're not even at the fountain yet. Sorry, the monument chicane. So they're actually okay. They've actually got a reasonable amount of time. You can see the safety car boards have actually been pulled in behind. So we will be going back to green flag racing at the end of this lap. Cem Yılmaz leads the way. Akarapong sits second, so he's managed to climb his way back past Damien Hamilton. Hamilton's got his way through. Sorry, my apologies. It was Hamilton, I think, gave that position back up. He's now repassed Manat and sits third. And after there was no Trans Ams on the podium yesterday, we could be finding ourselves with a Trans Am race winner. There is a lot of racing to go in this one, though. There'll be 9 laps when we get back to the start-finish line, and this is going to be one the fans all came to see.
Yeah, this is looking interesting now. Again, yeah, almost brains versus brawn, although I guess it's more just... Not so much brains, it's just the Super is definitely a better handling car. Whether there'll be parts of the track that can put that to use against the sheer power of these Trans Am V8 Ford Mustangs that sit first and third, that have the start-finish straight being their key advantage. But of course, you've got to be able to get off that final turn to put it to good effect. So there'll be that to consider as well. Well, Cem Yılmaz, it's in his hands. Let's see when he goes.
What's the old adage? There's no replacement for displacement.
Displacement?
Let's do that.
They sure do indeed. Well, round the corner they'll go. Looks like Cem's going to pick up the power nice and early and try and clear out the front of this field. We're back to green flag racing here. 9 laps to go, and there we go. Margins are building at the front.
Yeah, and immediately trying to pull over to the right-hand side of the road. There might not necessarily be a completely healthy, functioning number 37 car for Manat, as now the GTR starts to close him in on the run down at turn number 1. What's it like when they step on the brakes down at turn 1 and 2? It is still going to be Cem Yılmaz, but Akarapong's been able to find some time. They haven't pulled the way all the way out as they would have liked. Damien Hamilton sitting quite closely. Remember, Hamilton was able to get the move done when they got off the turn 6 hairpin, and if Yadolmaz backs them up just a little bit, we'll end up with 2 Trans Am V8s. Have a look at a Karapong, though, now carrying significant amount of speed down into that hairpin. What's Damien Hamilton got as he tries to fire that Mustang Trans Am all the way up? And we'll see the kind of what displacement can do for him. Indeed, he is coming, pulls out to the inside. He's already made contact with one of the Supras in this race. That one is not going to be an overtaking opportunity that he's going to be able to pull alongside and complete this time.
All right, and then have to try and stay close to the monument, not lose too much time. Because you see, look how much time he loses there trying to get that big old number 88 machine to go left and right through that section. He then opens back up the time, though, here on the run up to turn 15. There's enough of it. It's straight enough that these Trans Am cars can flex their muscle. But then again, corners and twisting. You see the Super here able to now really threaten the Karapong. Might be a chance here on the brakes at turn 18, 19. He'll stay close, but in behind Chemi Dulmas for the race lead here to end the first lap after this restart, as they were at the very front. And then in behind, the Trans Am Supra leads Trans Am and Supra, your top 4 here after this restart lap. And watch out for Hamilton to close up and for your Dulmas to check out at the front. And then, of course, it'll compress under brakes in the turning.
8 more laps left to run, and Chemi Dolmaz does lead the way, but starting to look vulnerable. The Supers are good on the brakes, but they've got to be close enough to get it done. I reckon the last corner, 18 and 19, not necessarily the last numbered corner, but the last major corner on the track, 18 and 19 is going to be the best opportunity for a Karapong to try and get that one done. He's got to be close. Pulls out a little bit of margin up and over Monkey Hill. Now they're running down to turn number 6 once again, and does close up yet again. But how good is the drive off here? Well, the Super is okay. Damien Hamilton's about as close as he was last lap, and he was able to pull alongside on that occasion. There could be another opportunity when they get down to number 7 on the back straight, and that's forced the cover from a Karapong, and that is exactly what Chemi Dolmaz wants to see.
Yeah, but here comes the section of the road where the Super obviously will get some margin back, and you get confidence in the right line through the monument, gain back a whole bunch of time. You see how much time there Hamilton has to lose, trying to really get that car getting it sort of tipped to the right-hand side, then back to the left. He's really waiting on the front end of that car to get. And look how much time then gained under brakes for a Karapong up into 15. So it really is going to be Sector 3 and the back half in this middle of Sector 2 through the monument. Then Sector 3, this is where he can pounce. Just has to really sort of find a rhythm to fling it through 17. And as you said, throw it up the under brakes here at 18, because if he sets up this nice run through the hairpin, that just allows these Trans Am cars to just like, cool, all right, power down the front stretch, and we'll see you later at turn 2.
I think the big key is, even if you force him to cover at the hairpin one lap, you're going to be close to him when you get there on the next lap. And
here comes Damien for second.
And here comes Damien Hamilton on the run down to turn number 1.
No,
not
that's
quite
out.
able to get far enough up alongside, and the braking performance of that Super compared to the Trans Am V8 and the tires will be starting to ail. And an update on the incident from earlier in the race. There's been a 5-second post-race time penalty now applied to Damien Hamilton that he'll have to drive through. So even if he gets this done out on track, he's got to pull away to the tune of 5 seconds. And as the tires will start to wear down, Dan, I just don't think that's a possibility.
Yeah, and critically, confirmation it was with a Karapong that he contacted turn 8 on that open. He's close, though, this time out of turn 6. I think this is a golden opportunity for him. He'll have the power to get past it. There you go. The racing line is offered up even on the head. The question is, though, that means he's got to do it here in a straight line before the braking zone.
He's in hot.
He's in hot to try and get the job done. The Karapong says, I'm not done with you yet, but it will be finished up before turn 9. Trans Am 1-2 on the road at least.
But the key was to put him on the outside through that next left-hander. He just had to stay enough alongside. He had the nose out ahead. Now job done. Chemi Dolmaz will now start to try and check out. And the key for Damien Hamilton is, remember, 5-second time penalties. We have to get that done. He runs it deep in at turn number 15, and that's going to present another opportunity. So not quite done. Has a Karapong got a response when they get down to the final corner? And what's it look like on the main straight? A little bit out of position. Didn't quite carry the speed through the kicks at 17. Here comes the Karapong to the inside on the entry to 18. Gets up, gets alongside. Offered the space by Damien Hamilton, and they're even as they fire up at 19. Out of the final corner, the run to the start-finish line. covers him off, moves him to the outside of the road, and Damien Hamilton, you better run because the Carapong is coming for you.
Except the problem is he can run, and that's the biggest issue. You can't just get up the inside with half a pass. The Carapong is going to have to throw it up the inside and take that place by force if he wants to actually be in a position to really compromise the Trans Am of Damien Hamilton. Because you can see even there, around the outside of turn 20, well, actually, he wasn't the outside of turn 20, pardon me, which meant it was a little bit easier for Hamilton, had the inside where it's a little bit more rubbered up there on the circuit. But now, going to see here how if Quintana can string a couple of clean seconds together, because the critical thing there was he just threw it in a bit too deep into turn 15, and that just kind of undid the progress that the Trans Am car makes out of the monument once he gets on the power. You can see there, now it looks pretty comfortable. We'll see through this next little bit here, that gap should come back down a bit, but then again, open once again. The back and forth, the seesaw of these very different cars racing here in Supercar GTC is fascinating to watch, although it looks like displacement is winning out here at Bangsaen today.
Starting to make some time, and you can see the growth in confidence just across the weekend from Damien Hamilton. Wasn't quite quick enough to get the job done yesterday and even try and advance his position at all. Now he's looking supremely more confident, and now Cem Yadolma is actually starting to come back to him as well. So Cem's made a mistake now as well, and this isn't over. We have now passed the halfway mark in this race. A Carapong is there, a Carapong's hungry, and a Carapong would love to win one here today. Siramet won yesterday. Manat finished ahead out of the two Supras, I believe, from memory yesterday. And now he's got an opportunity as the Trans Am start to ail on their tyres. They wiggle all over them. They use them up a little bit more. And he's just got to keep applying that pressure. Cem's vulnerable. Cem is absolutely vulnerable, Dan.
Yeah, he had a rough last lap, and he lost his time in the middle sector. So from turn 7 through to past the monument at turn 14. Those are the corners in particular. Half a second there. And it's also the fastest lap of the race. Just came out of Damien Hamilton there on that one there. So a 1 minute 45.951. The only driver to have gone into the 1 minute 45s in this race so far today. And how about that there through turn 6? Yeah, he sure is. Oh, left nothing to spare on the outside there. So if Damien Hamilton can get up past Cem Yadolma, maybe even hang on to second place if they can pull away from the Supras, because it goes time penalty here with less than 5 laps remaining. It's going to be a bit of an ask to get 5 seconds clear of another Trans Am, it seems, unless Cem is going to struggle big time. Let's see here what this lap's looking like. On that first sector, he lost nearly 3/10 to Damien Hamilton. Middle sector, well, no surprises there, I guess you could say. Hamilton caught up behind. Yadolma kind of has to follow the pace set by the number 35 machine in front. And then down through sector 3. He's lost a bit of time there. They're up towards turn 15, so maybe just not quite confident on the brakes. It looks like they're catching up to Manassa Manuel Caceres. Yes, they have caught him. So lap traffic going to be a factor here now. For your top 3, into his squeeze on the outside. And he has to cross over to the inside there late. Unfortunately, that was a little moment and then some. Thankfully, that'll be no more issues there on the exit of 19. But, oh, that nearly got close.
They got incredibly close, and that's now checked all 3 of them up. So now it's going to be a 3-way fight as they come up the last corner. Is this going to be enough of an opportunity? And Damien Hamilton actually got reasonable drive, not quite close enough. He might try and fire it around the outside. It'll be a big old tough ask in turn 1 to get all the way up and along there. But you can see the Trans Ams are just starting to fall away a little bit on their tyres. 4 more laps left to run. We are going to have about 14 kilometres worth of racing for the GTC categories for the weekend. And my word, has the pressure started to come up.
Yeah, this back and forth. And saying that tyres might be dropping off of these Trans Am cars, they still look good out of turn 6. The traction zone, of course, is going to be important. You see there, even actually the sort of initial turn out of the corner. Now, obviously, part of this was the responsive. Obviously, these cars getting on the power first. But you can see the margin they pull before they even start really talking about the acceleration and speed advantage. They're getting Hamilton's in deep. He's not afraid to throw it in, but maybe a little too deep as a result. Loses some ground on Yadolma on the exit of turn 8 through to this middle sector of the lap.
And there's opportunity coming with 4 laps left to run. If Damien Hamilton wins this at this stage, he's going to run out of time. He will not be able to win it on the road. So Either way, an opportunity, a little bit wide at the entry down there to turn 15, means that he's not quite as close as he would like to be on the run down to turn 17. One of the bravest sections of the track, the most speed that you're going to carry anywhere around this 3.7 kilometre circuit. And now they are starting to pull margin out on a Karapong. And if they can get a good run out of that final corner again, but Chem's just carrying a really nice amount of mid-corner speed down.
Yeah, a little bit wider through the exit of turn 19. He's on the power a tiny bit sooner, that would suggest, given the positioning of the camera there on the fence line. And you can see here, critically though, at this current point in time, David Hamilton's 5-second penalty puts him back in 4th place. Manat's still just within reach of that one, as new fast lap of the race on that time by for Cem Yilmaz, 1:45.512. David Hamilton improved his personal best, but it wasn't enough to go with Cem Yilmaz across the course of the entire lap. And despite being nearly a second off pace, Karapong still there, but look at that, even at turn 6, for example, Scott, like he's got not a lot of front end grip, that he's missing some front end grip that he would like as well. Always putting on the power so much to try and keep up that it's understeering big time out of the hairpin at turn 6.
Again, Chem's just covering. Hamilton's in deep, keeps it out of the barrier. I thought he was going into the barrier there for sure for half a moment, but now he's running in deep. That sacrificed some time. Will be 2 more laps left to run in this category, and with a 5-second penalty hanging over his head, he's got to go as hard as he possibly can. He can't afford that mistake. If he's got just about margin now back to the 37 machine of Manat, but the problem is he cannot afford those mistakes. If he can just build enough margin and they keep just running away from the Supras, there's an opportunity for him to still finish on the podium.
Yeah, it's all got to come down to consistent sectors here, because that's currently the difference from the race leader back to those positions. You can see 4.8 at the start-finish line last time by between Cem Yilmaz and Manat in 4th place. So waiting to see if that'll change here on this time around, because the biggest problem is every time Hamilton has a moment like that, of course, that stacks them up in behind. And that last lap, it was 1:46s. And in fact, the fastest car of the top 3 was the Karapong in 3rd. They still gained nearly a second, though, on Manat. So that would suggest that, indeed, our margin's now 5.7 seconds from 1st to 4th. If Hamilton can stay on the gearbox across the line, that might just be enough to keep him in 3rd.
Well, he's got it. So right now, he would be effective 3rd after that penalty by a 1/10 of a second. 139 thousandths of a second. 0.139 is what he currently had at the start-finish line on that lap over the 37 machine based upon updated timing after the penalty. He's been quick enough, though. The other difficulty he's now got is if he does actually have an opportunity to have a go at Cem Yilmaz, and that's experience that he certainly needs to keep improving in this category, he sacrificed his time. And I don't know whether or not he does know about the penalty or not, but yeah, that's a very difficult situation to judge from the chair of a race car. There is no way that he can tell what he's certainly got to try and do. Well, you've been told about the penalty, you've been told there's 5 seconds, do what you can.
Yeah, on this particular lap, he's a little bit further behind. In fact, Cem Yilmaz again continuing to turn up the pace here at the front of the field in Sector 1 at least. Pulled nearly 3/10 on Damien Hamilton and nearly a second on a Karapong behind. But middle sector goes the way of Hamilton and the Karapong. 4-lap pace, that's a wiggle through 18 and 19. That's going to drop him back into the clutches of the 38 on corner exit. Of course, he will be saved by the power down as we come to the start of the final lap here for TSS Supercar GTC.
And that margin just starting to build. He's made, even with that moment, has made more margin over Manat. Karapong is going to finish 2nd on the podium, provided there's no issue. Cem Yilmaz has basically got to put it in the fence, will be the only way. He will not win this race. So at the moment, as they start their final lap, the final run up and through Monkey Hill, Manat's going to find some pace. He's ailing. He's just set his fastest lap of the race, though, by the way, of 46.482. The problem with that, the rest of them are in the 45, so the margins are not going his way. Damien Hamilton, 1 more lap, half a lap even, as he runs out of the turn 6 hairpin, and he's just got to maintain, doesn't have to gain time. He's even got about a second of time that he can lose and still stay in front at the moment. So for him, it's just got to be clean and concise.
Yeah, margin from Akarapong to Manat at the start-finish line was 5.1 seconds. That's just between third and fourth place. So by virtue of that alone, unless these guys all stumble over each other in the back half of this lap, it is going to be only the one spot loss with Damien Hamilton as we listen to the roar of the Trans Am Mustangs up towards turn 15 for their final time. Nice and steady there, it seems, from Yadulmas. In fact, even maybe just a little too steady, because it allows Damien to think maybe there's one last gasp, maybe if something happens. But no, turn 17 looks all neat and tidy for the top three as they will come on down to the 18-19 hairpin to finish up this lap and therefore finish up the race. No, Damien Hamilton has bombed in one of the rounds. No, he just had one job left to do. As a result, Manat's going to get the spot on the road as well. Chemian Ulmaz will win the race for Turtle Monster Racing in the 35. Akarapong will bring it home second. And Manat's going to get third place on the road.
Oh, you just wonder, as soon as he got in there just a touch too hot, whether or not there's something on the road just off the racing line, and he's picking that up.
So
he's in deep, he's okay, and then the rear end just comes around.
Yeah, it's going to be dusty, and there's actually, I think, even see marbles there offline. So yeah, I think it's just a case of that part of the track, you don't race there. There's no grip. As a result, it might even just be a case of a combination of, well, as you said, we've had a little bit of rain overnight Friday and Saturday mornings. That also washes away any residual grip. And then you add the marbles on top of that, since it is offline, and that'll do it in terms of having any kind of control out there. So unfortunately for Damien Hamilton, one mistake he didn't really need to seem like an unforced error there into turn 18 has cost him a podium position to round out the weekend for the TSS Supercar GTC drivers at the Bangsaen Grand Prix.
Oh, it never fails to deliver, does it? That's just, you got to feel for Damien Hamilton. I mean, he was there, he was going to finish on the podium. All he needed to do was just, bring it home and do so. But the tyres, they just lose grip. It just goes off them. Maybe it's a fraction off line when he put his foot on the brake. He just didn't have the car and the amount of grip that he was expecting. And he'll be disappointed with that one. At Tuda Gazoo Racing Team Thailand will not be too upset with that one, because they end up with two cars on the podium. And the driver will be most impressed with his efforts as Chemi Dolmaz got presented with an opportunity. He drove it down the inside, he drove it by these guys, and he managed to nick that race lead just before that safety car period. Now he leads the way home. Phenomenal racing action.
Yep. And also the fascinating games of horsepower versus grip and cornering grip and horsepower winning out on a street circuit is not something you usually would say, but it is the case here today. As there are your results on screen. Unfortunately, we lost Sirimet there early on in bringing out a safety car as well to boot, but nevertheless, it had made for an exciting race there amongst everyone else at the front of that field. So in some respects, whilst we lost out on that one in terms of the driver who'd shown the pace so far this weekend, being denied another race win for his success this weekend. Nevertheless, it's a good one here for Chemi Dolmaz.
Congratulations on the race win to Chem, and commiserations to Damien Hamilton. I mean, the difficulty is, changeable conditions, hot rear tyres, anything could go wrong. Got in there, got offline, it ran away from him. Or potentially, was there an issue at the right-hand rear corner of that car as well? Potentially. Rear left issue for one of those cars as well. Either way, it's been run and done, and how about the Thai fans all the way up and in that grandstand? I'm sure everyone enjoying the racing action live at the race circuit right across the weekend. It's been I just cannot believe how much this category continues to deliver down. Yesterday was just a little bit cruisy. Everyone was out doing their own thing, and today things just heated up. Things changed around, and it all got exciting.
Yeah, that it sure did indeed. Well, now just see the crowd here waiting for what will come next, and the answer being another sprint race will be coming our way in about, well, scheduled start in about 25 minutes time. Once we wrap up here with TSS Supercar GTC, it'll be Thailand Super Pickup in our Division 1 drivers coming next here today. And Goody down at the trackside. Unfortunately, it sounds like we're not getting any of the audio from Goody, because I was thinking we would probably hear him chat the Chem in English, which would have been an interesting insight into that race from the cockpit of the 35. But I guess, yeah, looking back on that race for us there, Scott, I mean, yeah, it was a fun one, that's for sure, with the way, watching there, the power difference play out there. Good to see, though, that the Toyota Supras there, they didn't have the lap time speed to beat the Trans Am cars today, in it seemed, but nevertheless able to get some advantages through the tight and twisty mid part of the lap there to still stay competitive, even though it didn't quite work out for them.
I mean, beautifully prepared race cars, though. Both in the Toyota Supra 3S and 8AR, slightly different variants on the cars themselves, but the racing action was quite close. And I mean, if you have a look at the 38 machine Karapong, you'll actually have some pieces of the car missing as well from that contact with Damien Hamilton all the way back on lap number 1, and was a little bit of the bodywork fell away, but it didn't look like it was impacting that car too much.
Yeah, thankfully so, given that it was contact with the number 38 of Karapong there between him and Damien Hamilton. Unfortunately for Damien there, just a case of, made some big attempts, some big braking moves, and it just didn't quite work out for him in some respects there, unfortunately. So definitely a shame for that one there, but it is good to see as the car is able to take a hit there and keep going as well, is probably the important thing to take away from that as well.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, Dan, more racing action coming up on the other side of this one as well. Moving into the second of the Super Pickup classes, I believe that'll actually get us out of the way in terms of the lap limited races from the Thailand Super Series coverage as well, which will be the first 3 races on today's card. After that, super compact with the first of our 60-minute races plus the lap and pit stops in those races as well. Just after the luncheon break, we'll have the Thailand Supercar GTM and GT4 categories, get into some coverage for Porsche Carrera Cup Asia through their channels as well. And then we get into the final race of the weekend, which will be your Supercar GT3. With the racing yesterday was phenomenal in the GT3s. We had just about a four-way battle for second spot out in the racetrack. Race was won by Deng Yi, and I believe we might have this interview in English.
Yeah.
And no audio, unfortunately, on this one. But yeah, that race yesterday in the Supercar GT3 category won by Den Yi and Sandy Stuvik. But it was that battle for second spot, though. It just kept heating up, and eventually Carlo Van Dam was able to bring that one away with the podium.
Yeah, indeed. That'll be fun to watch out for. That is obviously at the end of the day's racing. Yeah. As I said, we've got Thailand Super Pickup as our next race. That's our last race. It is scheduled for 12 laps. Then we have, Thailand Super Compact for an hour here this morning. Then we'll be straight in after that to TSS Supercar GTM and Supercar GT4 sharing the track. We get a short break whilst Porsche Carrera Cup Asia is on this afternoon. That's our one break for the day, because it is just race after race after race. In fact, it's 5 in a row, then a break, and then we come back for TSS Supercar GT3 to end off the day here today at the Bangsaen Grand Prix. Unfortunately, that's the end of the interview with Chemi Dormaz, so that's the end of any of the trackside English discussions, at least with this category here. And that means time to just now settle in and get ready for our Super Pickup Division 1 drivers to take to the streets.
Highlights now for the Thailand Supercar GTC race number 4. And it was Siramet that led us away from pole position on the grid. He was looking strong and he was starting to make that margin. But then it all went wrong, as on lap number 2, that car, something happened. It just shut down and there was no more spark going on in that engine. It was the dive away from Cem Yilmaz. It was this move right here that got him into first place on the initial, second place on the initial start. The Supras had a go at him on the run down to turn number 2, but that would be so critical for the racing action because it got him where he needed to be. Damien Hamilton would have a go down the inside, pinched a brake, made contact with the front right corner of the number 38 car, who then was able to get back by. A Karapong made a way past Manat. It was this car then failing, unfortunately, for Siramet whilst out in the race lead, and it was towed back down to turn 7 and outside the track boundaries. Damien Hamilton was quick on the restart, had a go, but a 5-second penalty was hanging over his head. He had to try and get the move done early. He did get the move done, and then it was trying to set sail and make sure that he could give himself every opportunity. Around the outside, had to go the long way around. It became the inside when he got down to the next corner as well. That's how he got the job done. That's how he moved himself up into second on the racetrack. Started to make some time over the 38 machine. Karapong was struggling to stick with the two Trans Am V8s. As they found a little bit of pace at the front end of the field. Cem Yilmaz made a couple of mistakes, as did Damien Hamilton. Before that, disaster in the final corner on the final lap of the race. That would cost him not just second place, which he was always likely to use with a time penalty, but the podium as well. Which means your final running order was Cem Yilmaz in the Ford Mustang Trans Am V8 from a Karapong and Manat in the Toyota Supras for Toyota Gazoo Racing. And Dan, that was the coverage of the GTC racing action. Shall we? I think we'll step away, take a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back for your super pickup coverage with the A and B class drivers as they'll take to the track in Angra in just a few moments. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we're getting ready to go out onto the circuit for the coverage of your Super Pickup D1 class, and indeed the largest number of cars you're going to see on the track at any one time right across the weekend. 37 cars due to take the start, albeit Jack Lemvard had issues yesterday with some sort of seizure of some description in that truck, and we're not 100% certain if he will take the grid for this one.
Yeah, that will be the big question mark in this race. He is set, well, currently going to be, if he does start the race, he'll be starting at the very back in that 37th position. So, going to be a lot of work for him to do if they've been able to get that truck fixed up at all with the guys over at Aurora Ford Thailand Racing. Certainly they'll be hoping to be able to get him back out there. It's just a bit of a question mark there, given it was a bit of an unexpected moment, quite literally on our formation lap yesterday, where unfortunately Lemvard ground to a halt. To put a bit of an awkward pause on proceedings as Goody chatting with Super Chai, who'd be starting this race in third place. So, a recap of what happened on Friday. Pardon me, I've just had a bit of a blank there as to when we actually saw it. Was it Friday night? It was yesterday morning. It was the first race of Saturday. So let me catch you up on that. If you watched that race yesterday, race 3 of the season for these drivers, it was Tanapon looking pretty calm and controlled up the front of the order in the number 15 truck. But for today, he's going to have to start out of 5th place. So a bit of work for him to do there. Other drivers up the front once again. Nutanuch starting in 4th, finished 2nd yesterday in race 3 of the season. Super Chai finished 3rd, starting 3rd. So we'll have to see what he can do, because he was in a tight battle with Nutanuch as well for most of the race. But going down through the order here, Scott, it's Chinawat on pole in the 23 truck, but Suwat, leader of the Class B drivers, starting alongside him on the front row, before you then get a bunch of our Class A drivers starting here with Super Chai in 3rd, as I said. Of the drivers from the front of the field yesterday, he's the only one starting where he finished yesterday. There's been a bit of movement for pretty much everyone else in comparison.
Yeah, indeed there is, and how about that for Suwat, who'll be very, very happy with the qualifying performance, the first of the B-Class drivers on the front row. Nutnutch, that you talked about just before, the 93 machine, will be on the outside of row number 2, and yesterday's race winner, the 15 machine, Thanaphon, behind the wheel of this one, will be off alongside the first of the Fords. Sandy Stuvik won the Thailand Supercar GT3 race yesterday, will be off of row number 3 in the trucks here today, and an opportunity for him to press his way forward. Could a podium be in the offering for Sandy Stuvik, who just seems in a wealth of form at the moment. Anawat in the 95 machine will be second of the B-Class drivers in this one, out of 7th position, although off alongside of him will be Natawat, the third of the B-Class drivers, hopefully trying to slice down the inside at either turn 1 or turn 2, should an opportunity present itself. Then we'll throw it back to row number 5, which will see the first of the non-Thai drivers in the second of the Ford Rangers. It'll be Jalen Robotham, the Australian driver, moved over to Thailand earlier in the year to work on his racing career, and off alongside of him is going to be the 16 for Keeluk in the Mitsubishi Triton. Moving back outside the top 10, first car outside the 10 will be in 11th spot, will be Tanawat in the 22 machine. Another one of the Aizu Zoo D-Maxes. Off alongside of him, the 91 of Jaturon, which is 4th place in B-Class. Akasit will be the first car on row number 7 in the 81 machine, and alongside of him will be Andrew Cronin in another of the B-Class cars.
Well, indeed, it leaves you... Oh, sorry, Scott, you were going to keep going there. My bad. I'll leave it with you for a moment.
Oh, go ahead, Dan. Go ahead.
All right, then. I'll steal away from Scott here in the middle part of the field. Simon there out of 15th place in the number 44 truck is sharing the 8th row today with Danawat in the number 45 machine. Both of those drivers in Class B to kick this one off. And then Chayapon in behind, another driver in Class B for 17th place. Going to be sharing that 9th row with Chalampon in the number 13. So that's actually 5 Class B drivers in a row. Then you get to Rhys here in the number 88 truck in 19th place. And in fact, we've got ourselves 2 trucks in numerical order lining up side by side with the number 89 of Surachai alongside to round out the top 20.
Throwing it back to 21st is going to be the 2 truck of Ekiset, the first driver outside the 20s. And B class for him, and off alongside of him, deeper in the field for some of the A class drivers, the 29 machine of Jaris in 22nd spot. Paitoon will be out of 23rd in the 11 machine, another one of the Mitsubishi, that'll be the last of the Isuzu D-Maxes, and then alongside of him will be Nuthaporn, which will be another one of the Mitsubishi Tritons, another B class driver back here. 25th spot will be Chaipon in the 14 machine, off alongside of him will be the 26 of Kiatasak. In another one of the B-class cars as well. 27th will be Chinon. 28th will be the 39 machine of Firawat as they all start to roll away.
That we do indeed. So out to the track they will go. Right on cue, which is good to see once again. And so, yeah, 37 scheduled starters. Let's see if we can spot the second of the Aurora Ford Thailand racing trucks right at the back of the field as starting this race. From that angle there, unfortunately not going to quite get that confirmation just yet, but once again working our way through the drivers of Thailand Super Pickup Division 1. But before we do, once again an overview of the circuit in case you haven't quite got your memorized just yet, but it's 3.74 kilometers of 20 turns anti-clockwise action around this place. As we are back on the Super Pickups, we're back to the Hankook Ventus RS4 Extreme Semi-Slick for our tyre uses. So watch out for the drivers to be squirming and sliding around here in these Division 1 Super Pickups as we have come to expect. And once again, as we walked you through them on the in the dummy grid, we'll have the grid now come up on screen as we are out on track for this formation lap. On board here in the meantime with Tanapon, so your race winner from yesterday, we'll get a chance to see how he rides out there today, I hope, at a couple of points. Scott, as we now watch the front of the field here in terms of the gridding on our grid display here roll by on our screens.
Yeah, we'll get back towards the back end of the top 10. So, opportunity for drivers with a bad qualifying effort. The pack does get gummed up quite a lot here, and the big key will be surviving the exit of turn 1 and turn 2. Take that as you will. It'll be about just making sure that if there is overlap that you're going to leave them a car's width, because the big thing that we've seen thus far this weekend is just people just misjudging it, not by much either, Dan.
Yeah, no, it's only been some small stuff, but it's been pretty consequential in some respects. So there's Jack Lemvard at the back of the field, at least on the on our graphics, on our timing. Speaking of which, so whether he will start the race is potentially a question mark. I'm just hoping there might be a chance we'll see some footage that confirms or denies his starting of this race before we go green. But back on board with Tenapon in the number 15 truck as they come into the monument section on this formation lap. Now we'll have to see. Most of these rolling starts, they're getting an extra lap after they come out of the pits. Basically double formation to get their eyes in. We'll have to see if they do the same for the pickups here, or if, given the lap times these trucks are doing just shy of 2 minutes, means they need to get this race going just a single formation lap here. No further time to get their eyes in. We'll have to see if we can spot the safety car in a bit, because it looks like it might have pulled away a little bit from that angle at least.
That might be about to go green flag. Racing, although the field will be forming themselves down through turn 15 at the moment, so I have to keep half an eye on that one. Chinawat on the run to the hairpin at the end of the lap at the moment, so we'll be due there in just a few seconds, and that's the 22 machine of Tanawat.
Yeah.
I wonder whether or not we actually are about ready for a start.
Yeah, we are. There you go. I was going to say, I think maybe we're going for a second lap. No, because then they immediately get into the two wide formation through 17. So the drivers start stacking it up here on the run down towards the last couple of turns. And we're going to get our last couple of drivers there towards the back to just file on in, and that's lights out, I believe, on the safety car pulling away from the field, although that's a bit of a lead of sorts for Chinawood at the moment. They'll need to get that sorted out here around 19 and 20, and then hopefully in this case we're going to have to hold them for a while and then go green probably at the last possible moment as the back of the field now run around 18, 19 and get themselves in position for this race start. There's the front of the field. A 2x2, but there you go. He's actually already put the foot down at the very front. So lights are out, wrist races go, and we are underway for times to pick up Division 1. It's a little more strung out, I think, than perhaps they were thinking here, but we are good at the front, side by side there for a moment into turn 1, and it will be the Super Try dropping back next to Tanapon on the run for turn 2, but he does cover it off, and Sandy Stuvik looking on the outside of the 15 in exchange, just in behind.
I was thinking that might actually have been one of the cars which is behind Sandy Stuvik, actually trying to have a go. And 37 trucks are trying to make their way up Monkey Hill. The first little bit of contact, they just both barely get away with it. That just about ended in disaster. At the front end of the field, though, Chinawood has gone. He's trying to run away. And Stuvik has managed to slot back into 6th spot. Now they all start to check up, and there's no overtaking on the run down in here. And like we said, 37 trucks means this snake making its way down through the turn 6 hairpin is going to take some time to get through.
Yep, and with these guys, they also aren't afraid to be right on top of each other entering that section of the road and having to actually jump on the anchors once again, as you hear some serious tyre squeal from a couple of these drivers as they're absolutely wringing the necks of their trucks. There's trouble somewhere. I think down towards turn 8, presumably, once again for the 46 truck there of Nutapon, and the safety car boards and flags are out straight away, Scott. At least they're on our timing and they're out. Wait to see the yellows come out on track to tell the drivers what's up. Oh, there we go. Yep,
yeah,
electronic signs are now up.
And the difficulty will be, it's out at the start-finish line, it's out on the electronic signing boards, and just making sure the competitors are aware. You can see the boards now starting to come out off the final corner as well, and the safety car is there. So it's going to be another refreeze of this field before we even got back to the end of the first lap. Chinawood will lead us to the start-finish line to finish lap number 1. Who's your gainers, who's your maintainers, and Danawat in the 45 entry, I'm just seeing on the timing machines, has actually gone to the pit lane. So one of the drivers has indeed moved into the lane, Dan, which will drop him out of where he was sitting at 18th spot in the running order at that point in time. So there's been some sort of issue for that 45. And the 46 truck as well, that shot might have been on the exit of turn 2, actually, because I don't have a sector time for the 46 truck.
Yeah, no, good point. It's only marked as one mark, which appears to be when they've crossed the start-finish line. So it's entirely plausible there that indeed they've had to run down turn 1 and 2. So, well, actually, I'm seeing a time. All this. I don't. Yep, there it is. Actually, on the start-finish, I never even made it to turn 1. It seems. So Marshall's there going to try and move it up. I believe there's a break there in the wall that they're coming up to now, so able to tuck that truck away there, and that should do the trick, it seems. As we do see there in the back of field, the number 41 Jack Lampard has taken the start of the race, and also importantly actually made some spots there before the safety car was called. So good progress in some respects there. It's put him in 30th place, having been set to start dead last in 37th. So that's ticking some boxes there for the Aurora Ford Thailand racing driver.
Yeah, an opportunity for him to keep moving his way further up the field as well will be quite key to his progress throughout this one as well. So already getting the notification they've got that car on the start-finish straight back behind that wall, so we will be safety car in this lap, which is the good news. The ride on board now with Thanafon in the 15 truck, sits in 5th spot. And an opportunity for him to keep moving his way further forward, see if he can show the speed that won him the race yesterday. So
whether he can put that pace to good use, because yesterday he won by 9, nearly 10 seconds. So the biggest problem is that being back in 5th, that's 4 trucks you've got to find a way past if you want to even have a chance at rebuilding a similar margin. As we watch them even here threading their way through the monument under the safety car pace. As we said earlier, in the Division 2 trucks, you can see they have to put a fair bunch of steering angle in, or at least they have to turn the wheel around in their hands a fair bunch to get these trucks turning. So it does show you there in many respects that there is a lot of steering lock required in these things. Is indeed this lovely drone shot running all the way from the monument, following our field up to turn 15 by the looks of things, and just under the bridge and just above the trucks as well there, and they'll be able to pop up over the wall here at turns 15, 16 and show the field on the run down towards the end of the beach side part of the track.
Oh, he's not done yet. He's absolutely not done yet. He's going to give us some more fun shots as they come up and around the hotel that's down towards the final turn as well. Right, we are going to have 10 more racing laps left to run. I believe the safety car is already in pit lane, which means we're probably back to green flag racing. And this is the onboard shot from the 15 truck of Thenafont, who will try and get a little bit closer. And indeed, the jumper's caught him napping a little bit. He's fallen a little bit back off of the truck just ahead of him, which was Super Chai in the number 7 machine. Sandy Stuvik is now going to come under a little bit of a pressure from Anawat on the run down to turn number 1. And who's able to make some ground, a little bit out of sync in terms of things for Nat Natch on the run down to turn number 1. Had to cover from Super Chai in behind him, but Stuvik's gotten away with that spot. Super Chai still trying to have a go at Nat Natch, and he's starting to become a little bit of the cork in the bottle there in third spot.
As we watch there, front half of the field, or third perhaps, I guess, making their way up past turns 2 and 3, and they drop down into turn 6 now to the hairpin, and we watch to see who's looking strong here on the restart, who perhaps has dropped back a little bit, or it's evens out a little bit through the hairpin. I'd even argue, and then sort of the gaps reform or begin anew on the run to turn at number 8. So top 5, top 6 are looking fairly undisturbed. There's actually a bit of a move going on in the background, I think, as through the first couple of sectors we come and watch them through the monument. Seeing my timing that Natawut has dropped back a spot, apparently to 9th. Whether that happened on this lap or it's happened at the restart, can't quite tell you. There's focusing on Sandy Stuvik here for a moment in this Aurora Ford Thailand racing truck, and see there he's not quite keeping up with the top 5 at the moment. Scott going to have to maybe start worrying about the guys behind, such as Anawat in that number 95 truck, and Tanawat directly behind him in the 22.
Now they come out of the last corner and try and find some speed. Super Chai is going to find himself a little bit of a margin, and a truck around down at turn number 15 on the outside tries to find the hole to get himself back across, and that is a tricky old spot. There's the Champ as well, the Toyota Champ car that makes its way through, and now he's just got to find a way to squeeze out. It's such a difficult spot to be parked up, but he did find a gap to get across there and get that one back running a little bit earlier than we would like. Was that Sandy Stuvik locked up on the run through 1?
Might have been. Didn't quite catch it myself. I was watching these guys here in the foreground of shot. But yeah, once again, Stanley just maybe something about the Ranger today not quite switched on. As we're going to see here, looks like it's been some contact at 15 indeed. And then they all pile on in. Now,
Surge, I think, is the 89.
Okay, I'm also thinking maybe it's the 66 of Chayapon that's dropped to basically dead last. Chayapon Chanter kit in the 66 Isuzu all-new D-Max. That might be our truck in question that we've had spun around there. Unfortunately, these bright green numbers and the kind of, they're great obviously if we get a nice close-up shot where the visibility is clear, but unfortunately even at a distance I find they're actually so bright, the number sort of becomes a bit of a blob on these windscreens. That's hard to get a read on them, but that's maybe just a me problem more so than a nitpicky problem. But nevertheless, watching our leaders once again here coming out through turn 15, and they're all relatively even spread. Shinawut still leading and actually at the fastest lap of the race by a second last time around, so his gap is currently at 2.5 seconds back to Nuch. And then you've got Suwant in behind, Tanapon now pressuring Super Chai for 4th place, but nothing of it this time into 18 and 19. Is on board with the 15 of Tanapon. We will go. That's a bit of opposite lock on the exit of 19.
You could just see how much attitude's going on in the cars. So they're all trying to do everything they possibly can. It's the closest battle to 22 and the 95 at the moment. Anahuat and Tanawat a little bit further down. So something worthwhile keeping an eye on. And then this is what it looks like on the run up to turn number 1. Tipping it in, still trying to balance the car, keep enough weight over the front to get the car to brake, pull up, turn in all at the same time, but not lose the rear is a very, very delicate balance. On the run up out of Monkey Hill now, and back at the front, Chinawat's starting to find that he's come under a little bit of pressure from Nut Nutch, and now the 59 machine, Suat, who has made his way past Super Chai. Well, now he's got to go and hunt down those leaders as well.
Look at the last lap times there on the board from the previous lap. Nutch, 55.768, just absolutely slapped everyone for the last. As the debris flags are coming out here on the run to turn 8, so is it debris or is it fluids on the track this time? We don't know just yet. I'm just waiting to see if there's any more flags out here through the monument. I'm not seeing any, so it's limited, it seems, on the run to turn 8. So I think we might be okay that it's a reasonably limited amount of affected track, unlike what we saw yesterday, where there was an issue where we had a lot of there was a big oil spill, which basically affected about half the circuit. As update has come through from race control, there was an investigation for passing before the control line, and the number 53 truck of Andrew Cronin was found to have done so. There'll be a 5-second post-race time penalty for the 53, which is currently sitting in 14th place. Never mind the penalties, it's on for the race lead.
Yeah, it is, and Nut Nutch has got there. Now he's going to try and do something about it, and Chinawat is going to have to defend for all his money. 57.090 was their lap times last time by. What's the time when they crossed the stripe? It was 57.090 on the most recent lap, and now 56.421. So he made time, he got there, and now he's starting to ail just a little bit is the 93 machine. Stewart is just trying to creep everyone underneath him, and I don't know where that microphone was, but that was a lot of tyre squealing. That was at the monument because the champ has gone around, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand champ, Toyota Hilux, facing in the wrong direction.
Song Sak there does get it pointed, going the right way again as a couple more drivers arrived on the scene. As you see here, a replay has happened all by himself. Actually backed it in from the Tech Pro barriers there at the monument. And it's picks up the back axle and drops it back down on the road. So almost lucky there. That didn't get, say, stuck or something. As debris flags back out again. So maybe some oil dropped on the road here in this part of the track, perhaps?
We've got
they're now out. They go to turn 9 and into the monument. We've got the debris flags are now sort of extending this part of the circuit. So that suggests, I'm thinking more it's now a fluid thing. That's now starting to be dropped. That's been dropped on that part of the circuit. So perhaps a little dicey around the back part of the track. We've also had a couple of trucks flagged for black smoke. The number 38 truck was the first one, Tayo Ida, in one of the Isuzu all-new D-Maxes. We had the number 4 and the number 88 trucks also added to that list. Number 4 is Supercorn, running down in 24th place for him, unfortunately. And the 88 of Waris, currently up in 17th outright. Unfortunately, they've just been flagged for that one there. But eyes still on the lead pack, is back on board with Tanapon. We will go, Scott.
Indeed, he's starting to make some time. So he has managed to close up just a fraction onto the back end of the 7 truck of Super Chai, just ahead of him as well. Fastest middle sector on that most recent lap for the 93 of Nut Nutch. So if there is some oil down, he is still making time at this point in time, albeit the times are starting to fall off just a little bit, and you can just see that Suat not quite able to make the apex at turn number 2, but carrying reasonable speed up and across the hill. Is that Nadanach that's starting to come back to him as well? So there's a 23. Yeah, so there's been time gained now by the 59 truck. 57.2 is his fastest lap of the race in the most recent lap. He took over a second out of the 93 truck ahead, 0.6 of a second out of our race leader. So the 59 truck starting to make some hay.
It's this elaborate back and forth game that we're seeing play out here, is focusing on the fight for third here, as and they've got traffic to contend as well as actually no more debris flags at turn 8, so that's good to see. So maybe it was just a bit of body work. So it was actually, oh, that's not ideal. 92. It's all, never mind. That's fluids dropping from the 92. As now we've got ourselves lead lap and lap trucks in the middle of this all together here. And it checks up the race leaders.
It checks them all up. They all just about had to come to a stop as they cut through the monument chicane. Well, now it is going to be all on as all of these guys try to find some way around. And yeah, so there's going to be some oil laid down. There's some fluid on the track of some description. What it is could be some water from the Tech Pro barriers as well. Don't forget, with that Champ car backing itself in, we're not 100% confident. What this has done, though, is it has brought Sandy Stuvik right back into the equation, and if Sandy's been able to look after those tyres just a little bit, and you can hear them now squirming and squealing on those tyres, as we now have ourselves just about a 6-way fight for the race lead.
I didn't think we were going to see that based on how the race was starting to play out now. So on that lap, 2:01.4 for your race leader. That's how badly affected he was. 2-minute 0.9 for Nunanuch. 2 minute, and the CC actually still only did a 1:59.0. That's how much he was still affected at the back of the group. But nevertheless, it is now all stacked up together and pretty close for all of our front running positions in this race as they head up the hill once again towards the hairpin. Fans out a little bit, almost it seems. Now the racing is able to get back going at normal speeds without traffic to get in the way.
Stuvik absolutely made time on the run between 2, all the way up across Monkey Hill down to turn 6. The problem is, can he get the drive and maintain the drive down this back straightaway to keep him relevant, give him a shot? The answer is absolutely not. He's not quite able just to maintain and get a launch up there. That one's gone in backwards. It's one of the forward cars, and Jack Lemva, the 53, comes a cropper. And that is Jack Lemvard as well, who was driving through from the rear of the field, and the 41 machine had got his way from 37th to 16th. And now he's going to fall significantly back down through the order. And Andrew Cronin was the other driver that was impacted by that. That was a phenomenal drive, 20 spots gained, and then it all goes by the wayside when they get down to turn 2.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a read on what's caused, although I'm actually looking to see. It looks like at sector 1 here, positions are updating a little bit. Cronin, he goes through, and he's lost 2 spots to drop to 9, or 3 spots to drop to 19th. And yeah, Lemvard now well down into the mid-20s, and waiting to see just how far that will fall any further. But your leaders already rounding the last couple of turns, and out they will go across the start-finish line as black smoke at the start-finish line boards for couple of trucks there, but yellow flags out approaching turn 1. I'm seeing safety car boards on the timing screens, and yep, there we go, double wave yellows. And is Lambard stuck at turn 1 perhaps? But there we go. Yeah, he is stuck, and that is why we are going to go to a safety car once again here in the Super Pickup Division 1 race.
Well, the difficulty is, I mean, with the talk of the engines and everything that goes on, you back that truck in there. If you don't get to the clutch, and that sort of locks up on the rear axle with the clutch not depressed, well, there's a whole bunch of potential to break anything in the differential or the gearbox, or put some impact back through the engine as well.
Oh, no. Whoa.
So the 53 was already offline, and then Jack's done a phenomenal job to keep it out of the barrier on that side of things, and then just clouts. That's got to do with oil. There's 100% something to do with oil down there for sure.
And I think it's also done a number on the left-hand side of Jack Lemvard's truck, unfortunately. So it might just be a case of it's not even drivable at this point for the contact reasons, let alone eventually seizing up once it's stalled out. So that's after not being able to take the start of the race yesterday from towards the front of the field to now not being able to finish this race off. This is unfortunately going to be the end of Jack Lemvard's weekend in Thailand Super Pickup with half a race rather than the whole race as he would have hoped. So now wait to see the field get collected behind safety cars once again. So I have to see if maybe they'll be able to do a little bit of work to clean things up in a few spots perhaps. At the same time, That's going to require getting the whole field still collected behind the safety car, because I can see on my timing that a lot of trucks are still spread out here whilst they're observing some safety car caution. So this might take a while before we get a restart here, because we've got to get everyone bunched up before we can do that.
My word, Dan. That run down to the turn one for Jack Lempard. I mean, the racing's been relatively good. It's actually been quite good to watch and relatively clean here as well. But, you know, there's something. The fact that two cars went in there incredibly deep in a row says that it's not just the tyres sort of coming away from these things that sort of started to overheat. There's something down. It's absolutely, you don't see two cars run in there like that unless there's been a major change in the grip characteristics of the road down there. So it's something down for sure.
Yeah, that would suggest so. Because although the way Jack came in, it was so quick, it's almost like the brakes didn't work. Because, yeah, and then, yeah, as he's trying to get the truck slowed up, it seems, yeah, around goes the rear as well for good measure. As you said, it's a minor miracle he doesn't hit the fence, unfortunately. Does hit Andrew Cronin. As I'm seeing on timing, Jalen Robotham's gone to the pit lane in the other team running the Fords here this weekend. Of course, as I said, the Roar Ford Thailand racing for Sandy Stubik and Jack Lempard. For Jalen Robotham, he's at Ford CRE Supervoot Racing. And he was running inside the top 10, and he's now had to come to the pits for some reason here.
And he's back out. So he was in and out for Robotham as well. So whatever it was, got in, got out, job handled. But he's going to lose probably about... He was sitting just at the back end of the top 10. He's probably going to lose about 12, 13 spots here and pop back out in the low 20s, which indeed he has in 23rd. And I think Thanafon's just figured out that he's on the coverage. He's waving hello and having a grand old time racing for inside the top 5.
Yeah, that is a fun little one there indeed. I wonder if that's someone on the team radio telling him that he's on camera. As Chase Chakras Parks. This is the second of the Ford CRE Supervoot racing entries. It's come to a stop on the run at turn 9, so this is going to delay the safety car even more.
That might be it.
So we had 3 laps to go at the start-finish line. We're probably going to need at least another one. So yeah, we might end up not resuming. Might have to, I'll have to see what the stewards do, because time-wise, just gone 11 o'clock in Thailand. We do have another 8 minutes scheduled for this race. So the time isn't so much an issue. It's just a case of, well, is there going to be actually a lap, or is it going to, like, are we going to get 1 lap of racing to finish this thing off, or is it be miraculous if we do get 2 laps to finish this race? But we'll have to wait and see.
Well, in the meantime, they're chilling out in the cars, trying to cool them off just a little bit, not over-rev them, and look after the trucks. And you can see from the 22, he's actually trying to get some air in that car. So actually, we're going to go back to Green Flag Racing this lap. I hope that Chase Chakras Parks, I believe that have got that car out of the way. And the difficulty for Chase Chakras Parks is he didn't finish the race yesterday either. So it'll be 2 DNFs for him as Bangsaen Grand Prix.
Good spots to note there indeed. So it's unfortunately been a rough one out for the Ford CRE Supervoot Racing team. And yeah, confirmation down in the pit lane, safety car in the pit. Now, interesting, he was actually scored as finishing the race, just he did only, the races did 8 laps, he only did 6. So there is that to consider. But nevertheless, well, let's not consider that anymore. Let's focus on the race we've got here and now. So last couple of trucks coming to the back of the safety car train as the lights go out on our safety car, and we hand back to Chinawood for a 2-lap dash. At least that's what we're hoping we'll get to finish this one off. And hopefully get a chance to see some more here from Thanapon's onboard. Still in 5th place. Hasn't made inroads. As the safety car's trying to pull away from Chinawood, but he's gone with the safety car, Scott. So we're practically back to racing. And that's someone going to be looking for a pass in the hairpin. That's going to be a no-no because there's a control line they have to wait for as we get back underway around the final turn. And it will indeed be a 2-lap race to figure out who is going to win the final race of the weekend for Thailand Super Pickup Division 1. And it's too wide for 4th place down towards turn 1.
They were looking for 3.
Yeah, they were looking, but it won't be 3. In fact, it will actually be as they were coming into the corner. Suwat ahead of Super Chai and Dana Bond, but only just.
And Steady Stuvik was deep on the brakes as they got down into turn 1 and turn 2 that time by as well. The only concern I'll have is that race control will take a look at that one from Chinawat's perspective.
He's put the fence!
Is it still going? Is it still okay? Well, it's just ripped the front left corner off that car. It's dumping debris out on the track. Gets to the slow zone down at turn number 6. The rear end's hanging off of that truck as well. Something's fallen off the rear end, and Sandy Stuvik can't overtake. Now he can. He was looking for the overlap on the left-hand side. The indicator came on. Oh, boy. He had the race just about sewn up.
Was that wheel
And
down
now
at turn
Stuvik
5 that we went
control.
rebuild?
Sandy Stuvik's going to have the 22 machine of 10 watt dive down to his inside. So the 23 will continue. Oh, where did that come from?
Oh, he's struggling though, that's for sure, through the monument. Tanawat get the move done because, yeah, he's muscled his way past Sandy Stuvik after standing up completely checked up. And look at them, crisscrossing all over the place as Chitterwood's basically defending like his life depends on it. Lock up into 15. Does get it pulled up though to not run over or run wide into the Armco or the Tech Pro there on the exit of the turn. And they're stacking up behind this damaged truck. Clearly down on speed, but no one can get alongside him to make a move. He's just in the middle of the road and covering everything. 3 wide in behind as well. Stuvik to the outside, trying to find something, and he's found the chance. He gets through.
Does he get through? Yeah, now he's got through. They're just about the Armco in the background, squabbling out of turn 20. The 22. Satanawat's managed to dive his way through. Final lap of the race. That was important. That's the run of the line. Race done.
All right. Well, actually, apologies there. Wasn't expecting that one to be the final lap of the race, but as a checkered flag comes out at the timing stand. And, well, that might just also save the 23 of Chinawat from a little bit more chaos there. And actually, pardon me, yeah, I think they were in the middle of that lap, and yeah, we actually got an update on the timing, so I just missed it because I wasn't paying attention for looking for it. We got a timing scoring update about a minute before they came across the line to say this would actually be the final lap of the race. So, apologies for missing that one there and all the madness that was happening there behind the 23 of Chinawat. He drops back to 10th on our time. It doesn't quite seem right. He should be in behind Sandy Stuvik and Tanner Watt.
He dropped a bunch of spots on the run of the finish. He dropped a bunch of them.
Okay, well, that really shows how damaged he was. But the 93 Nutnuch does get the job done as a result in this second race to wrap up our sprints for this weekend. We now have just the longer races left to conclude the weekend's action. And that means we've still got ourselves, 3 hours of Thailand Super Series racing plus Porsche Carrera Cup Asia coming your way here today. But man, when we thought that one was in the hands of Chinawat and it was all his,
well, it was
a rare error at turn 5. I haven't seen many of those this weekend, and it strikes right in the middle of a race.
Whether or not he got a bump or something from that notch as well, and I don't know. Either way, he's recovered it. He will still finish the race. My word, from the 23 machine drops to 10th in the final running order. And wow.
We're just sitting here sort of trying to process it and sort of remember how that all went down there, because that was a little bit unexpected, to perhaps say the least. Well, happy days for Nutnuch. He's would bring that one back in one piece, and also your race winner as a result. And that will do for our pickup racing here this weekend, now that we've run through both Divisions 1 and 2 this morning here to wrap things up. So asking the question in the Thailand Super Series chat as to whether that's on Amaris. There's well, as I said, I'm going to pretend it's not happening and doesn't exist, and maybe it'll just like
You can't
fade
ignore
away.
it, man. You can't ignore the
But
curse.
you insist we can't ignore it, so that's that might be a difficult kettle of fish for me to be able to work on there.
You can ignore, you can try and make yourself aware that it's not happening whatsoever, but the curse does continue. Man, that incident though for Jack Lemvar, that was a little bit funny. There's some more going on in that one, I'm sure, and some more to certainly be aware of. But for the 23 machine, you can just see from that nutch the way he gets out. He's just, whoa, where did that one come from? And he was enjoying the battle with Super Chai as well. So he thoroughly enjoyed that race battle, and it's always very, very tight up at the top end of racing in Thailand's Super Pickup D1 category, and look at the celebrations and the enjoyment from Suwat as well. All three of those drivers thoroughly enjoyed that battle to the end of the race, but I came out of nowhere. It's just interesting. It's what a spot for it to happen. Yeah, you just wouldn't expect a mistake to happen there from Chinawat, because you just backed it down. Nobody can get the job done at the crest of the hill at the exit of turn 5, and then it's the run down into the turn 6. You can't overtake there, so yeah, difficult one. And you can just see the temperature, and from that notch, really trying to cool off, because he was exceptionally hot under the collar in that truck. And you even saw under the safety car period as well, the 22 trying to open the door and let some air into the cabin. Such was the heat inside your Thailand Super Pickups.
I mean, you don't forget it's just gone past 11 in the morning at Bangsaen. So actually get a weather update if I can real quick for where it's at, right? Because we're on our track for a forecasted top of 33 degrees apparently, and let's have a look here. Coming up in a second. Unfortunately, no weather. Well, no audio from... Did I say weather? I meant no audio. No audio with Goody, unfortunately, these interviews here. You know, 3 drivers on the podium, all from Thailand, so I would presume these would be in Thai. But, yeah, according to weather forecast I can grab at this stage, it currently is 33 degrees Celsius down in Thailand. But it apparently, based on wind and humidity and all of that, means it feels more like a 42 degrees Celsius day at the moment. Even in the shade, it may feel as hot as 38 degrees Celsius. So it's yeah, it's nasty out there at the moment. Interesting thing is that it says here there's a threat of, well, for Thailand in general, possible thunderstorms. But yeah, so far it's bright skies and a warm day out there for all of these drivers and everyone on the ground as well.
I mean, tough conditions, and you can see it from the racing action as well. And, you know, the big thing is that means hot road, hot rubber, and already from that category where the tyres already tend to struggle in terms of the heating characteristics when you put a car that big on them as well. It's something you actually see. I don't know if you actually follow international truck racing as well. Just the heat that they put through everything that's going on. They actually have to run cooling systems whereby they can deploy water to dump on their brakes to try and cool them down. It would be much the same for these things. Keeping the brakes cool in these sorts of conditions as well, not easy. Just because it's just, you know, it's so easy to warm them up and so very, very difficult, particularly around Bangsaen, to get them to actually cool off again.
Yeah, obviously not to the same extent as a proper truck, which is a breed of racing unto itself. But yeah, you're not wrong out there. These kind of trucks would probably be struggling in that case. And maybe it's a case of something perhaps a combination of some kind of fluid on the circuit plus something with the brakes for Jack Lemvar. Because the amount of speed he took into turn 1 was very high. Usually we don't see the drivers carrying that much speed in these pickup trucks into turn 1. As deceptive as it is, it very much ends up being a spot where you roll it through already slowing down, because you've got to get it pulled up for turn 3 and on the semi-slick tyres as well to boot. There's not a ton of spare grip, let alone... grip in general. But enough talking about little ifs and buts. It's time to have a look at the race highlights here from Thailand. So big up Scott. And yeah, as always, drivers keen to go racing here on the grid, up and down the field.
Yeah, and that was all the excitement prior to the racing action getting underway. And then it was the run down to turn number 1. They was crawling all over each other up inside the top 5 as everyone was looking for an opportunity to get on through. And the 15 truck at Thenafon just could not find a way from the rear end of our top 5. Sandy Stuvik trying to get aggressive as well. Little bit of contact as we crested the hill on the first time by up Monkey Hill. And then something happened way back down at the tail end of the field that caused the 46 truck to not make it all the way through to turn number 1. They'd wheel that truck back behind the wall. That's the shot of the rally yard entry. Yeah,
maybe just, completely conked out.
Then it was set yourself up for a safety car restart. There'd be 2 of them in this race, and that would lead to a little bit of a time-shortened endeavour. But it was the restart, the run down here, and then this incident that sent the green and black truck tumbling throughout the field, trying to find somewhere to cut back across the road, which is incredibly difficult at that section on the road. 23 machine, though, would lead the way all the way up until something happened in the final stages of the race, but it was tough racing right throughout the field, and you could just see the transition in the weight through the cars as they try to get back onto the power on the exit at turn 19, the kink at turn 20. The champ car, the 92 entry, would back it into the fence at the Monument chicane, and that would be any of its opportunities to gain spots throughout the remainder of that race just about dried up, and you could see battles forming up and down the field. It was about a 4-way fight for P2 on the road, and then this happened for Jack Lemvard. Something on the road. The 53 truck was wide just ahead of them, so something issue for him. Couldn't get the car picked up. He was trying to pick somewhere to go because he could see Lemvard having an issue in the background, and unfortunately Lemvard just skewed back across the road. Lemvard would not resume the session, but the 53 truck would lose about 3 or 4 spots, get back out there after all of that. Safety car once again deployed, and then it would be the 1 lap dash to home. The tricky part was, how would you judge how everything was rerunning on the restart? Where would you find your grip markers, and also try and keep the cars cool at the same time? Incredibly difficult to keep those cabin temperatures down. It was Chinawat who led us back to green flag racing as he'd led every lap thus far. There was only 1 lap that was led by somebody else, and it was the final lap of the race. Got a great run up across Monkey Hill. There was so much margin. Did he just put a tyre offline? Did he touch something he shouldn't have? Into the barriers hard at the entry to turn 5, and unfortunately would tumble through the field, boxing in Sandy Stuvik, as Stuvik would look for a way around as well. They would scramble, trying to make their way past all these cars for 5th position on the road, trying to score points. Such was the need of the 23 machine. He wasn't quite able to hang on to most of them. They'd all try and have a go at him on the run out of the hairpin. The 22 would pick inside when they got down to the final corner at the last possible moment, looking for the switchback. Didn't work out for him. Got checked up. Stuvik the long way round on the outside would get the job done. Everyone would be squabbling for a little bit of room, and thank God it finished when it did, because if that didn't, the 23 truck was going to run out of time. You could just see slowing, still not a whole bunch of drive, and there would be a few more cars find their way by the time they got to the start-finish line, just missing out on 9th place by 1/10 of a second on the run to the flag.
And of course, dropping fluids there as well too. So there's that more cleanup that might have to be worried about as well. So it would be not shoot. Took the spoils there after the unforced error of Chinawut into turn 5. Handed that one away there. And as I said, that's now the end of our sprint races for this weekend. We are left with 3 one-hour events to complete our B-Quik Thailand Super Series Bangsaen Grand Prix coverage in 2024. And the first one coming up, we're going back to the Pocket Rockets. It'll be Thailand Super Compact up next for their final race of the weekend. And after a YK Motorsports formation photo finish almost, in fact our smallest race winning margin of the weekend coming in at 0.064 seconds, if I remember correctly, Scott. It is going to be another thriller we hope that we'll get to see here today for their second race of the weekend.
Yeah, we're going to step away, just take a little bit of a break, see if we can grab ourselves a breather before we go racing with your Thailand Super Compact. We're going to jump across and take one more look at the onboard lap from the Audi R8, driven by Daniel Bilski.
Hi, I'm Daniel Bilski. Let me take you for a lap of Bangsaen in the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. It's a super challenging track with 20 corners and plenty of bumps and jumps to master. Let's go. Fifth gear, flat out, 240. Looking for your brake marker at about 100 for the uphill braking zone. Road's cambered, hug the wall to the right. This camber helps you slow the car down. Late apex for turn 2. Watch the exit bumps, get good traction, then position the car for the jumps. 1, 2, car goes light, full throttle, 170 down here through Monkey Hill. Use the whole track width, get ready for the next big braking zone, flow the car in, watch the exit wall, get ready to drop into the hairpin. First gear, 35 k's an hour, get the rotation, pin the throttle, ready for the big long back straight. Maximum attack through here, a lot of time to make up on the exit of the hairpin if you get good drive and stay away from the bumps. Getting ready for the next big break about 100 meters. Now, hard brake, first gear, use all the track width, flow the car in, short shift to second, kissing the walls, get ready for the monument, big commitment, here, pin the throttle. Let the car run wide, big bump on the entry to the next curve, full throttle through here if you dare. Getting ready for a short braking zone from 200, brake hard, second gear, flow the car in, watch the exit wall, watch the bumps, trying to get maximum traction. Careful on the entry to the next corner, you can flow very wide, very close to this exit wall, big bump on the exit. Spot your braking marker for the hotel, 100 meters, V the corner, first apex, get the rotation, second apex, pin the throttle, hug, turn 20 all the way around to the front straight. A lot of time to lose here if you lose traction over the bumps. Hold it flat, let the car settle, run it to the line. That's a lap of the Bangsaen Grand Prix.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to get into the coverage for your final race of the weekend for Thailand Super Compact. And this will be another 1 hour affair as we get set to let the little things loose around the Bangsaen Street Circuit. Thailand Super Series, bringing you all the racing action from the Bangsaen Grand Prix. And once again, we want to check in with all of our international viewers. Hope that you're all settled in, got some popcorn and or some food and ready to go racing once more.
Yeah, you're going to need it for this category, guys, because if yesterday's race is anything to go by, these guys sort of don't know what no means, but you see here as we go to the starting grid that it's a bit of a different story in terms of who's starting right up the front of the field versus what we saw yesterday. It was the YK Motorsports Honda CRZs that controlled the race yesterday pretty comfortably, whereas today it looks like we've got ourselves the number 25 Toyota Yaris from Toyota Zoo Racing Thailand outfit there, of course. Nora Apivat, the lone driver of this car, going to be starting up the front end, and that's definitely good for him because unfortunately he only made it 4 laps through that race before having to retire that car. So that's definitely improvement in terms of seeing how things start out at least on this one here. Sharing the front row with Mitchell and Mohammed Akib's Toyota Yaris from Wing Hing Motorsports. I noticed over to the other side of that front row as well. We'll walk through the grid in full when we get there. In the meantime, I can just hear Goody chatting in the background, I think, with Nora here. Unfortunately, I believe it will be in Thai, so won't be able to make much of the particulars from this interview here, Scott. But yeah, these cars and this fact we've got a 1 hour race in this category makes for some of the more exciting racing that we get to see as part of this weekend.
Yeah, and as usual, you know, this category, of course, with the differences. I mean, it's a tricky combo to really make sure that everyone is playing on as most of a level playing field as they possibly can. This car was click earlier in the weekend as well, as they're trying to keep all their drivers and everyone cool. And the chat to the 38 machine will start on the front row as well. One of the big keys to this category is, you know, you've got a whole bunch of different engine capacities and turbos sort of thrown in the mix as well. But then you can also go ahead and add in not just those little differences, but sequential versus H pattern gearboxes. Now, for the larger your engine, there's a certain amount of ballast that gets added to the car. The cars must meet a certain minimum weight metric. Then, you know, for each of the benefits that you sort of get, so a bigger engine with a turbo, well, you get yourself an even more penalty, and then you strap yourself in sequential shifter. That's another weight penalty on top as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility allowed in this category, which I think is actually really cool because, as I said, it means we actually see cars here with manual H pattern gearboxes, but there's also several here that have sequential paddle shift gearboxes as well, naturally aspirated versus turbocharged engines, and for the most part, it all seems reasonably even and balanced, which is, for the most part, I have to say, quite impressive. As we are going to get back towards one of the YK Motorsports entries, and it's the 95 of Budamont and Chanyabut. That is the best positioned of that team. They came home second yesterday by, again, 0.062 seconds. The teammates in Tanner Roche and Decathorn in the sister car number 14 for YK Motorsports. Having a look at the starting grid here, the guys in that number 14, interesting, they've got a decent qualifying time. That qualifying time would have been good enough for 9th on the grid by times alone. Now, there is a note on the official starting grid document that there was some kind of competitor request form. Unfortunately, I don't think we have access to that. That would have been interesting to note there what that would have been about. The other thing I'm going to try and catch up on is, will we have compensation times confirmed for today's race? Because that will be important to know, of course. Success times adjustments for these categories, of course. In a 1 hour race, compulsory pit stop at around the halfway mark, to keep in mind, Scott.
Yeah, somewhere between the end of the 25th minute and the start of the 36th minute as well. So, start of the 35th minute, I think. There's a 10-minute window there to go with. Just having a look towards the tail end of the field, yeah, there was an issue for the 14 car, which was due to start out a 9th position, which is starting from the tail end of the field. So something's gone on there. They did have their final results, I believe, classified, and there was no issues yesterday, although the number 89 car, which I believe was my apologies. It was Manatasit and Thanasith were disqualified from race number 3 yesterday. Number 59 car as well also had 35 seconds added to their post-race time from earlier in the weekend. So they finished a lot further down the running order, and 35 seconds in post-race time is not a good thing, because that'll bump you such a long way down the running order. So, but it doesn't look to have affected them too much. They'll still be here and turning laps. They'll be starting out of 11th for today's race as well. We're going to start shuffling through the fields. The front row will be Norat from Muhammad Akib. Will be starting the 38 car, so 25 and 38. Second row will be Chanyabut, I believe, in the 95 car off alongside of Falfong in the 33 entry. Then we get back to row number 3, which will be Thanapatra in the 5 car off alongside of the 69 entry. We should have Ayrton behind the wheel to start race number 4 of their season. Row number 4 will be Hitaharu, who we're looking at, I believe, in the 88 machine right now. We'll be starting this car. Off alongside of him will be the 92 of Chaya, and Chaya has been extremely quick in terms of the championship standings thus far. Moving further back as well to the 23 machine, which will have Tantarok in this machine for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand number 23, and Shenang will be off alongside of him in the number 66 entry. Solo driving effort, and the difficulties today is that temperature and humidity have come up just a little bit. That could be a difficult race for him. The 59 entry starts outside of the top 10. Will be Anawat starting that car. Off alongside of him will be Kajonsak in the Ford Fiesta. That's he's had a few issues with across the duration of this year as they're all starting to get themselves strapped in, and looks like we're running out of time on our formation on the dummy grid as well. 65 machine will be the next car in order out of 13th spot. And Chok Chai will be the starting driver for the 46 machine out of 14th, Dan.
And that's just about, just over halfway through the field. Your 8th row is going to be Mandasit and Tanasith's Honda CRZ. It'll be Tanasith starting the car for this race as driver number 2 in the 89 Honda CRZ. Alongside them, here is the number 37. So it's a Honda City. This is a Honda CRZ here. Arton sharing his car with Putinad. You haven't got, again, CRZ is pretty popular. And here you go. Demola going to start that car. Sharing that one with Shivin later on. As, at the front of the field, the green flag is waved. The pit exit is open and we will roll off here. 25 cars set to start this race here for Thailand Super Compact, race 4 of the season, and I actually was able to find us the compensation times for the pit stops. So, once again, if you didn't catch any of the coverage yesterday, all drivers must complete one compulsory pit stop, as Scott has said, between 35 minutes remaining in the race until 25 minutes remaining in the race. Now, if a safety car comes out, that pit window will be closed and then reopened after it goes green. So there is that to keep in mind. But the important number, minimum time that is set for all cars is 95 seconds from pit entry to pit exit. And then we adjust from there. So longest stop this afternoon will be your race winners yesterday afternoon. Tanner Roj and Decker Thorne will have to serve a 110-second pit stop, or 110 seconds in the pits. I should probably rephrase there, Scott, given they have 15 seconds added for winning yesterday's race. Other drivers with adjustments, a couple of the solo drivers who are grade A or grade B. Pardon me, it's the drivers who are solo have 4 seconds added to their stop time. So that is Kajonsak in the number 4, Tanapatra in the number 5, Kiatifan in the number 16, Jonathan Giboyu in the 17, Norarat in the 25. As on screen here, we also see, once again, we're on slick tyres for Thailand Super Compacts. That is the Hankook Ventus F200 for this one. And then just quickly going through the last couple of cars, Punafat in the 34 solo driver has time added, as well as Chana Chicha in the 65, Shane Ung in the number 66, and that is it there. Beyond that, fairly minimal adjustments up and down the field. So pit stops shouldn't mess things up too much, but here is the full grid now on screen with the starting drivers.
As we make our way through them as well, lightest car in this field, 945 kilograms, all the way through a couple, I believe, that were up around, there's definitely cars up around 1,100 kilograms, and remember, that's a minimum weight. You can exceed that weight, no problem. Yeah, we've got one car. So the lightest car in the field, 945 kilograms, is... as soon as I got to read it out, I've lost it, is Yotsarun in the number 88 machine with Hitaharu Kuroki. And heaviest car, 1,116.5 kilos. And that is the 69 machine with Cheetafon and Ertzen appearing in, the number 69 car. So there's a fair breadth in terms of car weights, and the reason that they're so heavy is they have a 1500 turbocharged engine with a sequential shifter as well. So, and the reason for the weights as well is because they've had to add driver ballast to that car as well. They measure driver weights in this series as well, so that's accounted for. And initial weights as well on those cars. A whole bunch of different factors that goes into balancing these classes out to try and create the best racing possible. Difficult though, Dan, is the 14 car starting from the rear end of the field. Decathlon, they are your championship leader as well. So they've got some work to do, and they may elect to pit early to see if they can pass a few cars with the undercut.
Yeah, that's a possibility indeed. Actually, you're surprised to see them that far back. Is driver number 69 there? And has he got something up and he needs to come to the pit lane?
Yeah, he's got an issue for sure. That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, so he will head to the pit lane. So that's trouble there for Ayrton. Sharing the car with the cheated font, and it will leave a gap on the third row of the grid next to Tanapatra in that purple Honda CRZ. Well, your top four, they all round turn 20. You get the rest of the field here ready to roll for Thailand. Super compact. 60 minutes of racing is on the clock and ready to go. Leader holds them for a little bit here onto the start-finish straight. And there we go. Lights are out. We're underway. 3 wide immediately across the start-finish line as the drivers try and get up to speed here. And it's going to be the number 33 of Pao Fong looking for the race leader, turn 1.
Yeah, Chen Yabut went no, sorry, you're right. It was the 33 entry that was looking to go around the outside. Indeed, he's managed to do that for Pao Fong on the run down through turn 1. Manages to pull it up nice and cleanly. And I think they've managed to make that 25 car file itself in and still continue to hang on to its position. So that'll be Norarat. They'll be trying to gain some time on the way in there. We got to keep an eye deeper in the field. What was the progress like, though, for the number 14 car? 2 cars didn't make the start, so moves up 2 positions with one of them feeding off into the pit lane. And then he'll be trying to make some time. You can see the next racing car has already made up probably about another 3 or 4 places on the run down to the hairpin on the first lap. And he was really trying to make sure he got that job done before they got to that control line there, but to feed back in single file.
Yep, and do note, of course, the racing has to stop there just after turn 5. As we watch our leaders down into turn 8 for the first time. Bit of defensive driving there in the middle of the road. That would be Shane Ung in the Honda Fit. It sort of sticks out from amongst most of these Honda CRZs, which is by far and away the popular car in this class. In behind him, I do believe, is Hitaharu behind the wheel of the number 88 CRZ. As your leaders up to turn 15, they will go single file for now as they wind their way down towards this part, or the second part of the seaside run here to end the lap. That was a shot there looking up from the monument towards turn 15. As there we go. That was indeed Shang-Ung and Hitaharu. So nose to tail as down under the brakes we go at full speed for the first time. And it's a margin building for Pao Fong over Nora Rat there in the Toyota Yaris. And for Mohammed Akib now looking to try and find a way by on his Toyota brethren there at the front of the field for second.
Yeah, and what's the progress like for the 14 machine? We got its way up to...
Slow car.
Slow car. So that's the 69 machine that's tried to rejoin the circuit and has not gone well. So they've had further dramas, further issues. They just might try and find a escape road and get that car out of the way as soon as it's physically possible. With the field still relatively condensed and that car not parked in a majorly dangerous position at the moment, still circulating. If he can feed that thing back in, and most of the field can find its way by, we might stay green flag racing, and that's going to be the bulk of the field to get through turn 2 here and out of the way. So they've done a reasonable job to get that car out of the way as soon as possible. Now they all start to bank up in behind Norarat out of turn 6, and the 25 machine now becomes the cork in the bottle at the head of the field. And I tell you what, Chanya Boot starting to make some ground up as well in the the second of the Honda CRZs. He's starting to really have a go at Mohammed Nakeem. Now, Nakeem was a little bit slow on a straight line yesterday, and Chanya Boot, you can just see it, really trying to carry some speed off of the corners and beat him in a straight line.
Doesn't quite get it done that time, though, through turn 8. So we'll have to get back in line. You see Mohammed Nakeem's got a nice run through the monument, gotten back on the bumper of Norarat as they make the run. But it looks like, that 38... Winghin Motorsports Yaris doesn't have the straight line guts, but he lunges up the inside of 50. Contact with Norarat, going to unsettle the Zoo Racing Yaris, and as a result, Chanyabut's going to sneak on through. Tanapatra will get through. Will Chayar get through here as well at 17? Man, he was not ready for that, and neither were we. Haven't seen turn 15 be a racing overtaking move like that. How's this for a lunge? He does hit him. And it lifts up the left rear corner, and it's dented that's the passenger side door in these cars, I should remind you. Right-hand drive for most of these kinds of cars here in Thailand. Well, we saw the 38 get a time penalty for what we thought was driving conduct in the mandatory yellow flag hairpin. Will there be something similar now beyond the cards for that kind of a run into 15 as Locke breaks for Chanyabu into turns 1 and 2?
Yeah, well, the difficulty is that he was absolutely holding everyone up. The problem is he's cleared him, but then he's cleared him for the pack. So if the 25 machine was still sitting there, I reckon that'll be a 5-second time penalty. I absolutely feel like that's been the consistent standard that stewards have been setting thus far. And reminder that car you're right, he got a black and white flag yesterday for driving standards infringement in the yellow flag zone, and then got a penalty after that. So he was warned yesterday, and there is no way the stewards will be tolerating anything like that. So I'm pretty sure it'll either be a 5 or a 10-second time penalty, probably a 5-second time penalty.
Yeah, I'll wait to confirm when we see any reports come up on screen, because for now, it's nothing come through on the race control channels just yet, as we continue to watch these drivers snake their way through this middle part of the lap. Through the monument they go. And the fun thing is these drivers are about on pace with our super pickup trucks, so it really shows you that presumably they've got a bit more grip through the corners, but they're lacking in straight line relative to our big trucks that we've just had out here on the circuit. As they wind their way through turn 15, Norat seems to be getting back into a rhythm as he hooks onto the rear of Chaya for this train of, for third on back, as they work their way down in towards turns 18 and 19. Once again at racing speed. Looking to see here, can anyone go and catch Pao Fong, who's pulled dead? There's 5-second margin here at the start of the race and has apparently no signs of giving it up just yet. It was about, well, actually, pardon me, on that last lap, there we go, time's flashing up on screen now. Actually lost half a second to Mohammed Nakib. So maybe that Wing Hing Motorsports Yaris does have something to give, as he comes Chayar on Tenapatra at turn 1. Door is wide open, Scott. But that means defensive from the number 5 will be enough to park it up. Looks like it.
Yeah, it looks like a run was okay, though, for Chaya off of the exit turn 1. And Norat, although he was holding these guys up just a fraction whilst he was out in front, he's now managed to recover, and he's starting to run with them as well. So a little bit of confidence back the way of Norat. Sector 1 time for our race leader, by the way. Fastest first sector time of the race. So Pao Fong starting to really try and pull away as best as he possibly can and run, because in the middle sector on that most recent lap for Mohammed Nakib was the fastest middle sector as well. 2 cars now in the pit lane. They got the 69 car back, so no safety car required to extricate this car from somewhere out on the circuit. But yeah, the engine not working, unfortunately, the way that they're looking for. So whether or not with the wheels turning, it might be gearbox related as well, but they're under the hood.
Yeah, having a look around and try and figure out that one, unfortunately, there. So, bit of work to do. Yeah, second gain in Sector 1 for Pao Fong over Mohammed Akib. It would appear he's decided, okay, you want to go faster than me? Oh, can you match this? And so far, the answer on this lap is no, I cannot. From the number 38 machinist. Oh, trying to come through the field. Decker Thorne behind the wheel of the number 14. They were running up, and I think about 15th maybe at that time. They've now dropped to at least 18th, 19th place. Now, in fact, they had a shocking sector. No, sorry, that's the car behind. Had a shocking sector 1. Yeah, they lost all their time in sector 2, of course. They're at turn 8. So it's unfortunately been a sight running in hot and finding the Tech Pro. There, Scott. We've seen it in several cases this weekend. Thankfully, backs it out and keeps on going.
Yeah, so it's still alive and still an opportunity, but, you know, cannot be forgotten. That is the championship leader. That cannot be understated. An opportunity to score points in this race yet again today. I don't, unless another safety car comes, I think that might be their opportunity of points in this race gone.
Yeah, it could be indeed. Points in this category, as it is a 1-hour race, scored as per the F1 scheme. So you need to get to the top 10 for those points to be awarded to. So the main thing being is that, don't forget also, that point standings based on drivers. Chayar was the driver. This is back at Chang. Chayar was tied up with Tanner Roche in that number 14 for drivers' points so far this season. But also don't forget that for Chayar, had a bit of a rough one. Actually got 1 point, finished in 10th yesterday. So But as a result, therefore, that's a 24-point deficit yesterday alone. So, in other words, Chaya will need to win the race again today for the points to be tied back up or to get ahead, as it were. So there's things like that to consider. Right, you also got drivers like Tanapatra. Tanapatra's only 5 points behind at Chang. Finished yesterday's race, so they're down 12, no points for them. So that was a bit of a loss, to say the least. So, yeah, points will be in flux. And also on the race control timing and scoring, we've had race investigation, and it's actually just been updated with a decision. 10-second post-race time, 10-second time penalty to be served at the pit stop for the number 38 Wing Hing Motorsports Toyota Yaris for the contact with the 25 Noah Rat back about 2 or 3 laps ago at turn 15. So there we go. That indeed not looked upon kindly by the stewards there.
Yeah, so the escalation of 10 seconds compared to, because if you have a think back about the one from Damien Hamilton in the GTC race, was he also readdressed the incident as well, but there was a piece of bodywork that flew off that car. So 10 seconds, yeah, I can see that one. That makes sense. So I might have called it a little bit too hastily with just the 5 seconds. Kajonsak at the moment, though, trying to hang on to 9th spot, which he's picked up from the start over Anawat at the moment. And it's going to be a difficult, tricky old day as they run up and through Monkey Hill, crest the hill at turn 5, and then the dive down into turn number 6, and look for drive down the back straight as well.
Yeah, watch to see if this Honda City can find a way past in a straight line on the Ford Fiesta. Head towards turn 8. Certainly looking around in the mirrors is Anawat to try and make things interesting, but we'll have to check in with that later, as it's going to be Pao Fong back out in front, who on the last lap set another fastest lap of the race to pull a margin of nearly 2 seconds on that lap alone to Mohammed Akib. So looking good here in the 33. Not quite setting the timing sectors ablaze on this current lap, but it will still be pretty healthy there. So top 3, now having seen them go through turn 17, Pao Fong, Mohammed Akib, Chanya Boot, looking like they're pretty comfy, because then you've got the next pack of Tanapatra, Chaya, and Nora Rat. All drivers who don't have a co-driver in this one, as we've also they just flicked away to see here the number, is that 13, or which would be, yes, 13, which I think is Mama Rafael Casera is currently aboard that car on the Jazz. But there we go, back to the fight for 4th place as they run across the start-finish line we go.
Yeah, very, very tight. The run down the start, finish straight. Thanapatra trying to defend. He's going to cover what will be the inside at turn 2. So he's going to be on the outside as they get through turn 1. And the 92 machine was in hot. They nearly made contact. That would have been disastrous if they did so. Phenomenal driving using all the space available to them. Another lap will go by. And once again, Nora Rat is just sitting there and watching as Chaya and Thanapatra go absolutely hammer and time at each other.
Thing is, of course, if you're Nora Rat, you can't afford to hang around forever. Yes, the driver that you got entangled with has got a 10-second time penalty, but he's currently up the road to the tune of about 7 seconds from where Nora Rat is versus Mohammed Akib. So he really needs to see if these two can sort themselves out. Tanapatra, though, says, I'm going to defend it at turn 8 from Chaya. That's basically the last thing Nora Rat could want to see. So he either has to try and force the issue now to get past them, which then costs him more time, or just hope beyond all else these two finally focus on racing nose to tail, not side by side.
Look at the Yaris, had a really, really good run through the monument. And now I continue trying to build onto the rear bumper of these guys. Now Chaya's going to actually lock up by the look of that one on the run down into turn number 15. So it all continues unraveling a little bit. Mohammed Akib still trying to run away at the moment. And Chenya Boot's trying to go with him on the current lap. The race lead now out to 8.3 seconds. And Chenya Boot did take just a little... No, Chenya Boot did actually lose a touch worth of time to Mohammed Akib on that lap. So the margin opening up now for P2 to P3, just a fraction. Just a touch under 2 seconds it is for that battle on the road as it currently stands. It's actually an incredibly tight battle all the way down in 14th spot on the last lap by as well, which will be
Take 2.
Shire, yeah, but very, very wide at turn 1 is going to present an opportunity. Thanapatra looking for the switchback. Does get reasonable drive, but just not close enough.
Yeah, almost gave up too much through turn 1 to set up turn 2 on that time. Whereas Thanapatra throwing it in deep had just enough pace to cover things off. As you said, there's a good battle further on in behind. The funny thing was, as you said, last lap around, Powerfong, either it's the run-up Monkey Hill on the hairpin, or it's the straight line. Well, is it handling or is it power? I don't know which exactly, but the 33 machine has got Sector 1 absolutely covered to the tune of 0.7 to a second per lap over Mohammed Nakib in that Toyota Yaris. So the funny thing was, he set a personal best Sector 1. He's done it again this lap. But then he set the fastest second sector of anyone in the race and was still ended up being slower by about 0.3 for the lappers. The 17 indeed. That front end's not looking 100% healthy, but for Jiboy Jonathan, that's at least back out on track, because at one point that car was in the pits with its bonnet up.
Yeah, the difficulty though now for the 34 machine cutting his way through, and I believe this was the battle we were just talking about. So 34 sits in 12th spot over the 23 of Tanchanok in 13th, then the 14th spot car will be Chok Chai. I believe all three of these guys are actually relatively close together, although they might have just sorted that one out on this lap. Chok Chai might have actually lost 2 spots as he falls back behind these guys in the 46 entry. So margins will start to open out just a little bit. This will be interesting to see now with that in tow as to the outside on the run down to the turn 18, turn 19, and confirmation back up at the head of the field. Chai deep in at turn 1, got the job done at turn 1, but at turn 2 he just about ended up in the barriers, and now the 5 car is going to come back and have another go at him. Thanapatra looked like he had a run sorted, and then I think he's had to lift because he was going to make contact.
Wow, there you go. Nice job done there indeed, although very hairy there, way out wide at turn 1. Get offline there quickly, and all of a sudden these cars look like they're not on slicks. They're dancing around and in the marbles. Something fierce. So, yeah, I wouldn't want to be out there on the regular, but it looks like as a result, Chaya now able to start stretching his legs a little bit, and that's quite valuable because they've lost again. The gap is now at nearly 10 seconds to cast Mohammed to keep up in second place. So very much so that concern that Norat maybe would have had. Again, don't know if he actually knows about it, but again, it's just time lost watching these two go at it lap after lap. Has definitely seen that margin blow out in front, let alone to the race lead, of course, as well on top of that.
Yeah, well, the difficulty now is for Mohammed Nakib, that extra 10 seconds in terms of a pit stop is going to put him probably about 4th on the road. That's not accounting for any other balance of performance in the pit stops as well. So the times are good for Mohammed Nakib, and he is starting to make that margin and widen that gap up just enough. Race leader at the moment, still Powerfong. Margin on the most recent lap was 8.5 seconds. We'll get an update on that one when Mohammed Nakib gets to the start-finish line, which I believe he has now just done, as has the 95 of Chenya Boot, starting to make a little bit of ground back on him. So it's 8.492 seconds, so it's relatively unchanged for the last couple of laps. It's been incredibly close to about that marker. And Chenya Boot's just ebbing and flowing a little bit with Mohammed Nakib. Some laps he is taking a small margin out. Some laps Mohammed Nakib is just putting a 10th or 2 over him.
Yes, that will be important to watch out for here. And once again, Powerfong up in front, fastest first sector. So I'm just trying to wonder here, what do we think it is? Is it straight line power for the 33 down the front stretch, or is it braking and handling up from turns 1 to turn 6? Or is it acceleration out of turn 6 where it's really counting? They've got a really good gearing setup that's allowing them to punch out pretty neatly there. As we focus still here on Chenya Boot, with Mohammed Nakib just in front. They come through the monument. That was a little slow there for Chenya Boot, and the timing sector can grease. losing 0.4 of a second in that middle part of the lap there, as he then tries to get it up to speed, or keep it up to, I should say, there through the start of Sector 3. That's been a change of position, meanwhile, further on back between Tanchinok and Punapat, as that's outside the pit window. So for the number 11 of Stringhetto and, pardon me, Carlo, we agree this was it's not Van Dam.
No, it's not Van Dam, yeah.
Yeah, we sorted this out yesterday, last time they were racing. The number 11 machine, it's Carlo Volpi for Sigma Motorsport. Unfortunately for the two of them, you don't want to be in the pits right now, but here they are all the same.
Yeah, unfortunate for these guys, because they were having an okay weekend in the Sigma Motorsport machine, but not the case anymore. And that is a position change on the current lap as well, because the 23 machine was in behind the 34. So Tanchinok has managed to grab that place away from Funapat, and now he'll get the opportunity with a little bit of clear air. The problem he's now got is, I believe, the next car on the road is about 7.5 seconds down the road. So he's got some work to do if he's going to be able to go and find that one, although he took some significant time out of them on that most recent lap. So there's certainly pace now that he's cleared the 34 car. And on session best lap for that car just about immediately. Now the traffic, and there's a slow car on the run out of turn number 1. That's in the barrier on the left-hand side. Although
and there's a dropping something. Yeah, I was going to say dropping something at the front of the car, or potentially, yeah, in that case, now we're talking something wrong in the engine bay. And it's steaming up. Yep, driver out of the number 46. Kiona Jazz, Chok Chai. Thankfully, get clear of the car, and indeed, safety car boards being prepared, because we are going to have to neutralize this race, as we are minutes away from, well, the pit window would have opened, and now it might not open, as, yep, there we go. Race is neutralized under the safety car boards and flags. There goes the race leader, actually, I think, coming up to the start-finish line. So that's going to mean that safety cars missed the window, I think, to pick him up, ideally, on this lap. And these little bunch of cars, you can't pass anymore, folks. We are neutralized. So round you go in formation at a safe pace.
Yeah, the difficulty is, though, for a few of these cars towards the tail end, because we're looking at Decathlon at the moment. He's about 35 seconds off the race lead, so they actually do have a fair margin that they've got to carry on with to try and close back up. So, not an easy thing for them. They can't really back off too much. But race leader's actually on the run down to the turn 6 hairpin. I think he's actually just come out of turn 6 at the moment. So he's on the run down to turn 8. So the difficulty we've got is that the 27 car is in 19th position and is the last car on the lead lap. So they're only about 5 or 10 seconds down the road from our race leader, so they've got to do a fair bit of driving to try and get back and catch up to our race leader, and that's before they can then release service vehicles on the track to go and rescue the stricken 46 car.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while for the safety car to be able to get out, make sure everyone's under the control or driving at sufficiently safe speeds for the safety car procedure, and to be able to then go and get the number 46 from the side of the road. Actually, there we go. So safety car's been able to come out, perhaps as an alternate safety car position. They're able to send that safety car too, because it's picked him up partway around the lap. And confirmation from race control, since we are under safety car before the pit window was opened, the compulsory pit window actually will be delayed here, since we're not going to get back and restarted in time for that standard opening of the window. So means for these drivers here in the car, they get to run a little bit longer into the race, because they will get still a 10-minute pit window all the same. So for these drivers here, who supposedly are the faster drivers for them usually in these cars, how many now try and go long? Or are there going to be teams that realize we've had one safety car here right on about the halfway mark? What's the risk of a second safety car, which would then completely ruin any race strategy if you don't happen to get your pit stop done in time.
Well, think about,
to be able
Dan, the
to,
big key for me is actually the drivers that don't have to do a driver swap because, well, you're going to be putting that same driver back in the car anyway. You may as well get in as soon as physically possible. Get yourself out of the queue.
Yeah, indeed. That's probably a fair point to make there. Thankfully, we are going to get that 46 Honda Jazz pushed away right near one of the gates and points along the start-finish straight that make life easy. So with that said and done, there should be going back green on this lap, in which case we're not actually going to lose all that much time to the pit window. Maybe, sorry, delay the pit window all that much. The pit window doesn't have time lost. So probably looking at only 2 odd minutes of a delay here. Although, okay, how about that there? So in coming to a halt and expiring there on track, they're having to lay down some more of the quick dry powder to try and soak up some fluids there, and that's right where some of the faster cars would like to be when it comes to entering turn 1. So that's not ideal.
Such as the aspects of racing cars, Dan. But we've seen changeable conditions right throughout the weekend as well. And don't forget, at the moment, it's midday right now over in Thailand as it currently stands. Time left on the race clock, which is a relevant number just for our fans to be aware of at the moment. We are just shy of halfway mark of this race, 34 minutes. About 34 and a half minutes will be left on the clock right now. So there is a fair bit of racing to come. But as the field gets neutralised, it'll be handed back over to the AM drivers to do the work in the second half of this race, which will be incredibly important. Your lead driver of a single driver pairing is Chaya in at 4th spot. Thanapatra's in behind him in 5th. Norat 6th. And Shane Ang in 7th. The bulk of your solo entries, so they'll be what they do immediately after the restart would be very interesting, and I would say we're likely to go green flag racing at the end of this lap. We're about halfway through the lap now.
Yeah, no message just yet confirming the safety car will be in on this current lap that they're on. There's another update there confirming that the compulsory pit stop window will be delayed until after this safety car period. On our screens here. Oh, look at that. Ask and you shall receive a message from Race Control that does tell you we are going back racing. The safety car will be in at the end of this lap. So it's only about less than 33 minutes left in the race. So actually more like a 2.5 to 3 minute delay on this this pit window opening up. The question is, will they open the pit window here as the safety car enters the pit lane, which again opens up the possibility of team drivers and teams coming to the pits before the leader takes a green flag? Or are we going to see drivers, do it at least a minimum of a lap before they go around? Time to find out here as confirmation down in the pit lane and from Race Control on our screens.
So we will be going green flag racing at the end of this lap. 32 minutes now left on the race clock, which means you take about 10 minutes out of that, there'll be about 22-ish minutes of racing action minimum for your AM drivers to do. So safety car is going to be peeling off and coming into the pit lane, and we just got a notification that we believe the pit lane window will be open immediately as well. So there may be a few cars that just pull off to the side, dive straight into the pit lane. The 14 car might be another one of those, Dan, coming from the rear end of the field. They might get Thanaros straight in just for some clear track because they've got pace in that car to overtake a number of cars. There we go. There's the first one of them.
Tanapatra, the only taker from the front of the field, as the green flags will fly once more here in Bangsaen for the Thailand Super Compact. That's a good jump from Paofong ahead of Mohammed Akib, Chanya Boot and Chaya now your top 4. And Chaya looking very racy there indeed, all over the back of the 95 of Chanya Boot. They stay away from the quick dry there. Gonna leave that alone for now and run the middle of the road down into turns 1 and 2. So drivers in the pits. We saw Tanapatra from the front of the field. Tanchinok has brought the number 23 Toyota Gazoo Racing Toyota Altis into the pits to hand over the Nardole. You've got classy fun here, there on screen for a moment ago. Now there's the 23 doing that driver change there. To get Nardole in. You've also got Tanasith bringing the 89 to the pit lane to swap with Mantasit, and Decathorn jumping out to swap with Tanaroj, but water into the engine bay and several bottles of water into the engine bay. And are they just pouring that on top of the radiator?
No, they're pouring it in. They're pouring it in. That is a radiator top up on that 14 car. Remember they nosed that car into the barriers at the end of the back straightaway, so there might be just a small leak.
Well, another little thing to keep in mind there, as well as the number 16 will roll away from their pit box. See what the pit stop time is like when they get out. These guys here at YK Motorsports, this must feel like an age now. Pit service done. Had to wait a good 7 or 8 seconds, but back on the roll for the number 14. Just sees them way down the order. As Tenapatra comes out, 15th place for him in this race. And going to be...
I'm just having a look at the timing screens on the track map. These guys are actually going to feed back out. John Sack's coming into the pit lane, so there's a fair few more cars that are on their way into the pit lane that currently stands. But with those cars feeding back out, it's right into the queue. So whereby you thought you might have picked up a little bit of clear air, you certainly didn't. And now that car that's actually on the screen, the 16 car in the background of that shot, now under investigation for crossing the pit lane entry line.
Yeah, it does really feel like it's double down and make it more brutal if it can be. Shane Ung brings his car number 66 in the Honda Fit to the pit lane, and same for the 17. Pardon me, of Shibuya Jonathan. There as well. Another two more solo driver entries. The 24 of Girapat, though, will change over with Tunathorn in that Honda CRZ. And in the number 13, Honda Jazz. Looks like it's time for Nara Crit to get behind the wheel and take over from Manuel Rafael Caceres. There in their pit stop. The 27 of Tenafon swapping over with Torntep in that car there. They currently sit 14th out there in the pit lane. Mohammed Akib, he's had a crash out on track. Turn 5 claims a second victim today. Double wave yellows immediately out on the run to turn 5, and we're going to have a second safety car to interrupt this pit window. This is big now because, just over half the field is good on pit stops, but now the drivers who have stayed out, they have just been absolutely done in by this.
It's odd that that's the second one that we've seen. Oh, that's a big impact.
But same kind of thing, just straight on. The only difference is ripped the left front off the 38 Wing King Motorsports Toyota Yaris. So, well, that car had a penalty sitting on its head, and unfortunately, that's not going to make a lick of a difference now. So, safety car comes out, and they actually are going to let a couple of cars there that were trapped, or we're going to be for a moment trapped behind a lap down, which is obviously critical for them because that actually puts them on the lead lap of the race, and being released means they can now go catch the back of the train as well. So that's actually going to put Tanapatra in a very strong position to potentially be the car that comes out as leading the races. We've got the 65, that's the 17 on screen. Also got the 65 in the pits as well. The 65, interestingly, it's only just come into the pits. That doesn't add up. I don't think they got in before the pit window closed, surely, which would mean that for Chalanchicha, they're going to have to do another stop. Yeah, the 17 that we saw was Jonathan Giboyu, who's in the pits a second time in this race. So unfortunately, there's trouble there for that car. That needed additional work.
And my word, it's all kicked off once again in Super Compact. So they'll be running up here, and there'll be signs deployed for the cars to pull over to driver's right, screen left of this shot to give a wide berth to Mohammed Nakib's stricken Toyota Yaris.
So the guy trying to give the hint anyways.
And another big incident as well. And the critical factor is you've got to try and work out who's actually really benefited from this cycle of pit stops. And I think if our timing and scoring is correct, and Chinachicha in the 65 entry has managed to stay on the lead lap and get their pit stop done, they will be the effective race leaders. But the difficulty is everyone else that's done a pit stop is off the lead lap. So it comes down to whether or not that 65 car has done their compulsory pit stop, because if so, and they're at the back end of the queue, well, they'll only be 5 or 10 seconds off the race lead, and the race lead will have to do their compulsory stops. But there's a lot to be assessed there.
Yeah, and looking at what we've got on timing and scoring, that doesn't add up. It can't possibly be a valid stop for Chan and Chicha, because it currently has them logged as 40 seconds from pit entry to pit exit. Whereas drivers doing their compulsory stops are all around the 1 minute 30s to 1 minute 40s markers. We've had an update. That's not going to be a safety car, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we've got ourselves work that needs to be done to the circuit. Red flags are out here on the track, and the drivers are going to have to be pulled into the pit lane to fix up the tech pro. So it looks like after the hit at the end of Super Pickup Division 1, and now this hit here at Turn 5, going to take him. I mean, it makes sense. You've got a lot of debris from the Tech Pro, it seems, that's going to need cleaning up there before we can get this one going. And so rather than have them circulating around under the safety car, the clock will continue to tick down, but this race will be paused in the pit lane for the time being.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to watch this situation develop, and I think another big key down is we've just ticked under 24 minutes to go in this one. So depending upon what the repairs are required to the Tech Pro, if it's relaying new Tech Pro, that might be the end of the race, to be honest with you.
It could, yeah. It really could, and that will be another big hiccup, because we had similar kind of issue in GTM GT4 where we had a race red flagged yesterday in the middle of the pit window, and we never got the race resumed. So we actually need to go have a look and see, do we have a race result for GTM GT4 yesterday, and what that how that turned out. We do. That's to worry about in due course. I'll talk about that later. I'm just going to have a quick look, and well, I'll be damned. I'm saving that for later. That can wait. That can wait, but that's a big that's a big one there. And oh wow, yeah. No, I'm saving that. I need to save that. That's a big deal. It can wait. But there's some interesting notes on that official race results document. Anyways, eyes back here on the track, Scott. I need to stop wandering. As meantime, though, we will have a look around the circuit and see some of the fans that have been able to make it to Bangsaen this weekend. As that young man, yep, there you go, up and over the fence for you, good sir. You can see the circuit there. Oh, we've got our fans in the grandstands enjoying a moment in a bit of shade as well there too, by the looks of things, which is probably just a little essential. And there you go, umbrellas out in good use, Scott, although definitely for shade more so than just than the weather protection is. There we are, cars into the pit lane behind the safety car for this red flag.
Yeah, so confirmation that Thailand Super Compact under a red flag situation just after going back to green flag racing for a safety car, and the 65 entry waving along for Chenan Chicha to all the fans sat along by the roadside and enjoying the racing action. So it's been good to see all of the fan engagement, fan support, and the stands are at capacity for both the Saturday and the Sunday's racing action here down as well. And it's a big part of life here in Bangsaen because the streets get shut down in this section of the city for the entirety of Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And there's only a small gap in proceedings in the middle of Thursday and Friday. But in the meantime, Valfong celebrating at the moment because he knows he leads the way, sits in a very, very strong position. And the timer ticking closer and closer to 20 minutes left to run will mean that they're in a very, very respectable spot in terms of where they sit in the standings. Shane Ung is one of the lead drivers to have already done his pit stop. Did Thanapatra get into the pit lane in the 5 entry? So there's a couple cars that managed to stay on the lead lap. So Thanapatra got in and got his compulsory stop out of the way. And
then got waved.
Yeah.
And then they got waved by the safety car because they were in front of the race leader. So they're in a good spot. They're just on the back of the train outright. Just got cars in between them. To Shane Ung, an example, though, it looks like to him he's scored a lap behind as
well. Kajonsek's going no further.
That's not good for Kajonsak. Indeed, it would appear the Ford Fiesta. We've seen this car unfortunately have mechanical problems before. It would appear mechanical problems once again are going to strike this car out of the race here.
Well, not necessarily, actually. The more I think about that, that's the back end of the safety car queue.
Yeah, it isn't a little unusual, though, or whether that's going to be permitted. It's getting some assistance by hand, if that will be permitted to continue.
Well, it's under red flag conditions, so that'll be fine.
Fair enough, indeed, then. Well, we're inside 20 minutes remaining on the race clock as it continues to count down here. Given the couple of times we've had red flags this weekend, it has been a case of racing will not be resumed because we still have, of course, another 1 hour race to come immediately after this. And he's actually driving straight back in.
Yeah.
So I would suspect, okay, in that case, we're in with a reasonable chance of getting this race back underway, given the time that they've got left before they have to finish up. So, never mind any of my umming and ahhing and wondering if it's going to work out for these guys at all or not. Because, we've got until 12:40 Thailand time. And in fact, that's just a little bit of a surprise moment. There's Chaya actually gets to move his car forward a bit, but he's also trying to get some air inside the cabin of the number 92. The main thing being here is it is currently 12:16 p.m. in Thailand. This race can run until 12:40 p.m. scheduled, in which case there's then a break before we see TSS Supercar GTM and GT4 take to the track as well. So with all of that, we're on the course for this race. Will either they'll run the timeout, or it won't go. Okay, look, we're sort of certainly hoping we'll get this one going once again here shortly.
Yeah, therein lies the difficulty, doesn't it? So our timers have just ticked now below 18 minutes left in the session based upon the race time, but they may reset that clock given that we've got a little bit of extra wiggle room to get this race run through. In terms of things, though, we'll be taking a break, though, after this race because it'll be on and over to, I think, we'll be heading to podiums for GTC, both the Super Pickups and the Super Compacts, which will run... they're due to run right through to 12:35, sorry. So, no, my apologies. That will be run and done. And then 1 o'clock local time, the Thailand Supercar GTM GT4 racing action will be on after this race is due to start at 1 p.m. local time, which is in about 40 minutes or so. So we'll be picking that one up, and then it'll be a little bit of a time for us to take a break here and grab something to eat. So in the meantime, as we sit here under red flag conditions, Phao Phong's done a phenomenal job out in front of this race, has consistently stretched his margin, but Chen Yabut's now going to get released, Dan, when we go back to green flag racing. They were all getting backed up in behind the 38 machine. So, it's not just plain sailing now. There's a little bit of a change of hands in who's got control of this race. And the 95 car was quick yesterday and formation finish over the finish line as well. Albeit with they were second in behind the teammate, the 14 car. And that car's made some headway with the pit stop cycle. Sits 17th at the moment, off the lead lap, but their compulsory pit stop now done.
Yeah, that is a good point to make there indeed, that for Tanaroj and Decathlon there. You see, the only problem is they're a lap down, and Of course, the longer this red flag goes on, the less time they're going to have for a chance to maybe get back on the lead lap. And again, don't forget, as I said, cars that are on the lead lap, namely Tanner Patra and also Nardole's ended up right behind them in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Altus number 23 machine. So those two cars, they are the ones that I would be putting my keeping an eye on as being, if we do resume this race and the pit window reopens as expected, they will be the ones to beat, given they are on the lead lap. They are a fair way down the field. So how's that there for maximum car cooling? All kinds of towels and covers to keep the sun off the windscreen, and the air blower going in past the door there for Tanner Roche to try and get comfortable in that thing there. So how's that for making sure things? We've got officials down in the pit lane. They're keeping an ear on things there with the track radios. And he's apparently, I don't know, is that happy to be on the footage, or is that you got me? I've been bamboozled.
You can just see from Mantis, who I believe is actually, no, sorry, that won't be Mantis in that car at the moment. That will actually be...
No, it will be. It will be. Because don't forget, driver 2 is labelled second. They've also stopped twice, so they will have stopped.
They have done the driver swap, so we'll be, yeah, okay.
Yeah, because obviously the main thing is, right now, the cars that have 2 stops to their name on timing and scoring, with the exception of Shannon Cheetcha, because again, their first stop was like 47 seconds from pit entry to pit exits. There's no way that can count as a compulsory stop served. And also, I'm pretty certain it happened after the safety car was first called, which obviously also doubles to invalidate that stop there. Yeah, everyone else, 2 stops their name, they're all good. 1 stop, haven't done it yet, which means that you could be in for a bit of trouble in terms of finding out when you can slot into the order to get it done. As the clock continues to tick down, we've also had a message come through about 3 or 4 minutes ago now, but still, I guess, somewhat important as repairs going on for Chaya in the 92. Looks like, yeah, well, I think I saw the front sort of having a bit of a moment flapping around earlier. So race tape going on the front of that car there, Scott, to try and get that splitter somewhat reattached, although it looks like they might
be better off just pulling it off.
They're going to abandon that plan and just rip that thing out from the front of the car.
Well, the problem is, if it flaps around, if it comes loose again, yeah, they'll lose some downforce at the front end of the car, but if it comes loose, it's got a risk of damaging something back in there, whereas if they just rip it off, I mean, it's no longer attached to the car. It can no longer cause damage or cause issues should it. The other thing is, if it falls off the front end, it goes straight underneath the front wheels and lift them up off the ground, and then you can't turn the car, you can't brake with the front end of the car, you lock the rear brakes because all of a sudden they're the only ones doing any work, and around she goes. So yeah, 100% that's the right call.
Yes, it will indeed. Well, just trying to keep an eye on things as to anything new here. The answer is unfortunately nothing new yet to report. So, just eyes on the fence. Actually, it's a fan there in the middle of the camera. He had some kind of red bottle of some kind. That was actually wanted to bring attention to that one there. Well done. You got my attention. And with that, well, whilst we're waiting for the racing to resume, in the middle of all of this, we've also had some of the prize podium presentations for several of our categories from this morning that have been underway. So you can see our TSS Supercar GTC. Interesting, yeah, a podium of 5. I'm so used to seeing the traditional podium of 3 that we've got something a little different here at Bangsaen this weekend, Scott. But I just heard a horn of some kind in the pit lane, so I'm hoping that means progress will be coming shortly as we're approaching just 11 minutes left in this race.
Yeah, indeed. And actually, as you handed off for me to take over there, Dan, it flicked over from red flag to ready to start over on our timing screens, which means handled, and we'll get back underway. So we're waiting on an update on what's going to happen in terms of the timing, but that timing that you see on your screen right now is the timing that's left in the session. 1 minute to start now, and they will fire these cars back up. We will go back to racing. There's a 10-minute pit lane window, and I think we're about 3 or 4 minutes into, maybe 2 to 3 minutes into it, which means the bulk of the race that's remaining is going to be available to us as a pit stop window. But this is going to shuffle this race entirely. Tyres have gone cold, by the way. Tyres will absolutely have gone cold by now.
At least cold relative to racing temperatures there, indeed. Keep that in mind. So, just waiting on the safety car to pull away, I think, here in about 20 or so seconds from what I'm seeing here on our feed. And then we will also note here, the other thing is that we did have about a minute or a couple of minutes of the compulsory pit window that was completed. So it will be a shortened window. Actually, let me have a look at this here. The pit window got opened at 12:03. So we got nearly 4 minutes. We got nearly 4 minutes of the pit window done. So as the safety car pulls away with 9 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, and drivers are given the instruction to follow it out. Let's get this race back underway. Oh, actually, how about this that's just come through from race control? Ignore the fact that it says 9 minutes and 30 seconds as Yeaman Johnson's car, it appears to have been pulling over. We've had an update from race control. We're going to reset the clock by adding on 5 minutes to this race. So we have 14 minutes and change remaining, not 9. In this one here for Super Compact to finish off their racing for the weekend.
Good decision. Good decision, I think. That's certainly going to open things back up. So we're under 10 minutes, and now they're going to try and see if they can get this car refired. They were working away in the cockpit of the car at this point in time, but you can see there's something electronic in the dash that they're trying to get reconfigured into the car. So whatever the issue was inside the dash of that car, that's what they're trying to work on. Not under the hood. No, nothing to do with that. So some sort of electrical connection could be something to do. It's preventing the car from firing. Whether or not it might be related to the starter system as well there, Dan, or isolation, even electrical isolation system.
Yeah, there is such a wide variety of options in terms of what that fault could be for John Zach's car, unfortunately. So it means it looks like they're going to be stuck in the pit lane just for a while longer in this one here. So new checkered flag time will be 12:40 p.m. and 1 second. Now, because I believe we've extended the race time, now usually these races are 1 hour plus another lap. By extending the race by an additional 5 minutes, they have now defined exactly when the checkered flag will be thrown.
Potentially.
So that means we are changing the way the racing will work. So it's not going to be 0, the time reaches 0 and then start your final lap. The final lap boards will be shown whenever we're basically inside of 2 minutes for these drivers, give or take a couple of seconds. So keep that in mind as to when this race will end. We should have about 6 minutes of pit window here in this race as well. And for our drivers at the front of the field, for Pao Fong, Chanya Boot, Chaya, Nora Rat, Anawat, Hitaharu, Arton, and Chanachicha, don't forget them as well. They all owe us a pit stop by my reckoning. And so it leaves us with your lead 2 drivers. Oop, they're out of focus right now. That purple blob and that white blob at the back of the field was Tanapatra and Nardole. They are racing for the effective lead of this race.
We think let's go ahead and put a big old question mark.
I'm highly confident of that assessment because of the fact we've had the extra the time extension.
Yeah, but it's still going to resolve itself. The pit stops have still going to resolve themselves. And I believe that's the safety car now trying to pull away from the field. So we'll be going back to green flag racing here in just a moment, although we didn't get the safety car message in this lap, so there might be a sighting lap, an additional sighting lap. Indeed, we are green flag. So we will be back to green flag racing. There will be pit stops to do here. The pit lane window has not reopened as of yet because they've got to get that safety car in and out of the way. And indeed, it's now done that. So back to green flag racing. Thao Feng's going to once again lead the way from Chen Yabut. And Cha Ya will be sitting in third now. And the opportunities as the run down to turn number 1. And there's a car around at the exit of the final corner. The 13 machine goes tumbling through the racing order, which will be Narakrit behind the wheel of that one. They were only 14 laps complete, so they're off the lead lap and further down as well. And now all the fighting as they get down to turn number 1 as well. So this will tell, and it's on his own. He's actually lost it on his own on cold tyres.
Yep, there you go. Cold tyres doing exactly what you said they might do. As I believe we've gone back live here at this point into turn 6. Yeah, as they come down the hill, we're looking. Are we looking a little further down the order? Or we've actually had this Honda City. No, we are looking at your leaders. A 24 of Giropat and Tanathorn looking to try and get back on the lead lap of the race, and has inserted itself in between the 2 drivers who are on the lead lap. But it should owe us a pit stop. I haven't seen the pit window be reopened. So this actually does throw a question mark up in the air, which is presuming that the cars that hadn't stopped before the red flag was thrown would have to come in. But there's been no message in the race control channel. We haven't seen personnel in the pit lane with the standard board to open the pits up, as that's wide at 15 and will allow Chanyabut back through on the road to second, as well as you got Shane Ung racing with Chaya. And remember, that's not for position right now. It strategically might matter later on. As an update from race control, there was an investigation underway for car passing under safety car, which is the 17 of Jonathan Chiboyu, and unfortunately for the 17, they were found to have done so. So they're way down the order, but a red flag, drive-through penalty coming their way.
Yeah, so they'll have to trundle back down through the lane once again. Now getting out of the way of Chaya. He's going to fight it all the way down into the turn number 1. The long way around for Chaya. He's been good on the brakes thus far. It's been his strongest attribute down at the turn 1, turn 2 complex, but not quite able to make the margin around the 66 machine. Again, not fighting this car for position, which is Shane Ung, like he said earlier on in the piece, but still relevant for Shane, because the next car on the road for him is the 34, and that will be for position for Shane Eng. So he absolutely wants to make some time up on that car.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do there in that Honda Fit. Actually, he's got Honda Cities, Honda Jazz, Honda Fits amongst the Honda CRZs. But that's how they roll. Yeah, and once again, I still haven't seen a pit window message that the pit window has been reopened. So, unless it's like, because with F1 how we have the required compulsory tyre change in dry weather conditions, if maybe because the red flag's been thrown, although we didn't see wholesale driver swaps happening, timing hasn't updated to say that drivers have changed cars. Which makes me wonder, it's like, because we're also running out of time to have the full 10 minutes of pit window under green flag conditions, because we've already used up 2 laps here. As it's on for the current lead of the race, Chanyabut to the outside of Pao Phong. You also got Chaya trying to clear these cars that have done their compulsory stop and are just holding up his chance to attack the top 2. He's on pace with them. He's just got to find his way through, and maybe now he's going to get the run with a bit of slipstream too as well. And I think that might just finally let Chaya through on Shane Eng there.
Yeah, Will, Chaya's going to get ahead of him, but now what's the car like under brakes for Shane Ung? Still trying to stay attached, and now the next car that's going to be on the road will be the 34 machine, which Chaya will be really keen to get by so that he can start getting after the 2 cars up ahead of them. And I tell you what, Pao Phong, after this restart, has now got that 95 machine with Chanyabut. He's really starting to manage to hang with him. And there goes the drive-through penalty of the 17 machine.
Which also looks like it's now got tape all over the back of that car. Some serious war wounds, if that's correct there. Well, back to your leaders on track, exiting turn 7 on the run to turn number 8 down this back straightaway. Note, also keep your eye out there for Noah Rat. He's running in 4th place, and we'll be looking to try and get up here. Ang's gone deep at 8, straight into the Tech Pro at the end of the back straightaway.
If he can't get out of there, that's it. The race will be over.
Indeed, it would be. We wait to see if we'll get footage of that car recovering out of the barrier, or if we'll have to watch our timing and scoring to see. Is that car? It's just gone straight past the corner.
Well, he gets the apex, recognises he's going to run wide, and then he turns left to see if he can't turn the car around, but yeah, just straight on.
Well, now watching and waiting. I wonder if these two know what's happened here at all. So into turns 18 and 19, because this could potentially be a move for the race if Chanyabut can get a run and fire it into turns 1 and 2. Shane Ung yet to make it to the Sector 2 timing beacon on the exit of turn 14. I would suspect that's not looking too good, unless maybe, given the short duration left in the race, maybe it's safe enough to leave there with local yellows. There's a little bit of a lock on the right front tyre for Chanyabut. Bit of debris there, I think I just saw floating across the circuit through turn 2, but they get through that without any fuss. Time running out for a decision as to whether we're going to need to bring this race to a premature end or not. Coming into turn 6 now. Have to be double wave yellows here at a minimum, because Shane Ung still has yet to cross the Sector 2 timing beacon. I presume he's still down in the water, turn 8 as a result.
Yeah, double wave yellows, we're coming on through them, so there'll be no overtaking down here. It'll be all single file. It's being cleared, though. You just see the double wave yellows have actually been cleared, which says to me Shane Ung must have got the car out of there, and, well, there's no yellow car in the barriers anymore when they get down through turn number 7. The final moments of the final race of the weekend for the Super Compacts, and 3.5 minutes, 3 minutes 45 seconds on the clock as they run down to turn number 15. Still no update on that pit window either, Dan, so yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. They'd have to dive in now. They'd absolutely have to dive in now. You just could not leave it any later than this if it was open. And they're actually going to be fighting for the race lead down there. You saw Chanyabut move to the outside of Phao Phong. So it's going to be on to the start-finish line, by the way, for that position as well.
Here we go. Crisscross even through 18 and 19. Looks like we're going to stay green, get 2 more laps in this race here in the Thailand Super Compact category for the weekend. And yeah, as you said, questions over the pit window rules and how they work with a red flag being thrown into the mix. It would almost appear as though the compulsory stop has been, well, effectively abandoned. And as a result, these cars here that ended up being out in front and not pitting might have just gotten away with a bit of a silver bullet there. But they run up towards turn 4. Chayara's gotten through. In fact, we've actually lost the number 24 from this entire lead pack. Nope, there it is. Just several seconds back. Noah Rat, unfortunately, still trapped there behind as we focus for a second on turn 5. And just waiting to see. There they are, back out of turn 6. They will head off down towards turn number 8 next time as well. And so, where are each of these drivers strong? It would appear out of turn 6, Phao Phong's got the advantage. Although he's defensive into turn 8 there, compromising the entry to this square 90-degree right-hander. And Chayar, about 3 car lengths back, going to have to find some really big run or some big defense from Phao Phong to bring him into it. But there you go, through the monument section. Chanyabut on the gearbox now as they make it a run up to 15.
Yeah, now he's going to run down onto turn 15. How late do you brake? Covers across to the inside line. Doesn't want to create an opportunity. And Chayar's starting to buy into this battle pack as well. So we're going to end up with a 3-way stoush for the race win. There's going to be 1 minute and 33 seconds on the clock as they run through turn 17. The run to turn 18 and turn 19. Where does he cover? You get the feeling he is going to cover, and Falfong does cover to the inside. Now to the outside comes the 95 machine. Chenyabut's there, and now Chayar got in there. Did he get into the back end of Chenyabut? There would have been millimeters between them if they didn't, and now it's become a three-way Honda CRZ battle. As 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock as we pass the start-finish line. Could this be the final lap of the race? So this will be 2 more laps left to run.
Well, that's, a little bit different to what we saw yesterday. As Chayar, outside of turn 1, makes it work on Chenyabut, who goes back straight to the inside, tags him in the left rear corner, but Chayar keeps his foot in it and gets out the other side ahead in second place. And now we'll try and set off after Falfong, who's just been given, I think, the biggest reprieve of this one here. We were expecting there to be a final lap message at the start-finish line. It appears we might actually go to the time and then one more lap after that, because otherwise these drivers here are halfway around the lap almost already and might be thinking there's another one in this after this. Either way, for Chayar, that would be probably the best time maneuver he could have made. And indeed, now has to focus on pushing forward. Let's see here, Falfong, he's got no pressure. He's still maybe worried about it. Will cover the middle of the road. Let's see, does that something that Chayar can use to his advantage by then really hustling the 92 machine through this part of the circuit? It did have its front splitter removed. Apparently, not a big deal on this car.
Yeah, it might have actually saved them a little bit of performance in the straight line in actual fact, and now they'll come through the twists and the turns. They've come through the monument, down to turn 16. Now the run down to turn 15. They get down there. He's made ground, but it's not quite enough ground. And how come Chenyabut's able to make some time back as well for Chayar? So mistakes starting to come from a number of the drivers at the pointy end of this field. A question mark will hang on over it as to the results, and the pit lane windows deep down in under brakes for the 95 machine. He'll bowl wide, down back through the crisscross from the 92, but he's managed to stay alongside. No, he's had to lift out. Final lap board is now going to get displayed. There will be one more racing lap for your Thailand Super Compacts. It's a three-way stoush, and Falfong feels confident in front. Chayar's under threat. He's got to be strong when they get to the last corner. His best overtaking opportunity is now gone as they run down to turn number 1. He's got to make some time here if he's to have a shot.
Well, we know he can get back the time over the course of the lap. It's whether Chenyabut will then absolutely lob it into turns 18 and 19 and compromise a chance at a race win attack. Let's see what happens, because they're all now spread out pretty evenly here after the run-up turns 2, 3, 4, Monkey Hill, and 5 as they come down into the heaven. And we've got lap traffic to worry about in front as well. That could play a part depending on where this driver hit. And it looks like they're going to get him here on the back straights. This is going to be a non-issue for the top 3. So they will carry on by here and build the speed towards turn 8. Can they get across in time and take the normal entry? It would appear for the most part, yes. But again, look at this here from Falfong. Super defensive. It's like he wants to make this a race to the end, because that's going to lose him a couple of tenths on the way into turn 8. More traffic coming up, ladies and gentlemen, after the monument section. And here is Chayar, speaking of, through said monument now, as your top 3 snake their way through. Chenyabut, the best of them all, but it is going to be close for the race lead. More lap cars there, negotiating up through the twists of 13 and 14. 15, defensive again, Scott, but this might be vulnerable.
And I tell you what, the car that had the best run through turn 15 is actually going to be Chenyabut. So we are going to have a three-way stoush. They'll tip it in through turn 17. The left-hander, the right-hander, the final braking zone for the final lap of Super Compact racing action from Thailand's Bangsaen Grand Prix. They'll pull it up at the final corner, covered to the inside. Chayar said, I'm not going to have a go for the race win. I'm just going to cover. I'm not going to give him the opportunity once more. And it's going to be Falfong who'll cross the line in first. It'll be Chayar Mongnam in second, and Chenyabut will pick up 2 podiums across the weekend for the Nexter Racing team.
And just like that, your podium covered by 1.019 seconds to wrap up our small pocket rocket racing that we've had the chance to catch up with this weekend here in Bangsaen. That was a thrilling little finish there. And for the team down in the pit lane at the number 33 Alpha Factory Racing team by Poles Up, they are very happy with that one indeed. Unfortunately for Nora Apavart, having started the race on pole, slipped back to 4th place there. By the time we got the race restarted after the red flag and the safety cars before that, it will mean they end up stuck in traffic adrift by 7.2 seconds in comparison. But there you go, race winner Pao Fong on screen here with Fuapon, his co-driver, but once again, did not start that, didn't get to race in this one here. And no messages coming up on race control. The team certainly were happy with that one there. So I get the feeling, Scott, the red flag situation may have just caused a bit of a flip in the way the rules function there. As your podium on screen, once again, Pao Fong and Fuapon, the Alpha Factory Racing Team at Polesar 33 from Chiam Wangnam, and Budamont and Chanyabut for the number 95 YK Motorsports machine there to round it out.
Yeah, phenomenal race to the line there to finish that one off as well. How about those last few laps and all the chaos? And Mohammed Akib, how did he find the barrier? Was there something on the road? Did he just not pull the car up? Did he miss the braking marker of the crest of the hill that caused the red flag on the run down to turn number 5? So either way, a single driver entry that race for a good chunk of the field as well, as they didn't actually have to do the driver swaps after all. And well, race number 4 of the Thailand Super Compacts from the Bangsaen Grand Prix was another exciting entry into the series.
Yeah, it is always good to see Super Compact continuing to do or deliver the goods here when it comes to the racing action. And unfortunately, that means that we're going to have to say goodbye to them. But still have 2 more races to come this weekend from the Thailand Super Series stables, and an interim break we'll get thanks to Porsche Carrera Cup Asia having their second race later on this afternoon. So by all means, if you can stick with us here, don't go anywhere. We've got some of our faster cars coming up to round out the weekend's racing here for the Bangsaen Grand Prix. Well, even the week's racing here at the Bangsaen Grand Prix, because we've had cars actually out on track ever since Wednesday for opening practice and qualifying sessions. So you can see there, that is a very happy Pao Fong, who just jumped out of the number 33 machine. And we'll see if he talks to any of his team that come across as well. There's your YK Motorsports number 95 machine. And Chanyabut jumping out of the car there. Second yesterday, third today. That's going to be a round win for that team, if I'm not mistaken. And once again, drivers definitely going to get some water in them, Scott, and cool off a little bit here, thanks to the fact that it is getting plenty hot out there at Bangsaen.
Although it might be down in on the beach side here in Bangsaen, a little bit warmer in the northern hemisphere, right in and around the equator. But getting some fresh airflow to come into the cars, not always the easiest thing you can do. And after an hour's worth of racing action, punctuated by a couple of safety car periods as well, you're going to try and get some air into those cars. And now you can see the GTM GT4 cars trying to feed their way through onto the dummy grid at the moment so they can queue up and get out onto the track with the delays that happen in the middle of the Super Compact race as well. This one's scheduled to go live and out onto the circuit from 1 p.m. local time in about 13 minutes time. So we might step away and give ourselves a 5-minute break. And from there on, we'll be back for your coverage of the GTM GT4.
Hi, I'm Daniel Bilski. Let me take you for a lap of Bangsaen in the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. It's a super challenging track with 20 corners and plenty of bumps and jumps to master. Let's go. 5th gear, flat out, 240. Looking for your brake marker at about 100 for the uphill braking zone. Road's cambered, hug the wall to the right. The camber helps you slow the car down. late apex for turn 2. Watch the exit bumps, get good traction, then position the car for the jumps. 1, 2, car goes light, full throttle, 170 down here through Monkey Hill. Use the whole track width, get ready for the next big braking zone, flow the car in, watch the exit wall, get ready to drop into the hairpin. First gear, 35 k's an hour, get the rotation, pin the throttle, ready for the big long back straight. Maximum attack through here, a lot of time to make up on the exit of the hairpin if you get good drive and stay away from the bumps. Getting ready for the next big break, about 100 metres. Now, hard brake, first gear, use all the track width, flow the car in, short shift to second, kissing the walls, get ready for the monument, big commitment, here, pin the throttle. Let the car run wide, big bump on the entry to the next curve, full throttle through here if you dare. Getting ready for a short braking zone from 200, brake hard, second gear, flow the car in, watch the exit wall, watch the bumps, trying to get maximum traction. Careful on the entry to the next corner, you can flow very wide and very close to this exit wall, big bump on the exit. Spot your braking marker for the hotel, 100 metres, V the corner, first apex, get the rotation, second apex, pin the throttle. Hug, turn 20 all the way around to the front straight. A lot of time to lose here if you lose traction over the bumps. Hold it flat, let the car settle, run it to the line. That's a lap of the Bangsaen Grand Prix.
แบบนี้รุ่นนี้
ผมกนทีกุศรีนะครับขับรถหมายเลข18 ครับทีม TSS motorsport ครับในรุ่น GT4
พิษณุสิริมงคลเกษมครับขับในรุ่น GT
เป็นพี่เก่งพิษณุสิริมงคลเกษมนะครับซึ่งก็เป็นนักแข่งที่มากความสามารถคนหนึ่งนะครับเป็นคนไทยนะครับก็ดีครับกับบูมก็คือมีทีมเมทที่เร็วก็สามารถทำให้บูมมีผลงานที่ดีขึ้นด้วยครับแล้วก็พี่เก่งก็ถือเป็นแอมที่เร็วแล้วก็ทำให้บูมเนี่ยพัฒนาในการขับของบูมไปด้วยนะครับก็ถือว่าช่วยกันทำงานได้ดีครับ
ก็มีความสุขนะครับที่ได้มาร่วมการแข่งขันที่สนามบางแสนอีกครั้ง คือตั้งแต่มีบางแสนมาก็ 18 ปีแล้วเนี่ยผมก็แข่งกับ TSS มาทุกสนามก็ไม่อยากจะพลาดครับ
แต่ที่แข่งมาหลาย ๆ ปีที่ผ่านมานะครับก็เห็นการพัฒนาของรายการ TSS มาตลอดนะครับก็มีความปลอดภัยที่มากขึ้นครับแล้วก็ในพื้นแท็กที่มีความสมูทขึ้นแล้วก็เรียบขึ้นนะครับทำให้สามารถใช้ความเร็วได้มากขึ้นแล้วก็ขับสนุกมากยิ่งขึ้นครับ
พัฒนาทุกๆด้านทั้งเรื่องสภาพสนามก็คือดีขึ้นเรียบขึ้น ความปลอดภัยมากขึ้นสิ่งสำคัญเลยครับ
ครับยังไงนะครับก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์ทีม TSS motorsport นะครับมีรถทั้ง2รุ่นนะครับก็คือ GT4 และ GTM นะครับเบอร์ 17 กับเบอร์ 18 นะครับฝากติดตามเชียร์เราทั้ง2คนด้วยนะครับ
ผมนัทวุฒิเจริญสุขวัฒนะนะครับก็ขับให้กับ Toyota Gazoo Racing นะครับทีมซึ่งผมใช้รถตัว Lexus นะครับแล้วก็ขับรถหมายเลข 24 ในรุ่น GTM ครับจากวันแรกนะครับที่ได้มาแข่งขันที่บางแสนนะครับแห่งนี้เนี่ยถือว่าเป็นมิติใหม่นะครับที่เราได้ทำการแข่งขันที่เป็นบอกว่าStreet Circuit จริงๆนะครับแล้วก็จนกระทั่งถึงวันนี้เนี่ยนะครับมีการเปลี่ยนแปลงเยอะมากนะครับในเรื่องของพื้นที่นะครับโดยรวมแล้วก็พื้นผิวสนามนะครับการจัดการแข่งขันเนี่ยก็มีการพัฒนาขึ้นมาเรื่อยๆนะครับจนกระทั่งถึงวันนี้เนี่ยเราเห็นได้ว่ามีรายการ Porsche Carrera Cup นะครับเข้ามาร่วมทำการแข่งขันนั่นหมายความว่ามันมีการยกระดับนะครับสนามแห่งนี้ที่ได้รับการรับรองนะครับจาก FIA เกรด 3 ซึ่งตรงนี้ต้องขอบคุณนะครับผู้จัดรายการดีๆให้กับคนไทยทุกคนได้รับชมกันครับแล้วก็ผมอยากจะฝากแฟนๆนะครับที่เป็นแฟนๆของ Toyota Gazoo Racing Team นะครับช่วยติดตามเชียร์พวกเราด้วยนะครับ
เอาละครับคุณผู้ชมครับความมันในรุ่นใหญ่ๆกำลังเพิ่มขึ้นเรื่อยๆนะครับและรุ่นที่อยู่ข้างหลังผมนี้นะครับมี2รุ่นด้วยกันไม่ว่าจะเป็นรุ่น Thailand Supercar GTM และ Thailand Supercar GT4 นะครับ2รุ่นนี้เนี่ยครับจะแข่งในสนามใช้เวลา60 นาทีบวกกับอีก1รอบนะครับออกตัวแบบ rolling start ซึ่งตอนนี้ผู้ที่อยู่หน้า Thailand Supercar GT4 นะครับผู้ที่ทำเวลา qualify ได้ดีที่สุดในครั้งนี้1 นาที 40.857 2W Sumi เดี๋ยวเราไปคุยกันครับว่าเขาทำการเตรียมความพร้อมอย่างไรตามกันมาเลยครับโอเค hello
Hello,
Kasuisa how are you today
I'm good, perfect.
all right today last question just how do we prepare for this race how you preparing for this race
I'm going fast price.
fast rap
Yep.
right okay let's send a little comment to Thai fans all right just based on black here okay เวลามีไม่มากแล้วนะครับคุณผู้ชมเพราะการแข่งขันกำลังจะเริ่มขึ้นแล้วนะครับสำหรับรุ่นนี้นะครับใครจะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้ไม่ว่าจะเป็น Thailand Supercar GTM
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As we're about to get ready for the TSS Supercar GTM and GT4 grid, a quick chat there with Kazuhisa Arabe starting on pole in the GT4 class of 2W Zoomies in that Toyota Supra GT4. So, as the green flag is given, pit exit is opened up. It's another hour of racing coming up here. And then after this race, Porsche Carrera Cup Asia will have their second race of the weekend. Hopefully, for those guys in Carrera Cup Asia, it won't be as affected by red flags and safety cars. So that'll be another short break for us because Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific will be handling the broadcast for that series. So once we're done here with this race, we'll make sure to have links to the Carrera Cup race if you wish to have the English broadcast, which is being done remotely as well, although there is some there is people at the track for that as well. So yeah, that'll be another chance for us to take a break. Looks like we've got a couple onboard cameras here in the GTM category, and one of them is onboard the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Here, the number 77 machine, which is good to see this car up the top end of the class this afternoon. Because to be honest, this car was looking like it was in a world of hurt yesterday, and in a rough spot. But nevertheless, it's time for us to walk through your grids for TSS Supercar GTM. They're also helped out by ST Co-op and Idemitsu, backing the TSS Supercar GT4 classes here. The Bangsaen Street Circuit on your screen once again. 3.74 kilometres in distance around a lap here. 20 turns in anti-clockwise direction. And the Hankook Ventus F200 dry weather slicks attached on these cars, ready to go racing. So we have two categories of cars in this one here today, as we usually do. Our top class is GTM, and it's a combination of cars that are one-make machines, such as the Ferrari 488 Challenge in the hands of Superkit on pole position, and the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo of Afik there, along with cars like the Porsche 992 Cup car of Simon Chan there in fourth, Nadavude in a Lexus RCF there. We're starting out of third place there, with Kimik and Natapong making up your final two drivers, and a second Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car and a second Lexus RCF, the GTM field. Then we get into our GT4s, the worldwide GT4 formula has a Toyota Supra on pole with a Porsche Cayman alongside there on the front row of that group. Mercedes AMG GT4 in the hands of Hayden Heikel for Racing Aurora, starting third in class, ninth outright. Team NZ, Aston Martin Vantage GT4 had Anna Thorne behind the wheel to start the race, fourth in class. Porsche Cayman number 2 in the GT4 category out of, it's where's the Yarrow? That's a good point. Where is that car? The 95. Apologies there. I'm having a look at this and then not seeing things that match up there for a second.
The wheel plucked off it yesterday?
Yes. Yes, it would be. And it makes me think that, yes, perhaps the graphics been prepared, but we are a car short due to the retirement and the big damage caused by yesterday's incident. So that would make sense. Scott, thank you for jogging my mind, because I just apparently had a complete old blank there. It's like, why am I missing a driver? Now, one last thing I wanted to talk about was yesterday's race. If you were watching with us yesterday, you will know, because of a big incident we did have for one of the B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche Cayman GT4s, if I could actually confirm which one it was for you folks, I will do so here. It was the 88 of, Sathapond and Iaro. That car lost a tyre and suspension assembly. It got ripped off the car. As a result, a red flag came out. The red flag came out during the middle of our compulsory pit stop procedure. As a result, the race was not resumed. I can now tell you I have the official race results up, and your race winner from yesterday's GTM GT4 combined race was the number 26 Porsche Cayman GT4 of Henk Kicks and Erwin de Smet. Now, that's because they didn't get their compulsory pit stop done, but it would appear that with the red flag coming out, that was sufficient, it seems, Scott, to basically nullify the requirements of the compulsory stop if these race results from yesterday are anything to go by, which should also provide context to the super compact race that we've just seen, which was interrupted by a red flag as well.
Yeah, so it's first and foremost, it's going to be for these guys. They've got to get themselves down on and into this race, and then the second half of it is going to be that they need to look after the car, do what they can with the car, and try and make some time. And don't forget that there's going to be some alien cars in the middle of this as they start to wear the tyre a little bit. And remember that the GT4 class will have driving assist, whereas the GTMs will not.
And there's also the question of, well, we do have one car here in the GTM field, that Ferrari 488 Challenge in front of us here once again, that will have to refuel to be able to make it a 1 hour long race, and the extra particulars that come with that requirement. So they'll get into the 2x2 rolling start formation, and then it will be in the hands of Super Kit, which is to the right-hand side of our screens here as we're on board with a Feek in the PSC Motorsport Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Let's see, Scott, if that Lamborghini has got some kick to it today, because it's on the front row of the GTM class. Yesterday, in the hands of Saravut, it struggled big time to be able to ride with the fellow cars in GTM. As they're coming around the last couple of turns, I'm hearing a whole bunch of engine noise. There goes the power down from your pole sitter in the number 25 Ferrari. We are underway for Supercar GTM and GT4.
And on the run down to turn number 1, it's about getting the power down for Super Kit, who I believe is going to be starting the 25 machine on the run down through things at the front end of the field. That GT4 class was hectic yesterday, but one of the keys to the opening few laps is down the inside goes the Aston Martin on the Mercedes. So it'll be Hayden Heikal who'll lose a spot to Anand Thorne, who's starting the Aston Martin today. And a whole bunch of different cars at the front end of this field for the GT4. 4 makes make up your top 4 positions, as it's Porsche, Mercedes-Benz, Aston Martin and Toyota Supra were inside your top 4, although I believe that's going to change just a little bit from that order, because that's not even the correct order, because of Hisa Urabe that led us.
Down to turn 8 for the first time. Second big braking zone on the lap. The drivers work their way. You can see once again, drivers here at the back of the GTM field, they're not really clear of the GT4s, which we saw in yesterday's race. It made for a bit of a handful when it was the Lamborghini that started this race in second, which appears to be doing a little bit better on pace this time around. Although for Super Kit, he is absolutely charging away at the front of the field with Nadavude here in third, trying to stay on the back of that Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo in front. And the 2 Porsche 911 Cup cars here with the AAS Motorsport number 17, followed by the Fire Monkey Motorsport number 10. So that is Kamik behind the 17, Simon Chan, solo driver in the number 10, and the second of the Lexus RCFs, making the back of our 6-car GTM field. Closely tailed, though, by the leading Toyota Supra GT4 of Kazuhisa Urabe, as they all come across. This night you can see in the background, GT4 is spicy. I think Hayden Heikal is up behind Anand Thorne in that Aston Martin GT4, but not going to get the move done into turn 1. Here it comes at turn 2, though, Scott.
And Hayden Heikal's known for being aggressive, and being aggressive again, he is. So he's trying to hang on to that one at the moment, but this battle is going to absolutely go on for a very long time. I get the feeling the entire first half of this race is probably going to be these two swapping positions over and over and over again. But have a look how close all the front 4 in the GT4 category are as well. This is going to be a barnstorm of a race, I get the feeling. Have a look how close, by the way, that they're actually following along with the trailing of the Lexus RCFs as well. Natapong not managed to make a huge deal of time. So again, they are going to have to deal with traffic.
Yeah, it's just a little odd. We usually would expect those GTM cars to just clear out a little bit, but it's as if there's always... Yes, as I said, yesterday it was the PSC Motorsport Lamborghini, which currently runs up in second by comparison. Today, it's the number 38 Lexus RCF. It's just as if it's not got itself fired up to be able to actually join the rest of us. Look at it there. There's the GTM cars now all starting to get their legs underneath them, and they're running away. And then there's just got to wait a bit, and then the Lexus is back there basically almost now starting to handicap the GT4s from running their own race.
Yeah, well, it was the Lamborghini that was back there yesterday, the 77 machine that sits second on the road. And I tell you what, look at the lap time coming out of Super Kit in the challenge car at the front end of the field. He pulled 2 seconds on that lap, and he's gone faster than first sector time again as well on this current lap. So he's really finding some pace up at the front of the field at the moment. And now this time through the Aston Martin, not quite able to find its way through on the run down to turn number 1. So this front 4 in the GT4 will settle down for now. But again, they're going to be backed up. And the difficulty for Kazuhisa Urabe, he was in this spot yesterday, is going to be how does he handle the traffic? Because he's got a little bit more breathing room right now. But yeah, that could close up really quickly. That Lamborghini yesterday was causing them a whole bunch of dramas. And have a look how close the number 18 Porsche is. They are really going to have a battle. There might be an opportunity when they get down into the tail end of the straight. He's going to flash the headlights and at least make himself felt. We are less than 5 minutes into this race, and oh my word, it's getting spicy.
And Zika Siri is definitely keeping Kazuhisa Arabe honest, but the monument section is not a place to get offline. Can't D, you know better than that. You've been here before. As they then wind along the first part of the beachfront section for this circuit, up past 13, 14 to 15 here, where they will follow the coastline down towards the pit complex at the end of the lap once again. That finally, Natapong appears to have finally got some steam into the Lexus, and he's starting to check out. There we go. Defensive now from Kazuhisa, protecting against the AAS Motorsport Porsche Cayman as they double apex the hairpin at the end of the lap and then swing it back around onto the start-finish straight, as they do here at the Bangsaen Street Circuit. And it is nose to tail for these four in the lead of GT4 once again. And it is all four of our GT4 Pro subclass cars as well here at the front of the group. Now, GT4 AM cars are all racing line astern, although I think my timing and scoring is... Actually, no, sorry, it's coming through and updating now, I think. Although we're only getting updated timing info for Sector 1 at every lap, not Sectors 2 and 3, which is a little bit interesting there, unfortunately. But, yeah, new fastest lap of the race once again for Superkit. Goes and puts nearly 3 seconds on the rest of the field in GTM on that previous one. So, Ferrari Challenge is absolutely flying here at the front of everything at this stage.
Yeah, they've got some work to do, though, because remember, they're going to have to do a refuel in the middle of their pit stop as well. The only car across the weekend that'll be allowed to do some refueling and a requirement for that Ferrari 488 Challenge car, just for them to go racing. That's the differences, isn't it? That slightly smaller fuel tank, or at least the fuel burns up just a little bit. In the meantime, Natavude seems to be holding up Simon Chan. Sorry, my apologies, that'll be Kamek in the 17 car, but Simon Chan's staying relative to these guys. He was the race winner from yesterday's race as well, with the safety car and red flag affected race. So points on the board for the number 10 Porsche. But Kamek trying to do what he can to really fill the rear view mirror now of Natavude. He's going to try and swing around to the outside. And both of these drivers raced in this class last year as well. So this is a known quantity for both of them. But I tell you what, I reckon Simon Chen, he's found something this year. He just looks a lot more agile, a lot better around this track, and a lot more willing to take the risks and feeling comfortable with that car.
The main thing also to consider, of course, is being the second race of the weekend, we do have ourselves compensation pit stop times. I'll just see if I can find updated information about today's pit stops at some point during the race, because they will affect things, of course, as to who has to stop for how much time, given that there is going to be differing values in the field. As back up with your race leader, Superkit continuing to put down fast sectors here as he works his way towards the end of another lap in this race. Will be the end of lap 5. That's the gap from first to second after 8 minutes, not even.
Yeah, and continuing to find time as well. So Afik's got some work to do, but he's just got to try and stay relevant and hope that when he hands the car over to Saravut, they can stay on top of things and potentially jump ahead of that Ferrari, because that pit stop is going to decide a whole bunch. The Ferrari's so quick at the moment. If you have a look at the rest of the class, the entirety of the rest of the class was in the mid 141s on their most recent lap as Afik comes to the line, gets down to the 1 minute 40.6. So he's at least improved back down into the 140s, and Simon Chen continuing to just weave all over the track and try and harass Natavude on the brakes. He's just about into him. How did they not make contact right there? How?
I think they might have hit. I think they did hit in turn 1. It's going to be Simon Chan who tries to capitalize as Kamek stuck up behind the Lexus. No one gets through as they then have to try and, I think part of that was there just not taking a position away as Natavude had to gather the car up, really slow down to be able to make it round turn 2, and it was all kinds of awkward there. In fact,
he's propping him. He's absolutely propping
okay
him
then. He's decided to bring that opponent into the party, it would appear. So you're going to nudge me? All right, fine. I'll back you up and bring the other Lexus to the game. So it is now first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth is how you could sort of line them up on the road. Nadavude, not a fan of what happened there, it would seem. With a little nudge from Kimmich there down the start, finish straight into turn number 1. Because, yeah, that's probably the last place you want to be having someone all over the back of you and getting a little bit too close for comfort.
At the rundown now into turn number 15. Starting to try to make, you can't really do anything at the moment. So it's start, finish straight, really strong, particularly under brakes down into turn 1. But turn 1's nearly as the weekend's gone on, just been a little bit of a single line groove. He's close here on the run to the final corner. Fractionally offline though. He's really looking to try and get the drive out the other side. It's not worked in his favour now for Simon Chen. Sorry, my apologies for Kimmich on Nadavude as they continue to battle off the final corner. And this battle's not gone away either, which is good to see.
Starting to spread a little bit now. In fact, Cantadika Series dropped out of... So because when he was up in second in GT4, now with Hayden Heikel and Anatorn have gotten past in the Racing Aurora Mercedes AMG GT4 and the Team NZ Aston Martin Vantage there. So let's watch out and see for that one there. See what Cantadika's got there in that Porsche. Because you need to close back up and stay competitive as they all round the turn 6 hairpin. They've got a nice healthy margin back to the rest of the GT4 class. Obviously, as I said there, that there are technically two classes within GT4. The top 4 here that are on screen right now, they're all GT4 Pro-Am team entries. And then for the remaining 4 cars, they are GT4 Am only entries. For the purposes of subdivision within the series, is back up to the fight for third. Where is Natapong? Natapong has dropped away from this group. Something fierce.
Yeah, so something happened to the second of the Lexus RCFs on
He's there in the background,
current lap. Yeah.
Or was, I should say.
Well, I mean, he was right there. That's the difficulty. You're 100% right. It's a good spot. But, yeah, something's definitely happened on that lap. In the meantime, Super Kid already starting to come up to the back end of the GT4 field by the look of that one, which will be Sean in the 59, the second of the TW Zumi entries, Supras.
It's on into turns 1 and 2. Hayden Heikel defending against Anatorn. Is able to hang on for now, but both of these drivers here not leaving a lot left on the table. They are both, because of the way the racing rules work in this series, the faster drivers in every 2-driver pairing are currently in the car. So for this particular race of the weekend, they start with the fastest drivers and they will put the slightly slower driver, at least by grading or by nominated position in the car for that one there. So we expect that the pace in these cars will drop off a little bit later in the race. But see what they can do here, because they are starting to lose touch with Kazuhisa Urabe, who's just flicked through the front of the shot there as we were focusing on this Mercedes and Aston Martin. And we'll wait to see what Cantadika can do there, sitting in behind just a little bit in 4th in GT4.
But that battle for the race lead in this class is exceptionally tight. At the moment, the growth of the GT4 field has been good for Thailand Super Series, it seems, and this is a huge opportunity for Hayden Heikel in this Mercedes-Benz. He's growing, and we've seen how quick he is around this circuit in the other categories.
Yeah, he's been quick, all right. And still, though, going to have to work for it here in this Mercedes AMG. A little bit of a twitch there under brakes, trying to manage the bumps through turn 1. As a result, close through turn 2, Anathorn almost putting the right side wing mirror in the arm coat. Didn't know, so he keeps that for another lap longer, at least, as they work their way down the hill to turns 5 and 6 for the run back towards the middle of the circuit. Crossing back to the middle of, well, actually towards the end of the lap now, pardon me, because Super Kit is on a charge in this Ferrari 488 challenge car prepared by Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. Not even 15 minutes into the race, and the margin is coming up on 19 seconds when the leader, they and the car behind Afik last crossed the start-finish line. I'm seeing though on the last lap, I think actually the lap before, pardon me, slight advantage to the car in P2, but back into the 1:38s on that lap there for Super Kit, and the gap is up to 20.4 seconds.
Yeah, so working hard and now working the way through the traffic for Afik behind the wheel of the 77, and we are going to see a pit lane window open in about 9 minutes time. So how long they run into that window, because based upon race results from yesterday, I'll be running long. I'd be running deep into that pit lane window.
Yep, it would appear that there's no value to coming in early, especially if these are also, at least on balance, we presume the fastest drivers in each class.
That's the other, yeah.
We'd expect these drivers would probably want to go long. It also means, hey, we also see in these longer hour races in these kinds of categories, we actually might see tyre changes occur. So, hey, why not run these tyres a little bit longer, then do the tyre change for a shorter final part of the race, as we focus there on Afik for a moment longer before checking back in with Nadavude and Kimik as they come into the monument section. About 10 seconds behind at this moment in time, and then muscle their way out of that slow part of the section. The Lexus roars past us there, quickly followed by the Porsche Cup car as they make their way up towards turn 15 on this back part of the circuit.
Yep, so margin now for our race leader on last time by was about 20 seconds of the advantage, and it was about 9 seconds from there back to Nadavude, but Nadavude's starting to break away from Kamek. As you can see, the Porsche Cup car is just starting to fall away from the Lexus, who's finding a little bit more time as the times for him now get down. It was on the previous lap, it was a 1:39, but a little bit of traffic here onto the final corner. That's probably going to hamper the lap time a little bit, but it'll provide him a little bit of a buffer once again over Kamek.
Porsche Cup car will swing around the outside of turn 20, get that job done, but that will have cost him a couple of tenths at the very least. So indeed, valuable to Nadavude to get that job done nice and early as he gathers it up for turns 1 and 2. Once again, they've dropped Simon Chan in the past couple of laps to the tune of, gap between Kimik and Chan is now 4.6 seconds last time across the start-finish line. So that's definitely been a drop-off in pace for the Fire Monkey Motorsport Porsche Cup. There it is at the top of shot for a moment as we focus on Kimik in the AAS Motorsport Porsche 992 Cup car there, as he continues to set off in pursuit of Nadavude and try and close that margin down. Will Simon Chan there in the background get the lap to the GT4 car? I think he will get that one sorted out under brakes without too much of a fuss.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty, isn't it? Trying to maintain that rhythm, keep yourself in a groove. And I don't know. I reckon Nadavude was having some issues with trying to bring those tyres in, or if there was a little bit of an issue with the tyre or brakes or something. But if you have a look, his pace responded. So he's now starting to go with the leaders a lot more. But whether or not the leaders were just able to bring their tyres in much quicker, fastest lap time of the race, currently by Superkit 37.627, is about 2 seconds a lap faster than anything else at the moment. But the problem now is that he's fallen off and out of those timings. So everyone's sort of starting to come a little bit further together, particularly in the mid-pack. Kamek lost another 0.3 of a second on that most recent lap. what are the times going to be? Though when they get back to the start finish on this time, and for the GT4 category as well, Haikal's doing okay. In fact, Haikal's actually doing a supremely good job now that he's gotten through into the point here and past the Supra. Past the Porsche. In fact, he's actually starting to really run down on that last lap. He was 0.6 of a second quicker than our race leader. And that margin now back underneath 1 second on the racetrack here, Dan. We're going to have a battle on track for race lead in GT4.
It would appear that, yeah, indeed, advantage Hayden Haikal in that Mercedes AMG at this time. Look how confident that was getting into the turn 6 hairpin. It does lose a bit of time. The front end looking a little lazy, well, long. I guess both could also be applicable with that Merc as he came through the hairpin there. But has made a bit of a gap to Anathorn and Cantady behind when they were earlier more bunched up, and it was Kazuhisha Urabe that was out in front with a bit of gap. That's not the case, it seems, at this point in the race. We'll see what he can do. We're coming up to 5 minutes until the compulsory pit window opens now. So we'll see how they can make this work. And see there, also got, is that Kachorn in front of them? I think it might actually be the sister Toyota GT4. And yeah, it is the sister Toyota Supra GT4. Unfortunately, running around well off the pace, doing 1 minute 49s at this stage. So the Kachorn there, it appears some issues with the pace. Because there you go. Now got the leaders in GT4 caught up, and that's indeed not helped out his teammate, because he's going to now have a potential threat from Hayden Haikal at the end of the front straight. Super's got some legs in clean air even.
Oh, he's going to make the braking zone difficult for Haikal, though. And Haikal! Taking control! Haikal in the fence! The rear end of that car. I tell you what, he might have got away with that. It was just a nudge at the rear end of the car, and I think he might just about be okay.
We'll wait to see if we get footage back down at turn 2 again, confirming. Look, they're passing into turn 5 to try and keep the pressure on as Kachorn is being hounded. I think Anathorn's got through, but Cantady's going to get held up here and hung out to dry through the hairpin at turn 6. As we're focusing on the GT4 leader, Kazuhisha, we wait to see here. Have a look at this on the replay.
Oh, that's a bit.
It is a bit of a whack, and it's right on the wheel too. Yeah, I would be surprised, although you can see here, going back to live pictures, and Super Kit's carrying on quite nicely as always. The front of the GTM field.
So the good news, Dan, the good news, Hayden Haikal was scored at the end of the first sector line. So he was able to get that car refired and recirculated.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for any kind of footage to confirm that. But it is true, yeah, we do have a first sector lap time, although now he's missing versus the estimated time robot the next sector. Same for Kachorn as well. No, Kachorn's just updated. The Hayden Haikal now dropping down the order on timing displays. So, yeah, I think that car might be parked up despite what we had on our timing there. And once again, drivers, it's not much of a. It's basically there is two car widths of available track through there, but you really have to have been alongside under brakes. You can't lunge. You can't really lunge it. Well, it's tough to make it work in terms of lunging and trying to carry speed around the outside. You have to really sort of almost really box the car in on the standard line and force them up as close to the wall as you can, so that you're somewhat near the normal line. As GT4 traffic going to give Nanavude a bit of a hard time. Erwin de Smet there almost running Nanavude towards the edge of the road there. Thankfully, that was just a close call. Nothing too drastic there. As yeah, we're still missing that Mercedes AMG. There's been no call from race control though as to whether that's going to need a safety car. I wonder if they know where the car's parked up at this stage.
To be honest, I actually think we've lost timing and scoring at the moment. In the meantime, though, we're going to keep half an eye on this battle. between Kimmich.
Yellows into turn 1.
So
I
there
think
are
he's still
indeed yellows.
he's still down here, I think. That camera angle doesn't tell us Scott, unfortunately. So a double yellows there. So I think maybe they're pushing him back there from turn 2.
Well, they before they let the marshals out, they deploy the safety car. So I don't think that's going on either. Yeah, interesting. Very, very interesting. We've just got to sort of watch and wait. There's not much more we can really do at the moment, so...
Yeah, the headlight flash from Kimmich there, trying to perhaps get in the mirrors of Nadavude a little bit more as we're coming up to 30 seconds until the pit window will open up officially at this time. Since we haven't heard otherwise from Racing Driver, they actually resent the message confirming the opening time of the pit window is through the monument. Both those drivers will go as they power on up towards turn 15. They'll arrive basically just in time to come straight into the pits if they so desired. But as we were discussing there, based on the results of yesterday's race, it almost seems more appropriate just to stay out and do your stop as lazy. And there you go, 35 minutes remaining. Pit window should now be open, and there's the confirmation on our screen. And there it is down at the pit entry as well with the physical sign. I do believe for Nadavude and Kimmich, yep, they will both carry on around past turn 20 for another lap here.
Yeah, there's going to be a few drivers, though. They're going to feed into the pit lane. Simon Chan's going to be one of them, and Natapong's also going to follow him in. So the last two cars in the GTM field are going to feed back into the pit lane, and the Erwin de Smet Henk Kicks entry is also going to come into the lane. They're going to do their driver swap now as well. Small adjustments to tyre pressures on the B-Quik Porsche Cayman, and their confirmation as well that the 38 machine has rolled into the lane. So Natapong will hand over to Chris in this car. Was running around at the tail end of the GTM field, and the other car as well to keep in mind is the 992 Porsche Cup car, which Simon Chen won't have to do a driver stop in that car. Will just be a pit stop for them.
Yep, of course. Don't forget, though, that pit stops are all timed to be the same. Unfortunately, don't have the exact numbers based on yesterday's results that we can get at some cases. We also see here the 59 Toyota Supra GT4. This is the one that was caught up in that incident with Hayden Highcal. As we watch for Andrew to get in behind the wheel instead of Kachorn. There's a swap over those drivers for 2W Zoomies. So Simon Chan, compulsory stop is done, apart from now waiting for the time to go up before he can roll out of the pits. So the feeling is it's going to be any second now, because he's in a minute 46 since he entered the pit lane. We'll wait to see just how much longer that will be for him, as there's the GT4 stop for the 59 underway, with driver change involving all of the things there. Radio, bits and pieces, getting the netting back in place. All right, stop is done. Car can come off the jacks, but you know, to sit and wait a moment, despite what those brakes would rather. And also a little mirror adjust going on here for Chris in the 38 Lexus. All right, so back out on track. We've still got a local yellow in turns 1 and 2. Just out of shot. Well, looks like Hayden Highcal's car is not where it was. So I'm going to presume it's been pushed back towards the runoff at turn 2. But they're keeping yellow flags out there for the time being. As we have a look here at the two leading drivers in GT4 yet to pit. As we're coming up to halfway through the race, halfway through the pit window. Kazuhisa Irabe versus Anna Torn as they continue to push around. They're about to go a potential second lap down here on your GTM outright race. Obviously, that's not really that big of a deal. But for Super Kit, he's happy to go circulating around here because, well, yeah, there's been no sign of a safety car just yet. And he's happy to keep on pushing the pace advantage that they seem to have here. As all spin for Nadavude down at turns 18 and 19. And he backs it up into the Tech Pro barrier. So momentary dislodge of that one there. And he's lost a wing end plate as well for good measure to add a bit of war wounds to that one there. Unfortunately, gap at the front. Well, we saw Super Kid a while ago coming in this section. 35 seconds later, there goes a Feek as going to be looking here at the 59 Toyota Super GT4 Scott. Or we're trying to get a replay of the 24. I don't know. I think we're still live here at the moment. As yeah, that 24 is now lost an end plate. Here comes the replay.
Oh, so it's actually going to be contact between the two of them.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, that'll change things. And for both of those cars, they were yet to do their pit stop as well. So you get the feeling that they might just bring Nadavude straight in at the end of this lap. And they might want to bring Kilometres in to have a look at the front end of that Porsche as well. Because they would definitely want to have a look at the wing. And that was the car that was second place in the GT4s earlier. And it fell back to fourth spot. And then, of course, with that incident for Hayden Heikal, retook third spot late on in the piece. So because Hisa Urabe leads the way in GT4. He's only about 0.7 of a second ahead, by the way, of Ananthorn in that number 7 Aston Martin as well. So the Aston Martin's recovered quite well.
Oh, it sure has. It's, well, sitting right behind Kazuhisha down the that part of the race. That incident, okay, yep, update from race control has just come on through. They are going to have a look at that incident that we just caught the replay of with the contact between Nadavude and Kimmich. And yep, can confirm on timing and scoring. Nadavude is into the pit lane in the number 24 Lexus RCF. Kimmich, though, has carried on. Kazuhisha is going to take the GT4 leader into the pits as well. Is up on the jacks will go the Lexus, and they'll do a tyre change on that car there, so hopefully freshen things up. I wonder if they've got a completely fresh set, or if they're going to have to go for something there that's been used earlier this weekend already, but having not been raced for the last half an hour, might be in a slightly better spot. There's your GT4 race leader, and speaking of leaders, there's your outright and GTM class leader coming into the pits. Super Kit in the background. So don't forget, different procedure for that car coming up, where they will have to jump out of the car, clear the car, and then they can begin refueling. So you got to wait here. Get him out. Now you can get your fuel in.
And have a look at the procedure they've got to do. So fuel tank in either side. These guys are in extra fireproof suit and have to have somebody with a fire extinguisher on standby, because those refill mechanics, they're not a full-on race refill style system. So you've just got to add extra bits and pieces of safety any way you can whilst you've got to refill that car. And the best way to do that is just to get everyone as clear as possible, and particularly with the hot car, hot engine, hot everything, and have your fire extinguisher on standby as well. It's just as much safety as you possibly can. The TW Zoomies entry, race leader in GT4. Now they'll wait in the pit lane. They will probably not be the race leader when they return to the track, because they do have a longer pit stop than most of the other cars in that class. And I don't think we actually talked about it at the end of yesterday either, Dan Yeaman, but that car received a host of post-race penalties, and one of the reasons for that, you get the feeling, will be the fact that they tried to serve their compulsory pit stop under safety car conditions when the window was closed. So they received, I think it was 160 seconds worth of penalties added onto their post-race time.
Yeah, I didn't actually talk about that pre-race, but yeah, 164 seconds added to their race time.
Is that their pit stop time?
I would not be... It might be very close to the pit stop. Let me see if I can find that bulletin that would have been for this category, and I'll confirm for you. Up there is the category. Right, so they are the 59.
Oh, hang on. Something going on the 25 car's pit stop. I think, are they jacking this car back up? Because I don't think they got the right rear tyre on that car and locked on. So I think there's a drama on that pit stop, and I think that was the air spike going back into the rear end of the car.
Well, there you go. Bit of a mistake from Singer Motorsport Team Thailand in the pit lane. They have 35 seconds to work with, so that gives you sort of an insight there into, well, it's not disaster, but it does mean extra work. Yes, I can confirm the pit stop time for the Toyota Supra is a 164-second stop, thanks to the fact that it's FIA silver-rated driver means they add 46 seconds to the minimum time, plus 8 for being a solo driver, which means no need to obviously do a driver change, and 15 seconds for being a new entry.
Here we go.
Yeah,
so
this is on track and going to be for position. So Sarah Voort, now don't forget, he was slow yesterday, and I really hope for them this is not going to be a repeat that would immediately hand this back to Kittapole, but we've got a race for the lead in GTM after what was a 35-second margin before the pit stop, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that's been a costly stop from Singer Motorsport Team Thailand and the number 25.
I was just going to say, what's the pit stop time required for that team? Because they've just done a 160-second pit stop, and like we said, we thought we spotted dramas on that car. Well, that could have been dramas to the wheel change. So everyone's now done their pit stops, and they've got them done inside the pit lane window as we've got 10 seconds left on that one. So that window will close here in a few minutes. But yeah, everyone's got their compulsory stops done. The key now for race controls, I'll have a look at the transition times and double check that matches against the required pit stop minimum time.
For the 25 Ferrari, I'm seeing a pit stop time minimum of 127 seconds, or 2 minutes and 7.
So they're about, what's that, like 23 seconds long?
Yeah, over 30 seconds long.
Yeah, 30 seconds long, yeah. So they should have been the lead of this race by about a good 10 seconds, and now they're fighting for it.
Yep, they short. In fact, oh, actually, I've just noticed something here. Minimum stop time for the Lamborghini yesterday, mind you, was 122 seconds, 2 minutes and 2 seconds.
Which means they're short.
Which means, and that was with no adjustments with success time or anything like that. So they may be short by about 4 seconds. And indeed, pit stop times are under investigation from race control as the pit window closes. Do not tell me that PSC Motorsport have missed this by about 3 seconds and sent the Lamborghini out too soon from the pit box. And they're going to have to come in and serve a 3-second stop and hold penalty. We've seen a 1-second stop and hold, which would probably be the most brutal of penalties this weekend, given to be that close, be that slightly off, have to come down the pit lane and stop for a second to pay it back. But I am now thinking the race lead may have been handed back, indeed, to Kittapole and Superkit and that Ferrari Forward Air Challenge.
Well, we just got to wait. We're sitting here and we go, we think that's the case. We just got to wait until it's confirmed. Because we'll say one thing and anything still can happen. And at the moment, it's going to be a fight out on track. It's going to be a hand-to-hand fight that we think. And if Sarava can find a way through, well, that will solve that matter. The other thing is, if you just sort of sit back and consider it just a little bit here, Dan, as well, have a look at the margins on track. 15 seconds back to Nadavude, and then Simon Chen's only about 3 seconds in behind him. So if they've got to come back through the lane, they're going to drop at least back to 4th, and it'll be tight if they get back out in front of Nadachak in the second of the 992 Cup cars. And down the outside at the front of the final corner, ahead of the 77. So the Ferrari 488 Challenge car, Kittapole, goes around the outside of the final corner, and that will solve that question.
Well, it solves it on track, and race control going to solve it in the pit lane as well, confirming that the 77 Lamborghini was 3 seconds short on their pit lane time, and they will have to come and serve a 3-second stop and go for a short stop there during the compulsory window. So that will end the fight for the race lead, and the gap will be about 9.5 seconds from Kittapole to Nadavude when it comes to the actual lead for the race there indeed. So error from Singer Motorsport Team Thailand in doing a tyre change, it seems, in their stop. But a more painful mistake from PSC Motorsport, not in the pit lane long enough and get hit with the stop and go. Tyre squeal there in the background. Unfortunately, we don't know where it is. Oh! It's down at turn 15. The AAS Motorsport Porsche Cayman running second in class, and Pitsanu has found the wall up at the top of the circuit.
That's probably going to be a safety car. That's going to be really, really difficult to get
wow.
out. Oh, it starts all the way back up there, and he's just out of control.
How do you lose the GT4 there at turn 14? so badly. I mean,
Is there a mark on the left-hand side of the car?
oh, he's got it out. He's got it going. And it actually doesn't look too bad. The Tech Pro might have done its job in softening the blow enough that the car can carry on.
Damage. There's damage on the front left. So remember, it was a left-hander on the run down to turn 15, and he didn't graze the wall with the left-hand side of the car. I reckon he might have just chunked the wall. No, there'll be oil down. There'll be oil down for sure.
That's two cars that have come unstuck. Someone indeed. Yeah, Simon Chan. Yeah, you don't have two cars lose it in this part of the track, so someone's dropped oil. The question is who. Yeah, in fact, wasn't even ready for this one here at all. And just, thankfully, that was not come unstuck so violently. It's just nosed wide into the wall at turn 15. But, yeah, now everyone's going to have to be very cautious going up through that part of the track. And make sure they are braking early as necessary. As eyes on Nadavude there now, running second in class. Actually catching Kittapole. Now, on that last lap...
He's buried. They've tried. He's trying to get that car restarted. That's buried.
But yeah, never mind the gaps on track. I believe we're going to need a safety car here to sort things out. And indeed, wait to see safety car boards and flags coming out on track in a second here, folks, to neutralize the race. And it will give drivers like Nadavude, Nadachak, maybe Saravut a second chance at this one here. As up towards turn 15 will go. There you go. Yellow flags start coming out here. And the safety car boards and flags will follow suit.
Yeah, field's going to get frozen. Everything's going to get reset. And Simon Chen, unfortunately, looking like he's just buried. He just needs to be pulled back a meter, but they're going to have to get something underneath that just to pull him back a fraction so he can actually get out of there. We'll be able to pluck reverse gear. I'm sure he's already found it. But yeah, the car probably just weight of the wall sitting on top of it at the moment will be unloading the rear end. They just won't be able to pull that car out of the wall. But safety cars continue here Dan, in Thailand Super Series, and the Bangsaen Street Circuit claims another victim.
Yep, it sure does. I mean, we suspect that might be assisted by oil in some respects. But that is the way it goes. Also, another update from Race Control. The contact between the 17 and the 24 got reviewed.
Oh, he's out.
No further action is indeed. Although that's a front right corner that's gone down. Now, whether that means Simon Chan just needs to get back to the pits and they maybe have a look over the front right corner there and he can carry on.
You ever wanted a look at the front right headlight and the inner workings of a headlight in a Porsche 992 Cup car?
Well, there you go. We've got it now. So, he'll head back to the pits. That just means that hopefully all we need in terms of a safety car period is just to get the barrier, the Tech Pro barriers up at turn 15 reset so that they can do their job once again of protecting the walls and the cars somewhat around this place. And we'll see how long it takes us to get this race restarted, since it's now the barriers that need the attention, not the car that's stuck in them. So, giving Simon a checking over with him. Yeah, fluid
That's
coming out of that
radiator.
car by the looks of things. And yeah, these Porsches, they are pretty vulnerable to damage of the sort. And I'll clean that up here in the pits, but yeah, there's probably no way that this Fire Monkey Motorsport Porsche will be able to carry on if it's leaking like that. Indeed, he's out of the car, looks like that.
And you can just say, looking at him, yeah, it's done, unfortunately, for Simon Chen. Difficult race, unfortunately. Potentially a little bit of fluid down the circuit. I mean, the other thing is, hot day, like, they've been racing for about 40 minutes right there. It could be just fatigue as well. He's just a fraction in deep. And the fact that he crept into that barrier at such a low speed as well may not necessarily be anything to do with oil. That could just be a mistake. But yeah, the other Porsche, I reckon they've clouded the barrier in that 18 car a turn before.
Yeah, there's a couple of possibilities there. You're not wrong. It's just basically about as tough as it's going to be today in Thailand. It's, yeah, not quite 2 p.m. In local time, which means that it's hot, it's decently humid, and it's plenty sunny out there as well. Well, you look at the fans, message from race controllers that the safety car will be coming into the pit lane here, and see if that green flag has come back out. So this race, I believe they're heading down the start-finish straight to take the restart here. While we're looking at drivers around the circuit, such as Team NZ's Anatorn, who's now jumped out of the Aston Martin, as side-by-side as Nadavuto is trying to clear GT4 traffic that has been left in the train. But we are back underway. There may be a race on our hands there at the front of the GTM field if Nadavuto's got something left in reserve for that Ferrari 488 challenge. It's now had its driver change. 15 minutes left to go.
I was just trying to look, is that the 59 car or the 58 car?
59 is that one there.
59, yeah. So that's not your leader in the GT4 category. The Aston Martin actually leads the way for those guys. And oh, by the way, that car is still on the lead lap of the race for the Aston Martin as well. So they'll be towards the tail end of the field as everyone's going to try and barrel down past the GT4 car on the run to turn number 7 at the end of the back straight.
Let's now watch into the monument sections. Let's see. No one else apart... Well, we had 2 cars that ended up in the fence at turn 15. No one else seem to be had big issues with it here as we have a watch here. So then Chak now coming through AAS Motorsport Porsche, clear in 3rd place, although he's in a little deep there. That's going to cost a little bit of time in terms of outright pace. But he's released to go chase after the top 2 if he can. Whereas everyone else is still behind the 59 Porsche Cayman GT4 of Andrew. So watch here through the final hairpin. The number 17 work his way onto the start-finish straight. And that gap looks a little closer, 1.3 seconds. And in fact, on that restart lap, you can see lap times updated on the timing tower. 1 minute 40.439 versus a 139.797. So it's not done there. In behind those two, Nadchak, Saravut, and Chris, they're all coming across the line, but I think those lap times are not representative, held up by the GT4 car from 2W Zoomies. Let's see what they can do on this lap as they race around those. The tail! Oh, big trouble. The second of the AAS cars, this one in GT4. Pitsano, he found the wall at turn 15. He actually can't even get it into the pit lane. He stopped on pit entry. Is that the
same corner? No, because he wouldn't have carried on. It wouldn't have carried on if that was the case. I think you're right, it is pit lane entry.
He's down at my exit of 17 is where the incidents happen. He's been able to then run it dead straight from there. So if he can't drive it into the pits, that's going to bring out the safety car once again. We wait to see. As you can see, this almost as if Chris knows something might be happening here. Nope, yellow flags are out. Safety car boards back out. And unfortunately, we've only gotten about 3 minutes into the race and be neutralized once again here, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, we'll get a replay if Pitsano is all well and they can afford to do so. But unfortunately, ran nose first into the wall at turn 15. I suspect has had a moment on the exit of 17 and smashed into the concrete barriers on the exit of that turn. But we'll have to see.
Well, that car should be relatively quick to clean up, given its proximity to the pit lane entry. So, yeah, that should not be a long delay at all. Difficulty will be trying to get a car onto the circuit. And if the field's already condensed, I mean, they will have a lot of room to do that. So it is the run through 17. Is that a... No, it's... Oh, inside barrier.
Oh, that's not something we've seen yet this week. So following... another one of the Porsche Cayman GT4s there in class, which would be... I didn't quite get a read on which one of that.
Was it the 95? I think it was the 95, wasn't it?
Prakun, no, that would make sense. Following Prakun there. And unfortunately, just missed his markers. Yeah, clipping the right front corner off the concrete and fired across the road into the concrete on the left.
And the reason he's stopped immediately is there's a good chance it's broken on both the left and right front of that car as well. Hello to all the fans enjoying the racing action over in Thailand at the circuit at the moment. Getting to see the safety car do a few more laps before the weekend is done. And my word, it's the track just gone off. Has the track just cooked a little bit? And it is getting close to 2 p.m. local time over in Thailand. So we are in the back half of the afternoon, although this should be the hottest period of the day as well, as the sun's sort of starting to come down and we'll be starting to cool off. But yeah, far out. That's a lot of big accidents that sort of happen in 5 or 10 minutes or so, all back to back to back.
Yeah, it is. It unfortunately now means we've had 3 cars out of this race from retirements. So that's definitely been a bit of a rough one there for our GTM GT4 fields. So we're going to see it one more time. And yeah, he's just following in the tracks, but gets too close to the wall. And there's the bounce. And it's such a subtle bounce off the wall there that it doesn't actually leave too much of a mark on the concrete, at least. It might not even have left too much of a mark on the car, but like as you said, there's a good chance the right front corner is already broken, and it's done a massive number on the left-hand side with those hits at the front and rear. And it might just be a case of, I mean, look.
Well, the right front's still pointing straight from that shot that we just saw. It was wobbling. Yeah. It's the left front and the left rear that are both whacked out. So, whoa, 9 minutes on the clock. Nearly got towards the tail end of this one. That was a big one. That is the fastest point on the circuit, just about. The run down to turn 1's the fastest point on the circuit, but that is your second top speed on the circuit, effectively.
Well, yes, it's also, I'd say, the second fastest corner, or sorry, not second fastest, the fastest corner that you enter at this place. There are smaller corners that perhaps count to that one. There, turn 1, you approach at a higher speed, but you're going slower through turn 1. I would say, because obviously you have to back it off so you can get it slowed down and on the line for turn 2. Whereas turn 17, it's carry as much speed as you can, flick the car left, and then power out the other side for the run to the hairpin at turns 18, 19. Now, we have seen a couple of cars where they just lose brake traction and then fire into the wall on the exit of 17. Cars that have made an error on the way in and run wide into the concrete. That's the first one we've seen where a driver's just mispositioned themselves and bounced almost straight off, or almost in line with the wall, and glanced off the wall to find the other side. But unfortunately, yeah, this track takes no prisoners. What it does mean, though, is we are going to have the top 5 cars in GTM. They're all there lined up in a row, which means that any one of them could potentially have a chance at winning this race. We just have to get this race back underway, of course, for that to be a possibility.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a difficulty, isn't it? And you can just see the B-Quik team just sitting there chatting about everything that's just gone on. At the moment, Kazuhisa Arabe, after a host of penalties yesterday, does lead the way. Simon Chen just trying to cool off at the moment and chatting to his team and support staff as it currently stands. I was just about to say, I think if there's damage to that barrier, they'll probably just red flag it and they'll call the race from here, because with 7 minutes on the clock, if they do actually have to readjust where the barriers are located, that will take the remainder of the race time, and they'll just go, yep, that's far enough. But have just got a message from race control. This will be the last lap of the safety car. Safety car will be at the end of this lap. At the moment, there's around 7 minutes on the clock as it currently stands, which means we're probably going to get about 5 laps worth of racing action.
Yeah, don't forget, timer reaches 0, and then we'll get 1 more lap after that as well. So we watch the field here. So there's 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th in GTM. We missed the race leader. You still have that 59, and you also got the 26 B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche GT4. Those two, the front 2 GT4 cars there, are actually not fighting for outright position. Well, Yeah, no, they're not. In fact, the 59 is almost a lap behind the 26, who's a lap behind the 58 that's sitting. So it's Kazuhisa Arabe, the third GT4 in line, is your GT4 leader. He's got Graham John Dowsett and Prakundo in behind, which will be racing him for position on this restart. So 3 cars can win GT4, 5 cars could win GTM. Safety car will pull away from the field and will be back in the hands of Kittapol for the final 5 odd minutes of this race. And let's see how it goes here. So this time around, safety car's been allowed to clear out pretty comfortably here. So when will that Ferrari go is the question. I think the answer is now. Into turn 18. He's gone nice and early as the safety car hits the pit entry there. We are back underway, Scott. It's going to be 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap to decide who will win the final GTM GT4 race of the weekend at Bangsaen.
Leading the way, the Ferrari 488 Challenge car. Kittapol has got an opportunity to hang on to this thing, but Nadavude has been quick, has kept himself in touch, and he was up against the Pro Class drivers a little bit earlier on and did a phenomenal job of holding station then. The weak car in the field at the moment is going to be Saravut. He's going to have Chris all over his rear bumper and looking to try and make some time. But can the experienced campaigner Nadavude continue to build on his legacy in the GTM category and try and clear out at the front end of the field? Lap traffic in the lead at the moment in the background of the GT4 cars will box them up. So you'll have 2 TW Zoomies cars at the lead end of this field. It'll be the second of the cars who's a lap down as they box up as they get down into the hairpin.
And that was the 26 machine of Henk Kicks there. Just pinched a brake a little bit as the cars unload there. Now, sure, you're saying, wait a minute, it's GT4 car. How does it lock the brakes? Well, it's simply because of the fact that the wheel probably came off the ground, came to a complete stop because the brakes did their job, and then it touched the ground again. So, yeah, don't worry, it's not an ABS fail or anything like that. As there's a nice overhead shot on the exit of the monument there. You can see at this stage, top 2 breaking away. Then there's Natachak, then Saravut and Chris. So we're starting to see some battle packs forming in particular positions in this group at the time being for this race restart. Also critically in all of this, I think Kazuhisa Arabe has actually been able to get past his teammate, who's now a couple of laps down on him, and critically that's putting cars between himself and Graham John Dowsett for the GT4 lead.
So 77 machine has to go defensive. Saravut has to defend on the run into 18 and 19, but has that compromised the exit? And the next question is Chris in the 38 Lexus going to be close enough on the exit? Well, the Lamborghini's got enough drive to just build enough of a margin when they get back to the start-finish line. They're starting to ream back in a little bit on Natachak just down the road of them as well. The 77 machine's very deep on the run into turn 1 has managed to get that car pulled up just, and he's got away with one. But if that 38 machine was just a touch closer, there'd be a change for 4th at the moment. Kittapol leads, and anything can happen in the final moments of this race.
You also see there in the background here, the 58 of Kazuhisha's actually pulled 5 seconds on the restart lap and with traffic. Wow. How's that for a dominant statement from the GT4 race leader? Just to be like, okay, you're starting behind me, that's cool. I'm just going to clear the traffic and put a massive margin to the cars behind that he was racing, that had a chance to race him for position. No more, he says. He's going to go back to establishing a dominant position, even if it is late in the race. Continue to keep our eyes on this battle for 4th in GTM, as Saravut and Chris both carefully, almost tiptoeing their way through the monument from those angles there. Might have been a sense of speed kind of thing. Chris there, better on the run out. The Lexus has got the grunt, it seems, relative to the Lamborghini. And he wants to he's almost pushing him along through turn 15, Scott. Not going to be doing that, obviously, because that'd be bad. And indeed, explain how that is a problem to all of us watching along here.
Well, I was just wondering, as they come down through turn 17, remember what happens when you can't see your way through turn 17? We saw an explanation of that a few moments ago, side by side as they run down through the final corner. And Chris is still not able to quite get that one done. And then the Lamborghini gets the horses down to the ground and starts to build a margin. Last lap, though, extremely deep when they got down to turn number 1. Just barely got away with that one out the other side. What's the braking potential this lap? Now he pulls out to the left-hand side. The 38 car trying to carry the brake. Now he'll flick it back to the right-hand side. Try and find a way around, and there's just nothing doing at the moment. And I think that is the first of the GT4 cars. That's Kazuhisa in the background starting to catch up to this pair as they go toe-to-toe.
yep, GT4 car is going faster than GTM whilst these two scrap, and is going to basically self-insert into this battle here. It would appear that Graham, Jean Dowsett and Prakun have either not cleared the lap GT4 traffic or struggling massively to do so. Yeah, it's making for an interesting time, to say the least, in terms of how that's all playing out. As on the last lap, 1.2 seconds gain for Kittapol. Nada Vude appears to have not been able to make a run of it there, unfortunately, just this time. So, going to come to the, well, which is this. They'll get the next lap because the time won't have reached 0 by the time Kittapol rounds the start-finish line. And then they will go one more lap after this. So we are 2 to go, ladies and gentlemen, here in TSS Supercar GTM and GT4. And it looks like it is Kittapol's race to lose out front in this category.
Don't say that.
Oh, what? What might I be doing? Anyways, let's watch him here.
Get involved. Say it again, Dan. Just say it again. Double down. You've got to double down on your curse.
I'm a fan of saying things once and once only when necessary. You're the one uttering the word curse amongst all of this here, as we continue to watch our race leader climbing up through Monkey Hill and bring it down into turn 5 and 6 for the second last time through the hairpin at this end of the circuit anyways. Nada Vude on that last lap again, 1.3 seconds down. So unless he can miraculously turn this around with 2 really big laps, I don't think we're going to see that margin close up all too much, unfortunately, there. Which is a right shame, of course. The restart had some potential, I do think. But alas, it is what it is. As we watch them head on down towards turn 8.
Yeah, for the meantime, Saravut's still ahead of the 38 machine. I want to keep half an eye on that battle as well, because they've already fallen 6 seconds off Nada Chak, who sits 3rd on the road right now. And the battle for 2nd in GT4 still going on, because Graham's got it over Prakun. So at the moment, your GT4 podium is Toyota Supra, Aston Martin Vantage, Porsche Cayman, as well 3 separate manufacturers on the podium in GT4, much the same as it is in GTM, as well as the Ferrari 488 Challenge from the Lexus RCF GTM and Porsche 992 Cup car. So the racing action's been mixed. The racing action and the speed of the cars across the weekend has produced interesting results where they're all getting in amongst it and taking home pieces of silverware. But for Kittapol, 1 more lap left to run, and he might want to finish this one as quickly as possible so we can't issue another curse before the lap is out.
You keep saying it, it will happen. Whereas again, I'm going to be strongly of the argument, if I don't actually try and set it up, maybe it won't happen. And that might help in the grand scheme of things. So got through turns 1 and 2, check the boxes 3 and 4, done as well. Coming down to the hairpin for the final time here in TSS Supercar GTM and GT4. The Kittapol puts that through the hairpin, neat and tidy indeed. And power out on the other side to make the run for turn number 8. Looking up and down the order, there might still be a fight between Saravut and Chris for 4th in GTM. Gap at the start-finish line was 0.7 of a second. And focusing here on your race leader, as they're halfway through the lap and coming to the monument now.
Yeah, only a couple more corners left to go for Kittapol, and he's just tiptoeing around. He's aware that he's got a bunch of time in hand, and he's just making sure that he pulls his car up. Turn 15, the run through 16, 17, and then into the final 3 corners on the lap. So there's 17 there, the right-hander through 17, not pushing the margin, no reasons to do so. On the brakes down here at 18 and 19. He'll get on the power out the other side, and he is going to be a Thailand Super Series GTM race winner for the Bangsaen Grand Prix. And a phenomenal weekend for the Ferrari 488 Challenge car. They had issues in the pit stop. They put enough of a margin together And that will cover them off. Natavude gets home for another podium and second in that class, and Natachak will be happy with third as well. Then we cast our eyes back down the field to the GT4 category. Kazuhisa Urabe, we just saw on the 2W Zoomies car, will manage to claim line honours on Sunday for the GT4 class after an incident-filled race on the Saturday. It backed up and there was some more accidents on the Sunday, but Urabe is going to win that one. And the Aston Martin does manage to hang on to second place in GT4 over the Porsche. So it will be Kazuhisa Uribe from Graham John and Anna Thorne in the Aston Martin, from Prakun and Warren in the Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, there we go indeed. Well, a couple of safety cars to interrupt proceedings there in Supercar GTM and GT4, but yeah, nevertheless, pretty comfortable looking race in the end for Kitapol and Super Kit. Surprisingly, there, well, on that last lap, actually pulled 4 seconds on Natavude, who seemed to have backed off big time to roll it in across the line. It seems deciding that there was pretty comfortable margin there back to third place. Ended up being about 2.5 seconds across the line. There is your top three overall in this race here today. To confirm the results at this time, Super Kit and Kitapol for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand out front. Natavude for Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand there in second place, and the AAS Motorsport drivers of Kimmich and Natachak to bring it home in third. The rest of your field as follows. Top five were all in GTM, so Sarah Vult and Afik sharing the number 77 and fourth, with Chris and Natapong behind them in fifth. And as you said, Scott winning GT4 car, Kazuhisa Urabe sixth outright there, and coming home quite dominantly, so 25 seconds clear of the next best GT4 for Graham John Dowsett and Anna Thorne. Well, with that said and done, there's now just 2 races left for the weekend, and one of them is Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, which is what is coming up next here, as just see there, Kitapol coming on into the pit lane. But with Carrera Cup Asia up next, it means we'll actually take another break, because there is a separate broadcast and production of that race there. And as a result, that'll mean that we will press the pause button on this broadcast here. But we will return for the final race of the weekend, the TSS Supercar GT3 race, which will see our drivers in that GT3 category get set to rock and roll for the final race of the weekend. That will come later this afternoon. Scheduled start time of that race is 3:30 p.m. Thailand time. I can tell you right now it is 2:13 p.m. in Thailand. So Carrera Cup starting in 20 minutes in the meantime is perhaps of interest and note there first of all. As soon as I can get the broadcast link for the Carrera Cup Asia Race 2 broadcast, we'll get that sorted out across the English commentary feeds in a second. So actually I'll need to go looking for that in due course, because at this point here, not sure we're going to have, with all the drivers actually from Thailand, or at least registered up as Thai drivers for this category. I do believe we won't have any audio of the interviews for this one. So going to start our break here, folks, for the English broadcast of Thailand Super Series. I'll have the link to the Carrera Cup race in the broadcast chats shortly. Be back with us, as I said, at 3:30 p.m. Thailand time for the final race of the weekend for TSS Supercar GT3 here at the Bangsaen Grand Prix.
พี่ตรีครับปิดท้ายครับ
ครับขอบคุณนะครับที่ติดตามสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์ GT3 กับ GTM ขอบคุณครับ
ครับขอบพระคุณครับสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์นะครับโดยพี่ตรีกิติพลพาโมลยุทธยาและเต้เต้สุภกิจเจนตรีนานันท์ไปดูกันต่อในรุ่นไทยแลนด์ซุปเปอร์คาร์ GT4 อันดับที่ 3 นะครับเป็นของ 2W ซูมีคุณประคุณพรภาและคุณวอร์เรนอดุลยพิเจตแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับโอ้โหวันนี้ 2W ซูมีมาเป็นอันดับ 3 แล้วเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับสนามนี้
ก็เป็นครั้งแรกที่วิ่งนะครับก็เป็นผลงานที่เกินคาดนะครับของเรา2 คน
โอ้โหจริงๆรู้สึกเหมือนกันเลยนะครับแล้วสนุกไหมในเรื่องของสนามนี้กับครั้งแรกครับ
สนุกมากครับก็ปีหน้าเราก็คงจะเห็นพวกเรากลับมาวิ่งอีกรอบนะครับ
ครับคุณดูเลยครับคุณดูอะไรคุณดูอะไร
สนุกมากครับสนุกมากสนามนี้เป็นอะไรที่ challenge แล้วก็สตาร์ทออกไปนี่ก็มีโตโยต้าไล่มาตลอดแล้วก็ค่อนข้างแฮปปี้ฮะ
ชอบอะไรในสนามนี้
มีทุกอย่างฮะหลากหลายโค้งช้า high speed มี elevation ขึ้นเขาลงเขามีก็สนุกทุกอย่างฮะแล้วก็บรรยากาศไม่เหมือนที่อื่นเลยครับ
ใช่ไหมครับแต่ว่าแน่นอนปีหนึ่งก็จะมีอยู่ครั้งหนึ่งแล้วก็มีสนามดีๆแบบนี้นะครับส่งต่อสนามหน้าครับคุณวอร์เรนครับ
ก็สนามหน้าที่สะพังนะฮะแต่ก็จะคิดถึงบางแสนที่อยากจะมาบ่อย
ๆ ก็ต้องรออีกปีแล้วนะครับเพราะแน่นอนกว่าเราจะสร้างมาได้ใช้เวลา1 เดือนกับอีก10 กว่าวันนะจนมาถึงเป็นวันนี้ครับคุณวอร์เรนแล้วก็ทำให้ทุกท่านเนี่ยได้มีโอกาสกลับเข้ามา
อยู่ในสนามนี้ขอบคุณ TSS
ครับ
ที่จัดอีเวนต์สนุกมาก
ครับคุณวอร์เรนครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์รถเบอร์ 95 แล้วก็ทีม 2W Zoomies นะฮะแล้วก็เบอร์ 58 ได้ที่ 1 ก็ congratulations
congratulations again ครับคุณประคุณครับฝากด้วยครับ
ก็ปีหน้าเราก็คงจะเห็นเราวิ่งกัน3 คันอีกรอบนะครับอาจจะมีมากกว่านั้นไม่ทราบเหมือนกันแล้วแต่เจ้าของทีมนะครับ
เดี๋ยวต้องมาลุ้นกันอันนี้ยังไม่บอกแล้วกันว่าจะมีใครเพิ่มออกมานะครับ
ก็ฝากทีม 2W Sumi ด้วยแล้วกันนะครับ
ครับขอบพระคุณครับ 2W Sumi คุณวอร์เรนอดุลพิจิตรนะครับและคุณพรประภานะครับอันดับที่ 2 นะครับเรมจอนกับอนันทรตั้งเทียนหน้าใจกับทีม NZ Congratulations
First of all, I want to thank you to Hank, Julian at B-Quik. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here. We had engine problems. So it's a true spirit of motorsports, and I thank you guys very much. Thank you.
โอ้โหสิ่งแรกที่อยากจะบอกก็คือขอบคุณเลยนะฮะที่ให้โอกาสต้าครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ดีครับผมส่วนว่าคาดหวังไปเยอะอยู่นิดนึงครับ
โอ้โหแต่เราก็ดูอยู่ในรุ่น GT4 เพราะว่ามีการแบบพยายามไล่อันดับขึ้นมาถูกไหมฮะแต่ก็มีเหตุการณ์เกิดขึ้นอยากให้ต้าเล่าถึงสิ่งที่กำลังเจอในวันนี้มีอะไรบ้างครับ
ก็ส่วนใหญ่ก็สู้จากที่4มา
ครับ
แล้วก็พุชสุดๆแล้วที่จะทำได้ครับผมแล้วก็เจอประมาณรอบประมาณรอบที่7ก็เจอประมาณเจอพอดีรถมีความร้อนขึ้น
นะครับผม
ก็เลยต้องแบ็คนิดนึง
ครับเอาละฮะต้าเป็นตัวแทนฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมทีม NZ ด้วยครับผมอนันทรตั้งเนชัยแล้วก็ผมขับคู่กับแกรมโดเซนครับผม
ครับขอบคุณครับแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งนะครับครับไปดูอันดับที่1กันต่อนะครับทุกท่านครับ Congratulations for the winner in this today
ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับคาซูฮิซานะครับโอ้โหแน่นอนคุณผู้ชมมาเป็นอันดับ1ในรุ่นนี้เลยนะครับ Thailand Supercar GT4 นะครับขอบคุณครับช่วยแปลให้หน่อยครับ Alright how do you feel for today That is the result, it's best result today here.
Good team and good engineer, good team staff.
ครับ
Everybody ขอบคุณครับ
ครับ Good team, good engineer นะฮะแล้วก็อะไรนะฮะมีอะไรกันขอบคุณกับผลงานที่ออกมาดี
ๆ Team staff
ทีม staff ด้วยทุกคนนั่นเองนะครับก็ถือว่ามีความสุขมากนะสำหรับทูริบุซูมิของเราในวันนี้
もちろんです
ภาษาอังกฤษภาษาญี่ปุ่นผมขอลานะครับโอเคก็ถือว่าแน่นอนนะครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ ภาษาแชร์เป็นนิสได้เลยครับเดี๋ยวทาง
応援してくれてありがとうございましたよかったらインスタとかフォローしてください
ครับ
ก็ขอบคุณที่เชียร์ทีม 2W Sumis วันนี้นะครับก็เขาบอกฝากติดตาม Instagram เขาด้วยนะครับ
ครับโอเคติดตามกันให้ด้วยนะครับสำหรับตรงนี้นั่นเองนะครับอันดับที่1 Katsu Hisa ขอเสียงปรบมืออีกครั้งครับแน่นอนนะครับคุณผู้ชมครับความมันยังไม่หมดเพียงเท่านี้เลยครับยังมีความมันต่อเนื่องเกิดขึ้นอีกและรุ่นใหญ่ด้วยครับที่สุดของเรากำลังรอคุณอยู่ติดตามกันให้ดีหลังจากไฮไลท์ครับ
Hi, I'm Daniel Bilski. Let me take you for a lap of Bangsaen in the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. It's a super challenging track with 20 corners and plenty of bumps and jumps to master. Let's go. Fifth gear, flat out, 240. Looking for your brake marker at about 100 for the uphill braking zone. The road's cambered, hug the wall to the right. The camber helps you slow the car down. Late apex for turn 2. Watch the exit bumps, get good traction, then position the car for the jumps. 1, 2, car goes light, full throttle, 170 down here through Monkey Hill. Use the whole track width, get ready for the next big braking zone, flow the car in, watch the exit wall, get ready to drop into the hairpin. First gear, 35 k's an hour, get the rotation, pin the throttle, ready for the big long back straight. Maximum attack through here, a lot of time to make up on the exit of the hairpin if you get good drive and stay away from the bumps. Getting ready for the next big break about 100 metres. Now, hard brake, first gear, use all the track width, flow the car in, short shift to second, kissing the walls, get ready for the monument, big commitment, here, pin the throttle. Let the car run wide, big bump on the entry to the next curve, full throttle through here if you dare. Getting ready for a short braking zone from 200, brake hard, second gear, flow the car in, watch the exit wall, watch the bumps, trying to get maximum traction. Careful on the entry to the next corner, you can flow very wide, very close to this exit wall, big bump on the exit. Spot your braking marker for the hotel, 100 metres, V the corner, first apex, get the rotation, second apex, pin the throttle. Hug, turn 20 all the way around to the front straight. A lot of time to lose here if you lose traction over the bumps. Hold it flat, let the car settle, run it to the line. That's a lap of the Bangsaen Grand Prix.
Give us even more. So
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The final race of your Thailand Super Series weekend from the Bangsaen Grand Prix. Your supercar GT3 down on the grid, chatting to our drivers just prior to launch time for the final race of the weekend. And ladies and gentlemen, this is set to be a crack. It was a phenomenal race to finish yesterday. And this time, it's going to be the pro drivers to start us out. We're now down to the number 62 car. Wenlong Lu will be starting in this car, and we'll be hand over to Zhuan Yu Li to finish the race out, ladies and gents. But yeah, it's
yesterday was one driver, so yesterday was a bit tougher, but was a good race. Just the extra penalties in the pit stop and a new entry penalty put us a bit down. So we had to sit in the pit a bit longer, but otherwise it was a all good race. And today
Too longer here, Dad. For
it was a very long race. But today I have my other driver back with me, so hopefully he can take some of the drive off me.
hopefully for you're gonna go to win the podium too.
Yeah, for sure. That's what we always push
Yes.
for.
Let's comment to Thai fans. Yeah.
Thank you. Hi, Thailand. I'm very grateful to be racing in Bangsaen this weekend.
Yes.
It's always an amazing track to come to. It's one of my favorite tracks, and yeah, it's a great crowd, a great turnout, and I hope you enjoy the racing.
Okay, best of luck here. Thank you. ครับลุงเวนหลงก็บอกนะครับว่าในเรื่องของการแข่งขันเนี่ยแน่นอนว่าเมื่อวาน
And there we are, a quick chat there with Lu Wenlong, giving us some insight. And also creating a note there, Scott, as you mentioned that as per our entry list documentation, there will be two drivers behind the wheel of the number 62 B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi there. Li Zhuan Yu joining him in that car today. So that will be important to note. That might just change up the way the pit stop times work for that car as a result. I'll be curious to see how it all goes down. Of course, separate qualifying sessions for races 1 and 2. So for these drivers, that qualifying was way back on Friday afternoon. And as a result, we've got ourselves a grid order that goes as follows. Unfortunately, we've only got 7 cars that are going to start this race due to the damage sustained by the Team AAI BMW M4 GT3, which has meant the withdrawal of that car for the rest of the weekend. So unfortunately, we will not see Chunhua Chen or Max Hesse back out on track as a result, which is a real shame. But yeah, 7-car order. The 27 Audi of Christopher Haase and Hao Lin. The 37 Audi of Yideng and Sandy Stuvik. The 89 Honda NSX of Carlo Van Dam involved with Bidon Bakhti. As you heard there, the 62 Audi, which will now be Lu Wenlong and then Li Zhuan Yu to start the race. Kantasak Kasiri and Piti Bidon Bakhti in the number 12 Honda NSX GT3. before it's Adasak and Henk Kicks in the final B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi, and Douglas Koo in the Viper Diesel Racing Mercedes AMG GT3, who will be on the grid. Yes, it's a small field of 7 cars, but as we've seen from this GT3 racing, it still can deliver some fascinating racing thanks to the tyre, driver, and strategy. Tyres and drivers and the strategy that comes from both of those elements.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw yesterday was a 4-way fight. I mean, the biggest thing that we can sort of note is that the times across those top 4 cars with the pro drivers in very, very similar. And it looked like Carlo Van Dam was actually the weakest among them, which is really interesting to note, given that yesterday they were sitting second. Now they'll be third. So he's going to need to get a very, very strong start off and look for an overtake down at turn number 1 and see if he can sort of back the pack up. Deng Yi was phenomenal yesterday. Both drivers in the 37 Audi, the win here by B-Quik Absolute Racing, were phenomenal. And a reminder, Deng Yi already has results in other series in that Audi this season. So he's driving at the best of his ability. Sandy Stuvik looks strong at the moment as well. Both of them coming into a little bit of form. Won the race yesterday, looking strong. But there's an opportunity here for Christopher Haase. He's going to be the head driver here. He's got pole position. He's going to be the first off. That street circuit, you want to be the lead driver. You control the start. It's going to be in your hands. Everyone else is chasing you. And he's a driver of note. He knows how to drive this thing. He knows how to drive around this place. And yesterday, I sort of got the feeling maybe he was quicker in that car, but he's just under driving it a little bit. You could just sense that at the back end of the tyre stint, the tyres got a little bit hot, stuck in dirty air, wasn't quite able to do as much as I necessarily think he would have liked to. That's the nature of street circuit racing. Today, shoes on the other foot. He's got to go as hard as he can. And I think with a little bit of clear air, I think he can run away. And that lends itself to a really strong result potential for that 27 Audi, Dan. So anything is possible here.
Yeah, it certainly is. Let's basically not really lay down any estimations on who we think's going to win this one here, because, flipping the whole thing around in terms of the fact that, our nominally faster drivers are starting these cars and handing over to the slower drivers, as it were, to finish the race, although maybe that's not how necessarily it'll play out depending in some of these pairings. The main thing, obviously, there being, yes, it was at the safety car early on, unfortunately, for that BMW, which did obviously change up the way the race played out, and it did press pause on that opening stint pretty early on. As you said, tyres may be a factor. In saying that, we did see at times where they push, get a personal best or a purple sector later on in the race. It's just a case, I guess, even then they get up behind, and then you really need a big pace advantage to find a way through. And that definitely seems to be a case of the teams here are reasonably well matched. So you've then got to dig deep and find something big to make something work.
It's an interesting factor because if you have a look at the way that Marcus Winkelhock was driving these cars as well, I think one of the biggest benefits that he was really, really strong at is he's been on these tyres, he's been in this series for a number of years, so he understands the car, understands the tyre. You've got Haase now coming over and stepping into this, and yes, he's a driver of a supreme amount of skill, but at the same time, you've got to make that adjustment to the tyre. Did he make that adjustment yesterday? Did he focus on learning the tyre under a long race run and race conditions yesterday? But the strength sort of where Winkelhock is he's winning GT World Challenge Asia this weekend and not able to actually participate in the event, he was really able to run the pace and keep the tyres in their optimal range and not over-scuff them, not overdo the rears, keep the car really nice and balanced. So the drivers that are coming in have got that difficulty of a different tyre every single time manufacturer. They've got their own secrets, they've got their own ways they put the rubber together. And then that's not a remark about Hankook. That is just the nature of racing. It'd be the same thing of me saying to you, Dan, here's 5 different types of plastic bowls. All the different types of plastic bowls are a little bit different. Some of them can take a little bit more of a beating. Some of them are more brittle. Some of them heat well. Some of them are microwave safe. Some of them aren't. That's just the nature of the sport and the nature of the rubber compound. The conditions that are there when they're building the structure of the tire. There's very specific, minute differences in the chemical compounds and the way they build the tire up lends itself to that. The racing quality we get out of this tire is phenomenal, but again, it's an adjustment.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, as you said, these cars here on these Hankook tyres, they deliver a good job. As you see here, Bangsaen really seems to be a case of unless you've got a really big pace advantage, it can be a little tough to get moves done, which does put was probably the one thing we saw yesterday. But as I said, switch the order of the drivers around to see the nominally faster drivers start today, how that will change the way drivers go about things, who can make the most of it in the opening stints, who might come back later on in the race as well when we swap drivers over. And out they go for the formation lap now. It's time to see who can win the final race of the weekend. Headlights are ablaze and they definitely feel like they're a bit more prominent here this afternoon. It's only 3:30 p.m. in Thailand at the current moment, but there's a bit of cloud cover that's moved over the circuit as we get ready for TSS Supercar GT3 action.
Now, 3.74 kilometres in length, 20 turns across the duration, 12 of them to the left, 8 turns back to the right. Turn 1, uphill, off camber, you've really got to up and set it off for turn 2. Braking zone, bounce all the way up through Monkey Hill, all the way through turn 3, turn 4, turn 5, then the permanent yellow flag zone, down the hill into turn 6. The Ventus F200 Circuit Slick Racing tyre provided to us by the official series sponsor, Hankook. And like I said, it's phenomenal racing action. It's brilliant what you're about to see. These guys are about to be released for the final time for the weekend in anger for an hour's worth of racing. And there'll be a pit stop to come in the middle of.
The one thing I have to wonder here is, I actually probably need to ask this question next time we have one of these races, is what's the tyre allocation like and how many fresh tyres have drivers and teams brought into this race? But quickly looking through the grid here before we talk about that, Christopher Haase, Yi Deng front row, Carlo Van Dam and Lu Weng Long will start off of row number 2. It's 3 B-Quik Absolute Racing Audis and a single of the leading single motorsport team Thailand Honda NSX. That's followed up by the second of the Hondas there, the number 12 for Kantasak Kasiri. We're sharing that row with Adisak for the number 25 B-Quik Absolute Racing Machine with Douglas Koo there in the Mercedes AMG GT3. Unfortunately, there should have been the BMW M4 GT3 from Team AAI with Chunhua Chen and Max Hesse racing this weekend. But if you missed it yesterday afternoon, an early incident in the race, crash coming down into turn 17, I believe, if I remember correctly. As a result, the car heavily damaged and appears was not able to be repaired by the race time today, which means we are one car short of what we were hoping to see here this evening.
An hour worth of racing action to come, though. And that's going to be the big key is, now you've got to sit down. Now you've got to set yourself in. Now you've got to try and work yourself up. So for the drivers of the GT3 cars, they've been waiting all weekend long for this moment to give themselves the opportunity to attack this circuit for the final time in anger. 60 minutes the racing duration. Compulsory pit stop must happen between the end of the 25th minute and the end of the 35th minute. So 10-minute of a window there right in the middle of the session.
Watch them drop down into the turn 6 hairpin at pacing speeds. And I have to look here and see who can get the jump in this race. This will be a drag between Christopher Haase and Yi Deng on the run to turn number 1. Of course, it'll be in the hands of the Meng model sponsored B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi in that red and black paint scheme there on the front, but it will be shared. And also whether maybe, say, Carlo Van Dam, maybe he could get a good jump there in the first of the single motorsport team Thailand Honda NSXs for the start as well. All the possibilities, and looking forward to seeing how it plays out as well. It's practically 2 teams racing each other here this weekend. I guess Scott, in a sense, not to drop on Douglas Koo all too much, but certainly a bit to learn about GT3. But also we are talking about drivers like Christopher Haase, FIA Platinum rated driver, or Carlo Van Dam being FIA Gold rated. Whereas Douglas FIA Bronze, I guess you could call it a gentleman driver, is what we used to sort of describe a driver of his skill, perhaps. So then again, don't actually know a huge amount about Douglas, so maybe that's a completely inappropriate statement to make. And if that's the case, I do apologise for making such comments. But there's the instruction entering turns 18 and 19 to get into the 2x2 grid formation. And it's almost time to get our final race of the weekend underway here from the Bangsaen Grand Prix.
Time to fire it off. The GT3s, a whole 4 Audi GT3 R8s, Nevo 2 Spec, 2 Honda NSXs, and the Mercedes AMG to bring up the rear as well. They're formed up into their grids, and I think we're actually already off and racing as they're starting to funnel down on the run down to turn number 1. Good jump on the inside. Christopher Haas has got a really good launch, but have a look at, I believe that's not the Carlo Van Dam. I think that might be the Cantersack livery. In fact, you're actually right. It is Carlo Van Dam who's trying to get aggressive, so there might have been issues with that car yesterday, but it'll be the white liveried Team Singer Thailand NSX that fires down into turn number 1. That is going to escort Yi Deng back 1 spot, and that means that your front 3 are Christopher Haas from Carlo Van Dam from Deng Yi on the run down to turn number 6 for the first time this afternoon.
All right, dropping into the hairpin at racing pace for the first time. Let's see here. All close to each other, but no one checking up too much through the hairpin. So check the box off for lap number 1 there. Douglas Koo almost getting the front right corner into the outside Armco, but thankfully that's not an issue there. What we do see is Lu Wenlong having a little bit of a look up the inside of Deng Yi, but chooses, well, doesn't get there in that occasion. We'll slot back in line for the run out of turn 8 and 9. Over the top, we look at the monument as they file through 1, 2, 3, 4 single file, and the last couple of cars there making their way through. Part of actually there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Apologies, I should count better in that case. As they then build the pace to turn 15, the first time at racing speed here. And you really see as they lean on the tyres through these right-hand sides. Remember the onboard shots and some of the speeds, perhaps, if you can. That the actual cornering speeds, at least 2 years ago when that video was recorded of Daniel Bilski in one of those B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi R8 GT3s, as that's a little deep through the last turn for Christopher Haas up. But that may just allow him to get on the power a tiny bit earlier in terms of straightening the exit. Nevertheless, he will lead the field across the line for the opening lap of this 1 hour plus 1 lap affair.
Yeah, and he's starting to stretch the legs nice and comfortably as well. So already out to a 1.4 second lead. He's fired those tyres up appropriately. 37.6 the first lap time on the board for him. 38.9, 39.1, 39.3 as they fire on through to pick up that one. So Carlo Van Dam, remember what we said, you know, it was probably a little bit ailing at the back end of the race yesterday, but whether or not that might have been rubber affected, there was just too much life taken out of that tyre in the Honda NSX. Well, he's recovered strongly today. He's not holding them up all too much, but he certainly is a cork in the bottle. He was quick at one point yesterday in the back half of the race, and then the pace just continued to just drain out of the Honda NSX. So potentially trying to protect the car, and you can just see the lights on as the gloom starts to come down on the streets of Bangsaen. And with 57 minutes left to run in racing action for the weekend, it has been a brilliant one, Dan. Like a long weekend affected with red flags, yellow flags, and we welcome Porsche Cup Asia back to the racing card for this weekend's Bangsaen Grand Prix.
Yeah, that we did. Unfortunately, almost felt like in some respects they were some of the most affected by caution periods and red flags, be it practices or race sessions. But yeah, this is the nature of this place. It's a tricky track. We even saw some pretty minor looking moments become pretty big all of a sudden, with just one little moment already can make for a race ending or a session ending incident as a result. There's 2 laps down on the board, and yeah, definitely the margin is growing at the front of the field. Doing 1 minute 35 already straight off the bat, as indeed Lu Wenlong looks for a second to the inside of Deng Yi, but there's no space at turns 1 or 2 on this particular occasion. The question is going to be, are they getting packed up behind Carlo Van Dam, and is he going to try and find a way to push past in this case?
Have a look at the run as they dip down into the turn 6 hairpin. They're all starting to close back up yet again. It's just stuck at the moment in terms of that train, and a little bit of the Team Singer Thailand sandwich at the moment with 2 of those absolute B-Quik racing Audis in the middle. The Win Here machine currently leading, and for Deng Yi, first time that he's really running in traffic for the weekend. Yesterday had the opportunity just to run away with it. Sandy Stuvik did a phenomenal job to lead the race out yesterday and give himself just a little bit of margin to work with. Was able to just comfortably manage that car to the conclusion of the race as well. Right there, just seems like Dang is struggling just a little bit on the run down to turn 15, and now Carlo Van Dam's starting to really respond and just stretch that margin in the final third of the lap as they run down into the final hairpin, round 18-19, hotel turn. Back to the start-finish line once more. 3 laps now in racing conditions. We're starting to get a read on where everyone stands, and you just get the feeling Deng Yi would like to find an opportunity. I get the feeling he's stepping out just to let... sorry, my apologies. Lu Wenlong stepping out just to give Deng Yi an option to see that number 62 Audi in his rearview mirror. He wants him to know that he's there, and he wants him to know that he's feeling a little bit brave.
I mean, also things like just even letting that Audi in the 62 car at least breathe a bit, get some fresh air. You see there through the hairpin there. It's a nice tighter line, but it doesn't quite translate immediately off the hairpin on this particular occasion. As what you go on board with the 25. Adasak is actually racing back in to the amateur subclass. Actually, didn't realise that actually, Adasak's dropped a long way back from the rest of the field on this one so far. But then again, they're racing Douglas Koo for the subclass honours, as it were. So it's not that big of a deal that the rest of our 5 GT3 Pro-Am entries are racing up the road together by themselves, as they're already approaching up towards turn 15 there. So 54 minutes remaining off the first 10% of this race. As there you go, actually got debris flags out towards turn 17. That's something there over by the exit wall
That's
from that static M, or the fluids that they've just driven over there.
I do wonder. I think that might have been fluid, because you saw it come up off the road as they drove over it. So whether or not it's powder from the incident we saw earlier on still just being cleared off the racing surface, but you wouldn't think so at this late point. I mean, it still could be, but yeah, certainly something on the track at that point in time. Carlo Van Dam's settled in now in second spot, and fastest lap of the race now for Deng Yi, sitting in third position. Means that he has responded just a little bit, 0.2 of a second faster than our race leader, 0.1 of a second faster than the car ahead of him on that most recent lap. So might be just responding just a little bit in the win here. Blue and white Audi that sits third on the road.
If anything, it says at this stage all the drivers are fairly evenly matched, given that we're talking a fast personal bests or fastest laps of the race spread of no more than or less than 0.2 of a second. With the exception of Lu Wenlong, but he's winding up with the fastest sector one of the race on this particular occasion. It is then also beaten in some respects by Deng Yi, going for the fastest second sector of the race in the 37 machine in front of him here. So back and forth as they work their way towards faster and faster lap times. So yeah, I think we're going to call that one being it's whatever fluid I think has been put down there on the axis. I think it looks like it's on a fairly straight part of the racetrack, so they just sort of go over it. It doesn't look to be too much of a concern, unless there's any more of it laid down beforehand straight off the exit of 17. That was a nice little shot we haven't seen yet this weekend through turn 20 as they make the front straightaway. Another lap will begin here, and it's, into the mid-134s for all of our top drivers, with Christopher Haas at the fastest of them all on that lap.
Yeah, so Haas, and remember, these are heavily fuel-laden cars at the moment for the hour's durations. They'll be reasonably well topped off in terms of that fuel capacity. So as you see that fuel start to burn out of these cars, the time should drop away, particularly towards the opening of that pit lane window, around about 35 minutes to go in this one. So at the moment, just line of stone. It's just realistically at the moment, Dan, it is just waiting for somebody to just put a foot wrong and see if you're close enough to sort of capitalise just a little bit. But again, Lu Wenlong just sort of trying to make sure that he's seen more than felt in the mirror of Deng Yi. And I get the feeling that's the stage of the race we're just in. It's just, feel it out, make sure everything's okay, feel the fuel start to burn off a little bit. And then perhaps if you can look after the tyre a little bit better than the competition later on, that'll generate some opportunities. But that was a little bit of a mistake. Fractionally deep there at turn 15 for Deng Yi that time by.
We also don't forget, as I said, most GT3 cars, vaguely speaking on average at least, can do at most tracks an hour or so on a tank of fuel. These drivers aren't allowed to refuel the car at all during their compulsory pit stops, so they do have to be mindful of making sure they've got enough fuel on board, and also maybe a game of taking the bare, well, who am I kidding? It's motor racing. They're going to take the bare minimum of fuel that they can get away with to get through this race. So maybe even a case of, whilst sometimes we might be thinking it's tyres, maybe it's a case of also managing pace so fuel isn't too much of a concern. Because if we get safety cars, obviously that then sort of becomes, it's purely a tyre limitation game, because obviously you burn away time and laps under safety car. But if we stay green for a good portion of this race, maybe that comes into the equation for these drivers too. Fastest lap that time around went the way of Carlo Van Dam in the Honda NSX. So indeed, watch out for him. But Lu Wenlong indeed close, but not quite close enough for a run into turn 8 this time by.
Yeah, it's starting to get closer though. You just sense that Dang Yi is starting to feel that pressure, albeit it's all lined up. I mean, to try and fire it down here at the exit turn 15, sort of asking for a mistake out of the monument. But again, still close. Now he's wide at turn 15 as well. Carried the brake a long way in there, but got away with it out the other side. So that's another moment, another opportunity to potentially go for that move. Gorn, I was thinking he might line it up and try and have a go down at 18 and 19, because he was just closing just a fraction or amount. In the meantime, Countersac Kasiri's just trying to stay with these guys at the moment, just keep managing everything, and when they hand the car over, it'll be Piti Biron Bhakti that'll take over the yellow and blue Honda NSX that sits 5th on the road and give himself the opportunity to go hunting. Remember, that car very famously got incredibly lucky with the timed safety car back at the Chang International Circuit, popped out with the race lead after the safety car, and then he had to go win it on his own. But he did have the lead after fuel strategy was all said and done. He got very lucky, but sometimes you've got to be a little bit lucky down to win out in terms of strategy. The other times, you've certainly got to drive away from it. And over an hour race distance, you can't just get lucky with one safety car. You've still got to then go after it and win the race on your own.
Yeah, it's sort of like the finishing touch, as it were, to a good or great race in that case. So certainly not done yet. Lu Wenlong slipping it out on the exit of turn 8. That there nearly ran itself into the wall. So that gives you an impression that in this state of the race, it would appear the answer is you guys don't save anything, because we do see these teams, they will often do some degree of a tyre change, whether it's a completely new tyre or a tyre that maybe got used in qualifying only for a run. Don't actually know. I wouldn't be too surprised if perhaps it was just a case if they change back to, say, a tyre that was used in qualifying. As you see that moving around, really trying to maybe, well, it has to be getting into those, unless it is trying to shake something off the tyre. They're picking up when they run through whatever it is on the road there, just trying to see if moving side to side can help scrub it off a little better as they then race on down the start finish. They're starting to drop back a little bit, it feels like, from Carlo Van Dam and Christopher Haase. And Countersac Kasiri is there to keep them honest, even though he's a little bit further back in that second Honda NSX. Your top 5 there running currently 6.1 seconds apart after the opening 13 minutes.
We'll have a look at the best lap times, actually, that have just popped up on the chart as well. I was actually just about to bring this up and talk about it. But Christopher Haase has just done his fastest lap of the race. On the previous time by, so the lap before it was the tail end of lap 7. That was actually Carlo Van Dam set the fastest lap of the race. Have a look at the margin, though, Dan, between the two lap times. 0.006 of a second across 3.74 kilometres. Nothing in it, and both of those cars incredibly quick. So I think there was something wrong with whatever it was for Carlo Van Dam yesterday. The car wasn't 100% at the back end of the race, and he was just sort of ailing. So be it tyre, be it car, be it potentially that maybe it was having a little bit of problems with brakes, could have gotten something into the brake ducts as well, and they were having problems trying to manage brake temperatures as well. That's street circuit, a little bit of debris. That's always an opportunity as well. So in the meantime, Haase still leads the way and sets a new fastest lap time. New fastest first sector on the current lap. What's the time going to be when they get to the start-finish line. As he crosses it now, it's going to be a 34.129 for Haase. So he is making a little bit more time and, well, lost a fraction on that lap, so it wasn't good through the middle and latter stages of the lap, particularly the final sector was quite slow for Haase on that lap. And Carlo Van Dam's consistently now running in underneath that 133 marker, and he is taking time back out. It's not a huge amount of time, but he is coming now down.
Yep, you can see it now closing down for ourselves as they enter turn 6. Yeah, sector 1 looks to be the advantage the Audis. Or at least advantage Audis in the most part. Speaking of which, they just come through Sector 1 on this particular lap. I'll run you down through the times. Sector 1, 35.6 for Christopher Haase versus 35.9 for Carlo Van Dam. Also 35.9, slightly quicker than Van Dam was Deng Yi. 35.6, slightly quicker and personal best for Lu Wenlong in 4th. And then 35.8 for Kantasak Kasiri in the second Honda. Coming up to the second sector marker as we speak, 27.1 versus 27.3 versus 27.1, and for both Audis there, 27.1. Fastest second sector of anyone, though, goes to Kasiri, 26.9 on this particular lap that they're currently on. So it just shows you, the back and the forth continues as we come to the end of this lap here in a second. We'll then talk more about the full lap as it is. As Kasiri there rounding turns 89. How's that there for darkness through that static cam? That obviously used to be nice and bright in the morning, and now it's pretty dull. He's across the start-finish line as a 134.1. Cars that were faster on that lap, Lu Wenlong, 33.9, and Christopher Haase, also 33.9. Was quicker than Deng Yi and Carlo Van Dam on that particular lap. So the give and the take, we are now very much in that phase of the race, even if it is barely 16 minutes done. But nevertheless, gap there is still looking pretty neat and tidy right at the top of the field. And
here we go.
Crew is the traffic now on the road these drivers have to worry about, and that's going to mix things up.
Yeah, that's going to bank everyone up. Ku's going to nip out to the right-hand side and just allow everyone to go glaring on by. What that has done is bank up 3 cars all back to back to back. You get the feeling Deng Yi might have a crack when they get down here to turn 7. Did pull out, showed the nose. And he's been going a little bit deep the last couple of laps, so he's definitely good on the brakes down there, making time on the entry compared to the 37 ahead of him with Deng Yi behind the wheel. But, yeah, you're right. That traffic sort of compromised all 3 of these cars compared to race leader Christopher Haase. And I wanted to go and have a look and just do some comparisons compared to these fastest laps in qualifying for these guys as well. 15-minute session it was all the way back on Friday. 33.724 for Christopher Haase was the fastest lap in qualifying. Well, their fastest laps right now, 33.889. They're just a tenth of a second slower than those qualifying times. 33.838 in P2 for Deng Yi, and his fastest lap of the race is 34.095. So about 0.2 of a second off from him. 8.42, so it was 0.004 of a second. Carlo Van Dam was back, and I tell you what, he is only 0.5 of a second back from his fastest time in qualifying. So the track's got speed right now, and I tell you what, Deng Yi now having to go defensive on the run down to turn number 1 because, sorry, my apologies, that's Lu Wenlong. Because Kantasak Kasiri's trying to have a go, and Kasiri is still not going to leave him alone. I think he might be vulnerable when they get down to turn number 7 here, Dan.
This run there through the hairpin, though, is super important, and it becomes super difficult to get a good drive out. And saying that there, the middle of the hairpin definitely advantage Kantasak on that particular time versus Lu. Doesn't quite get the drive out properly, though, or at least it's tough to get the drive out there. As I believe that might be Piti Birombakti. We might have been checking in there in the pits as we watch the racing action as they wind up to the monument on the backside of the circuit once more. But yeah, I mean, also consider, as I said, we've had a little bit of rain overnight Thursday and overnight Friday, but no rain reported overnight this morning and this morning. So this track's now basically had a chance to get 2 days of rubber in. So, and the fact that the cloud cover seems to have picked up would also suggest that despite all of the fluids and other things that might have dropped on the circuit to make things a little bit interesting, the Hankook rubber is going down. It's now starting to set in, and as a result, these GT3 cars will not be too far away from presumably their peak potential that they can deliver this weekend.
Yep, track conditions cooling, everything in the air to create a phenomenal racing finish. You just remember the Sunday race from 2023 as well. and it came down to a three-way fight for the win. In the dying minutes, with about 3 laps to go, we had an overtake for the win in the final race of the weekend at the GT3s as well. Could it be another one of those moments here today? Because it's certainly starting to look like it'll be on the cards. They'll have to hand over to the amateur drivers for the second half of this race. Douglas Koo will be the only driver not to do a driver change. He'll be in for both halves of the race, and he's in for a little bit of fatiguing drive as well. But for now, Christopher Haase still comfortably leading the way. In fact, he's actually started to stretch that margin out. Remember what I said about looking after that tyre for Christopher Haase? I think he learned a lot from yesterday, and he has managed to maintain the pace underneath the 34 flat barrier. So he's back into the 33s in the last lap time by. And I just want to keep half an eye on what that lap time looks like, because right now, Carlo Van Dam's struggling to maintain the pace in the first sector.
Yeah, that's where the Audi does seem quite strong there, whether it's to do with being able to get it down into the hairpin or out of the hairpin, or if it's maybe a little bit to do with turns 1 and 2, either or. Across the line on this particular occasion, a 34.020 for Christopher Haase, 34.131 for Carlo Van Dam. Personal best final sector for Van Dam in that Honda number 89, and pulled back nearly 0.2 of a second. So that's where most of the advantage was held. And power back up the hill. So it's like he lost a tiny bit of time as Christopher there. Really looks like he's really starting to fling it around through this open field, particularly there exit of turn 5. That shot there, it really feels like the Audi is leaving. He's leaving absolutely nothing on the table when it comes to coming into that hairpin section, and it definitely shows. 35.4 fastest sector 1 of the race on this current lap versus a 35.9 for Carlo. And look at that there in the background. Is that the 3 cars racing each other, or are they also navigating traffic still? I don't think they are. I think they're actually on top of each other. They're going towards turn 8 pretty much.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye a little bit further back and try and pick up what's going on behind. In terms of the traffic, I can tell you Douglas Koo's not really... Yeah, there's no real traffic for these guys at the moment. Everyone's just sort of circulating a little bit out on their own or with people that they're racing. It's just this battle pack right here. It's just not going away. So Deng Yi holds position at the moment, but remember, race win yesterday means a longer pit stop today. That's where the balance of performance considerations start to come into things. And the other cars that were on the podium were the 2 Team Singer Thailand entries. It was Carlo Van Dam, who brought the 89 machine home in second from Kantasak Kasiri, who finished that race yesterday in the second of the NSXs in third. So I'll adjust for performance in the pit stops and add some bonus time on just to try and balance things out across the weekend. And that'll carry over to the next round as well. That'll be held later in the year, Dan.
Yeah, the next round, or next time we'll see these GT3 cars out and racing will be at the Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia on the weekend of August 9 until August 11. Part of a bigger event there, which means all sorts of limited participation from cars in the Super Series here by B-Quik. It'll just be the GT3 cars here on screen, along with the GTM and GT4 classes racing together. I actually inadvertently said that the GTC drivers would also be racing at Sepang next month, but that is not the case. It is only going to be the 2 races, I believe. It's 3 categories, because the GTM and GT4 will stick together as they usually do there at Sepang. They'll then also go back a month later in September for a second race, which will also include GTC, though at Sepang. The drivers in the Super Compact, Super Eco, Super Pickup classes, they'll have a race back at the Chang International Circuit, but that'll be, I think it's late August, yep. Late August for that one instead. So we actually are going to be a little bit busier with commentary in the back half of the year, because basically we waited until May for the season opener with everyone, and they've been all here 2 months later at Bangsaen. Things pick up a little bit in the back half of the year, and then December, when we finish up for the end of the year round at Chang International Circuit, we bring everyone back together then.
Reminder that the GT categories, as well as part of the Formula 1 Grand Prix, went to the Singapore circuit last year as well, which was phenomenal to see those guys out there and enjoying part of the racing action. Deng Yi right now, though, coming under a lot of pressure from Lu Wenlong. And both of these cars deep into the 33s in the last time by. Significantly quicker, though, for Lu Wenlong. He was 2 to 3 tenths of a second quicker in that first sector alone, and that's why he's starting to come up. And have a look at the change in line, though, from that second Audi now down as well. A lot more accurate now down at turn 7, so I think he might have adjusted for that, or he was just struggling with where he's positioning the car in the braking zone. But he is right on the gearbox now of the number 37 win here by B-Quik Absolute Racing. Audi. And the pit window now opens as well in just a few seconds. It'll open right about now for anyone looking to dive into the pits, and that is confirmation of that fact. 10 minutes from now, that pit lane window will close. Who's going to come in early? Who's going to come in late? And indeed, it's the Deng Yi entry straight into the lane.
All right, there you go. So there's a decision to get that one sorted out. Nice and early, Sandy Stubik to take the wheel of the number 37 win here by BQAR Audi. And there you go, tyres going on. Those look like they've been used at some point in the past, although not used all that much given the mark on that front right tyre in comparison. So maybe a set that was used in qualifying and not too used up, or am I getting it wrong and I'm actually seeing a fresh set of tyres potentially going on? It's just because they don't have any tyre warmers. They're just sitting out on the asphalt, so they pick up a little bit of stones and chips and stuff from being in and around an active pit lane.
That looked like a fresh set of tyres, Dan. Whether or not they were used to roll the car around in the pit lane earlier in the weekend at some point in time, but that looked like a fresh set of tyres. So Sandy Stubik's going to have grip underneath him to go and chase this race win, if he so can. And remember, that battle pack were only about 9 seconds off. They were only about 8.5 seconds for Lu Wenlong back from the race leader on that most recent lap. And Kantasik Kasiri was about 7 tenths of a second further back off them. And there's more activity down in the pit lane now as well, because this is the Adisak Hank Kicks GT3M leader.
Yeah, getting a driver swap and a tyre change all done here as well. Now, even though they are leading the GT3M subclass and also won that yesterday, the compensation addition times only go to the top 3 outright in each class. So no additional time needed for these guys here. So they'll be looking to get this pit stop done nice and quick as a result. But back out on track, it's now just Lu Wenlong and Kantasik Kasiri racing nose to tail. They're into turns 1 and 2 on this particular occasion. 17 laps done, so lap 18 underway for these drivers. They now sit just under 10 seconds off the back of Christopher Haase in the race lead. As we watch them there, a little wide from Kantasik, I think, through turn 5. Tries to make up for a little bit there, I think, through turn 6. And they'll power on down. Yep, what have you got for me?
Update, fastest lap of the weekend for GT3s, not the most recent lap, was set on lap number 16 of this session by Christopher Haase, a 1:33.686. It's the first time we've seen a 1:33.6 this weekend from the GT3s.
Well, there you go. Putting the rubber down, burning the fuel out, and driver confidence continuing to go up. Speaking of fast, fastest first sector of anyone in the race so far for Lu Wenlong on this current lap. Now, he needs to stitch together, obviously, some other strong sectors. He's got a 27.1 for the middle sector across the back of the track, which is practically on pace with Christopher Haase here. So if you can get the ends, the final sector here, he's down in the middle of the road. That's probably going to cost surely some time with the corner entry here into 18 and 19. So I think, unfortunately, that won't convert to the fastest lap that is done in this race. And in fact, 33.835 is the best that car's done. 33.996. So close, but not quite. And for Kantasik Kasiri, though, behind him, 33.955 in comparison will be the fastest lap the number 12 has done in this race so far. So they are very much keeping close together here and on lap time and on track as a result.
Yeah, the lap times just continue to tumble for these guys out in front now. See, remember what I was talking about, that first of the Honda NSXs, though? It's times just starting to ail a little bit backwards. So the fastest lap time for Carlo Van Dam was 33.889. Well, it's only 0.4 of a second slower, but his most recent time was 34.240. I believe that car has been consistently above the 34s now for a couple of laps, so starting to fall back. Indeed, remember they were about 1.5 or so seconds behind Christopher Haase. Well, Haase upped the pace, and now they're 4.5 seconds behind our race leader. So Carlo Van Dam has thrown everything at trying to keep that car nice and quick, but it looks like the grip's just going away from the number 89 Honda NSX at this point in time. That'll be worthwhile keeping an eye on, because the margin, I think, back to the next cars was around about 4.5, 4.8 seconds. The only cars that come down the pit lane at the moment down to the 37 and the 25, so no more pit stops thus far.
Yep, well, we're coming up there halfway through the pit window now, so only 5 minutes left to get your compulsory pit stop done. Yeah, but they're pushing on here, especially these two. Do a 34.3 for Lu Wenlong versus the 34.2 for Kansas Series. In fact, it was nearly a 34.4 for the Audi in front, so that's nearly 0.2 of a second advantage. The Honda in behind, but once again, still too far back to make a move or anything of the sort. They do, though, make gains on the race leader. Christopher Haase has just actually dropped to a 34.9 on that last lap, and they're going to catch a bit of traffic in the form of Henk Kicks here by the looks of things, as he's trying to get to some speed into the tyres. I wouldn't also, those tyres have been sitting around the pit lane, well, they come therefore at ambient temperature, so you've got to get them into the operating range for racing conditions. And let's see, where's this moment going to happen here, because I think for Lu Wenlong, he's going to catch him before the monument and get parked up, and I think this might just be helpful for Kandersak. No, he's dropped back a little bit too far, it seems, which means there's almost sort of a neutral fit, and also offline there through 13 and 14, just to make things a little bit uncomfortable, perhaps, in the driver's seat of that Honda.
Yeah, so now it comes down to, he's just got to go for it. What can he do? He might just dive to the lane and see if they can't hand over. They're going to have a relatively short pit stop, I believe, in that number 12 car, so it'll be relatively okay. Douglas Koo now into the lane to serve his compulsory pit stop and get that one cleared and back out of the way. And Dan, we've got about 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in the pit lane window to get this compulsory stop done. So that's quite crucial that they opted. So what, 2 laps? Less than 2 laps now?
Because they're lapping in the 1 minute 30. So yeah, we're coming up on 3 minutes to go. They need to be in the pit lane before the time runs out. So it's basically, this lap, next lap, that's probably it, because if they try to go one more, I reckon they'd miss the window based on exactly where they'd be on the circuit. So let's keep that in mind here, running out of time to come into the pits. And even I think that also applies to our top 2 further up the road they may be. I don't think they're going to have much more flexibility on when they come into the pit lane here for this compulsory stop. We continue to watch Lu Wenlong, Kansas Series racing here for 3rd place. What can Sandy Stuvik do, having completed his pit stop? I've seen some decent laps from him at times. I saw a 33 at one point, but I'm also seeing 36s and 35. So as if it's a case of really trying to find the way to wind up the car, as we also check in with Carlo Van Dam. So there we go. Christopher Haase is going to flip the switch. He will come in here with just over 2 minutes remaining on the pit window.
Is that going to be everyone in?
And Van Dam in the bottom of the screen. There he is in the background as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if everyone piles in 3 and 4. Yeah, top 4 all into the pit lane indeed.
Right, so they ran that as long as they all possibly could. And now it comes down to the balance of performance times. Margin from Christopher Haase through to Kandersak Kasiri was 9.8 seconds, covers those 4 cars that all entered the pit lane together. And the compensation time for race results yesterday, plus your driver combinations, Haase's job is done. He's done all he possibly can to put that 27 car out in the lead. Once that first lap was over, no one really able to make the overtake anymore. Now, the benefit for the number 37 car is, I believe, they're down at turn 15 at this point in time. But their strongest point is that their driver combinations are relatively consistent. Oh, is that an issue for the 27? Is that an issue?
Can they get that move? They're trying to get that car pulled back. And it's just a case of they overshot the pit box and they've got to get it back so they can get out from behind the 62 of Lu Wenglong. I think that's the case here. As let's see if I can get this car fired up and get it rolling. Lights on.
I think this is covered by the pit stop. I think they're going to be okay.
Yeah, still waiting. So for reference, Sandy Stuvik's pit stop, 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Let me see if I can find... I'll have to find yesterday's time, I think it was, unless we've got one for today. I've got today's times. Had to get out and around. That's what it was. As still working in the pit stall there for Piti Bjornbacki to get him strapped in. There goes Li Juanyu to jump in the car. And they've got to push back the number 12 as well, it seems, to try and get him clear, is it? Or they're actually going to say, no, you're good. Go. As soon as you can. Yep, there you go. Out he rolls. So that's 3 of those cars going. The only one left is Vorovul Bjornbacki getting in the car in place of... Oh, actually, my timing now says that he has just cleared out of the pit lane. As the window will close, all compulsory stops are complete. And we can keep on our merry way here.
Yeah, and now we just got to wait for timing and scoring to catch up. So we're going to sit here for a little bit of time. The 89 machine, based upon the start-finish line, has dropped in behind both of the Audis. So it looks like we've got the 27 leading the way with Hal Lin behind the wheel. Jeonyu Lee appears to be in second spot. Vorovul Bjornbacki ahead of Piti Bjornbacki, and there looks to be when they cross the start-finish line. So I think those times are accurate. 1.3 seconds between those two cars. We are on for a gangbuster final 24 minutes. The margin that covers our top 4 is about 17 seconds at the last count. And we just wait. We just wait for the next time by. The timing control line will have confirmation of those times.
Yep, so I've found the document that actually outlines the pit stop times for all these cars. The shortest time was for Adisak and Henk Kicks because they're an all FIA bronze-rated pairing in the 25 Audi. So they had the minimum 95-second pit entry to pit exit time, and at 1 minute 37, that means they left that with only 2 seconds of margin, so that's checked out pretty nicely for them. For Douglas Koo, have to add on 8 seconds because he's a single driver, so there's less, obviously, work you have to do to get that car sorted out and ready to roll. So 100 minute 43 from pit entry to pit exit. They only added on 3 extra seconds there in the Viper Nizza Racing Mercedes' stop. Now, let's go from the top further on down in that case. For Christopher Haase and Hao Lin, or Lin Hao. Pardon me, actually. I've got timing, writes his name Hao Lin, as what we also see there on the overlay, but the documents say his name's the other way around, Lin Hao. Anyways, 27 Audi, 127 seconds, 2 minutes and 7 seconds pit in to pit out, 2 minutes and 10, so yep, about that 3 second margin. For the 62 Audi, yeah, this is interesting. It had, 2 minutes and 2 seconds. So 204. Yep, so they kept that nice and tight. Unfortunately for the Hondas Acuras aren't in this category. What have we got here? 2 minutes 21, 2 minutes 17. For the 89 machine, 136 seconds. So had to be at least 2:16 through the lanes. Actually, that's a little slow there from Singer Motorsport Team Thailand for that car. And 2:07, which was actually 2:17. So a bit of extra margin perhaps given up there by Singer Motorsport Team Thailand by the looks of things in the pit lane to the tune of about 4 or 5 seconds for both of those cars to make sure that they didn't go under the minimum stop time in this race today. So that means now they've got to try and find that gap and hunt it down on the road.
Righto, so the margins now on your screen are what matter. And with 21 minutes left on the race clock, what are the drivers able to do? Last time by for Sandy Stuvik in the 37 car, race winner from yesterday, 34.641. We're about to start getting times as these cars fire down across the start-finish line, and I believe we've got it already for Hal Lin. Runs a 38.090, so that's 3.5 seconds taken out of that car. 39.5 for the 62 Audi that sits in second place with Juanyu Lee behind the wheel. So again, more time taken out, 38.9. So reasonable lap time for Vorovu Bironbakti and Piti Bironbakti, 39.5. So just lost 0.6 of a second. But right now, Sandy Stuvik is the one setting the track alight. And Sandy Stuvik's got some work to do. 31 seconds back off the race lead, and will have to make 4 overtakes to get there if he wants to win the double from the Bangsaen GP.
Yeah, unfortunately for that 3780, all FIA silver rated pairing means they had the longest stop time of minimum addition of 46 seconds, plus the 15 for winning yesterday's race. So they had to stay in the pits for what feels like an eternity, 2 minutes and 36 seconds. And in fact, they were the team that apparently nailed that to the second from pit in to pit out. So they had no margin there when it comes to getting in it. So they've done that basically as perfectly as they can. The question is now, have they got this car switched on in time? And this is a case of everyone else. They're still having to warm their tyres up, and bringing the hand cooks up from ambient temperature to race temperatures means that there's a couple of laps here where by going early, the win here by BQAR team have gotten through the pain, and now Sandy's unleashed in clear air and a nice lone bit of racetrack to do his thing, whilst everyone else is now circulating around at a slower pace. Podium, if you can keep this up for a couple of laps, and this is the kind of it settles into a half second to 1 second a lap margin, maybe this is on, because at this current time he's gaining 3+ seconds per lap, and that'll easily cut down the margin to make it sound more achievable with 19 minutes plus a lap on the clock.
Well, he's going to cross the line. Time, 34.529. He's taken 3 seconds out of everyone ahead of him. Currently 9.8 seconds behind the next car on the road. There'll be 2 of them together. It'll be 2 Honda NSXs that he'll catch close together. And it'll be the 2 Bironbaktis on the track together. The key will be, how quickly can he get there? How quickly can he dispatch them? If he can dispatch them quickly, it's then only about 17 seconds up to the race leader from there. So still alive in this race, but work to do now for Sandy Stuvik. And now we just sit and we wait, because he's got to keep attacking as much as he possibly can. And it could be a very strong points weekend for the Thai driver.
And the other question there being, of course, is how much of this is it? Is this just the difference in the tyre warm-up phasing versus a difference in pace between the drivers? I would think this is more about the tyre differences in the tyre phases at the moment. Looking at Sector 1 on this current lap, he gained gained over a second on Piti Bironbakti, gained 9/10 on Vorovu Bironbakti, and then gained in the second sector about 8/10 or so on those cars ahead. So this, I think, actually, give it maybe another 1 or 2 laps, and then maybe you stop saying this is simply tyre temperature, because at this point, after another 2 or 3 laps, these cars should be up to racing temperatures on these hand-cooked tyres. But through the Hondas go at turns 1 and 2, doing a 36.9 and a 37.0. Andy Stuvik behind, another 34.5 to his name on that last lap.
Yeah, it's still trying to take time away, and it was 2.5 seconds on that lap out of Piti Bironbakti. The margin when he came out of the pits was 12 seconds. Now sits at 7.2. So he is coming. But again, I just get the feeling at that rate, he's going to be here in 3 laps. And the problem for him is that's going to take us down to about five, somewhere in the realm of 5-6 minutes. So we'll have 11 minutes on the clock, and then he's got 2 overtakes to do. So I think the win's off the cards. But at the same time, I think that margin between third and second's also come down a fraction as well. 36.9 on that most recent lap for Vorovu Bironbakti, plays a 38.0. So he's taken 1.1 seconds out of Zhuanyu Li. So if they close up all a little bit and find some dirty air, that could leave Sandy Stuvik with just a little bit of an easier drive. But again, the win here by B-Quik, absolute racing driver. It's in his hands now, and he'll have to do what he possibly can. I think this is second place. So I think this is Rhys in the 62 machine.
25 in the 62, actually, I think you'll find. Yep, there you go, 25. So 25's got the green accents on the Addy. There you go, there's your race leader, though, in the background, Hao Lin. trying to catch up there. Unfortunately, that there was a not for position. Henk Kicks actually is now about to put Douglas Koo a lap down for 6th place as the Hondas make their way up the hill through turn 3. In the meantime, a little bit further on back. And on that last lap, 36.7 and 36.4 for the Hondas, but still a 34.7 for Sandy Stuvik. So the gap comes down to 5.6. He just needs to keep up this pace differential, of course, because that'll make passing more straightforward. If the Hondas can finally wind up to something a little bit quicker,
there he is.
That'll make life a little bit difficult as we now finally have a shot where we have 3rd, 4th, and 5th on the road in line.
And the other key is there's going to be more traffic to contend with right in the dying stages of this one. They are looking like they will probably catch the 25 and 65. So Henk Kicks and Douglas Koo in the M-Class cars. They are on track to catch them at the very tail end of this session.
And wouldn't that be a little bit of a fun and games added to the situation there? As we watch Sandy really throw it into turn 15. Margins on this lap are starting to shrink a little bit, though he's still pulled nearly a second alone in Sector 1 on Vorovod Birombakti. Almost 7/10 on the 89 in Sector 2. So this is still going to be a 1-point-something second lap. In fact, it might even be more depending on this 3rd and final sector. So for reference, Vorovod Birombakti a 136.6, a 34.408. 8/1000ths of a second shy of a full 2-second gain once again. So it's still looking positive in terms of the way Sandy Stuvik's catching up to these guys. Gap now 3.7 to Piti Birombakti, who's jammed up underneath the rear wing of the 89 as well.
And Singer Racing Team Thailand will want to make sure that they make it 3 podiums from 2 races as well. 2nd and 3rd yesterday for those cars in the order that they run right now. And all the pro drivers, by the way, all they can do now is sit in the pit lane, watch and cheer and hope. And at this point in time as well, I think they're starting to crawl up a little bit closer to the leader. So the margin that Vorovod is starting to take out of Xuan Yu for 2nd place has actually stopped. He did take 0.3 of a second on him on that most recent lap. But what did actually happen was about 1.4 seconds. So I think there was an issue for Hal Lim, which was probably the lap traffic as he caught Douglas Koo at the tail end of that lap as well. Both our front 2 cars have now cleared Douglas Koo, but only the race leader has cleared Henk Kicks, so he will become a big part of this race at the back end and probably let Henk know just to completely get out of the way and not be a part of that battle pack. But that now is Sandy Stuvik catching. And we were saying it was probably about 11 minutes left to go. Well, he's on scene a full 2 minutes early, which means I would say that probably leaves 2nd place still in play here, Dan.
There's a possibility, I guess, looking at the times for Zhuanyu Li. Well, I think he had the traffic on that last lap because he did a 38.5, plays 37.0 for Vorovod Birombakti, 37.1 for Piti Birombakti, 34.3 for Sandy Stuvik. Now, don't forget also, as you said, the faster guys have all gone through. Well, Sandy Stuvik's also FIA silver rated, actually matching the rating of Deng Yi. So they are basically sort of roughly equivalent, whereas the other cars are very much, with the exception of Adasak and Henk Kicks being an all-bronze lineup, the implication of the ratings is that there is a faster driver and a slower driver in every other car. Not so much in the 37. That's obviously what the pit compensation time is meant to do, and it's now giving them a chance to get back into it. I think that was Carlo Van Dam that we were looking at first of all there in the pit lane. And then next to him, I think that was, we're looking at Lu Weng Long in the pits with the headset on afterwards there as well. So there you go, turn 15, 11, well, just under 12 minutes left. And he has arrived just as they're catching up to Douglas Koo for traffic as well.
Yeah, so he's probably going to have a go, and you can see the Audi starting to move around a little bit. Does he dive it down the inside? He gets blocked. Now he'll move to the outside, switches, pulls alongside at the apex. They're about even, runs it very deep in there. He'll try and look for the switchback and get some drive off the final corner. But Sandy Stuvik, with 11.5 minutes on the clock, has now arrived at the rear bumper of Piti Birombakti. Car race on our hands for 4th on the road. Douglas Koo is the lap to AMG that's sitting on drivers' left as they run down through the first turn. That's probably going to deny Sandy Stuvik an opportunity. Pity blocks to the inside. Does he carry it a little bit too deep? It looked almost for a fraction of a second like Stuvik was deep there at turn 1. And turn it up, get set, and go for the final 10 minutes of this race because it is about to all happen for the win here. B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. 2 cars on track in front. Time to pull out some overtakes, Sandy Stuvik.
Yeah, let's see where he can make it work. The Sector 1 times have been where he's strongest. The problem is that that's great and all in clean air, but what can you do with the Sector 1 run? You've got to commit to a really good run off the hairpin at 18 and 19 for turn 1 and 2, perhaps. Let's see here through Sector 2, the monument section, through 8 and 9 to set up the entry into this part here. How straight can you make the run through here? How early can you jump on the power on the way out through turn 12 to then run up this little strip of the seaside here on the approach to turn 15? The answer is about evens for this particular run, although Sandy was the fastest driver of these 3 through that particular part of the racetrack on this time by. Now he knows. Pity's going to block the inside. So the question is the outside where he wants to be, or can he get this pulled up and get a better exit? That one time there, I think he tried to get a better exit, but he gets out getting a little bit hung out to dry. There's not enough grip out there, although he's still close. And Pity has also losing the touch with Voravut ahead for the slipstream, and that means that Honda is going to be a little bit more vulnerable towards turns 1 and 2.
Indeed it is, and now Sandy Stuvik swings wide on the entry down to turn number 1, gets overlap. Does he get late enough for the brakes? Pulls out of it. Penny was wide though, carried a little bit too much speed, keeps it out of the barriers. One more lap, he will defend and deny Sandy Stuvik an opportunity to get the pass done, but Stuvik pulled alongside at turn 1 that time, Dan. He is getting desperate. He's got the pace. You can see he's got the pace. Where is he going to find somewhere through? It's clearly Pity is going to cover him. Down at 18 and 19 every lap. Does he force him to cover here? Is turn 15 perhaps his best opportunity now?
Well, he hasn't looked super close up to turn 15 for a while. Well, so far in this run that he's caught up. I would still presume that turns 1 and 2 might be his best chance. But as you said, he's got to get in really deep. And we've seen today several times already. Was that actually brushing one of the barriers there through the monument section for the 37 Sandy Stuvik? Actually drops back a little bit in the process, it feels like, there for half a moment. Actually lost nearly half a second for the overall Sector 2 time. But the main thing was, as I said, yeah, Pity's going to defend the moment Sandy gets close. It's hard to get a great run, it seems, out of 18 and 19 if you swing around the wrong way. But there you go. It's going to still Pity goes defensive. This actually might be his best chance, yeah, because he's now in the normal groove. Can he get out this side here and take the run to turn 1 this time by?
Well, he looks a touch closer and the exit's better. Now, for Sandy Stuvik, 8 minutes on the clock. That's all that's left in the racing weekend. The Bangsaen Grand Prix, the party started all the way back on Wednesday, and it's still not done. Very deep at turn 1.
Oh!
Into shape before the run down to turn number 2. But these two are covering, and it's now about how can he set up and try and get the move done. 6th earlier today for Sandy Stuvik in Super Pickups D1 class. Had a reasonable race. I think it actually was probably 5th, I think, from early, because that incident on the final lap, I think he did manage to get back to 5th. But win yesterday in this car. It's been a reasonable, successful outing from the Bangsaen Grand Prix. He's trying to put on a show. He is trying to show everything that he's got available to him. But I just don't know. I think he's running out of time. I think he's running out of opportunity.
Yeah. The pace was there in clean air, but once again, gets stuck up behind one of these fellow GT3 cars. It is tough to make clear. Oh, no!
Oh,
your race leader, Hal Lin, in the barriers at 15 all of a sudden.
Does that end
We weren't ready for that one there. Oh, it could end it. What does Sandy Stuvik do here? In fact, they've actually caught up. The safety car hasn't been called yet. He backs out big time if there was anything. So here we go, into 15 on the replay. That's just way too quick.
But he's offline. You see, he's out of the tyre group. He's on the dusty side of the road. And he just didn't need to take that much risk this late in the race.
So well, the 62 takes the racing. There you go. He's backed off.
Deployed. Dan, safety car's deployed. So right now, Pity Birambakti is on the podium, and the next question comes, did Did Vorovud Bangsaen see that car parked up? Is there an issue with the Acura, with the Honda NSX, or did he lift off before the boards were deployed?
I think he's just backed out too early because they cleared that, obviously, that car at turn 15, and that's gonna. And the other two have pressed on, knowing that well, there wasn't a safety car called yet. So your new race order, Lee Chuan Yu, Fizzy Bangsaen, Sandy Stuvik, your top three, with Vorovud Bangsaen going to be close behind if we can get this race restarted in time.
Well, that'll be the big key. Now, the 27 car that is buried down there, there is an opportunity that Hao Lin can resurrect that one out of the barriers. And now, I believe that was Wenlong Lu. Well, that's where's the safety car board deployed? They're not deployed on the timing screens there, but where's the digital timing? Because that will have it first.
The boards and flags started coming out on our cameras there as they were going up through turns 2 and 3 to Monkey Hill. So I would suspect in that case we didn't get a safety car officially until they were approaching turns 1 and 2. So yeah, I don't see why there'll be an issue with that pass. I think the big problem there, unfortunately, is just a case of they got that timing wrong and backed off too soon to be able to make it keep the position there. So I think, unfortunately, that might just be a case of slightly premature from the 89 Honda NSX of Vorovud Bangsaen, expecting a safety car when there hadn't quite been one called.
Or was he just offline? Did he just make a mistake? He was very early on the brakes down into the last corner. And look, there's definitely a car off. There was double wave yellows in the sector, but I believe they were giving him some time to try and see if he could pull the car out of the Tech Pro barriers. And ultimately, he's just gone with, it's not coming out. Timing and scoring at this point in time, Dan, is about 4 minutes left to run. We're just a touch over 4 minutes, which we'll tick over here in a few moments' time. I don't know. We might get one lap. You know, we might just get one lap of racing here.
If it's a one-lap sprint, who can fire the tyres back up in that case? Now, there's also traffic to consider here as well. We've got the number 25 Audi of Henk Kicks and Adisak sitting between first and second for outright position. So Lee Chuan Yu actually might even get a bit of a golden sort of a smoking gun, a saving gun, even as it were, here in the form of a teammate who's not in position to be able to take the race to him, as they're going to actually they've got the car craned up and away, as unfortunately we say goodbye to another one of our GT3 entrants. Now, let's see here. Do they get this race restarted? Because that Tech Pro has been squashed, and there's a concrete fence behind that there.
You know what? It's just popped up on the timing and scoring safety car in this. We're going to have 2 laps. We will absolutely have enough time for 2 laps. I don't know if we'll get the third one in. I don't think we will, but there'll be 2 laps here.
All right. And we've got a lap car in the middle of the train. So what are we going to do about that? What does Henk Kicks do? Is he allowed to play rear gunner, or is that going to be frowned upon by the Singer Motorsport cars there?
Henk will be aware, and he'll be told to just get out. I think the team will just say, get out of the way. There's too much risk. Just take the GT3M win and just get out of the way. Let these guys have at it.
Yeah, there is that too. Very much the GT3M class winners, unfortunately. That Audi, which have been doing so well out on track in the hands of Christopher Haase and Hao Lin, is now a very fascinating trackside decorative piece at turn 15. You can see there, is getting the attention of our fans who are watching along whilst they wait for the racing action to resume. There's your safety car, and there's your race leader sitting back from it already. So we might get an early jump here. It is going to be 2 laps, ladies and gentlemen. The clock is coming down towards 1 minute and 30 remaining. So there is no way they get around and do 2 flyers before the timer hits 0. So it's restart lap and then final lap. In other words, did somebody say green, white, and checker has come to Thailand this evening?
Thailand adopting its best NASCAR impersonation for sure. Well, You can already see Vorovu Biranbakti, sorry, that's Pity Biranbakti, my apologies. Pity Biranbakti's already trying to get clear. He's just looking for any overlap. Cannot pass before the start-finish line, by the way. Cannot pass before the start-finish line, even though it's a lapped car. So whilst Hank Kicks will want to get out of the way here and allow them to go racing, he's got to wait. And then I'd put the indicator on. If I'm in Hank Kicks' shoes, I just say, hey, I'm going to the left-hand side here. 2 more laps left in the weekend. 1 minute on the racing clock. Thailand Super Series GT3 supercar category. And here comes Pity Biranbakti trying to fire it down the inside. Wasn't quite able to get there. What's Kicks going to do? Is he going to sit it there? And now Stuvik is all over the rear bumper of Pity Biranbakti. It's in third. It's on the podium. Can it be one more step further forwards? And what happens to the 25 Audi as well?
Yeah, in amongst it so far, opening sector, not going to yield is Hank Kicks. So in a case, almost playing rear gunner and forward gunner in both situations here as they come round the turn 6 hairpin at racing speed once more. How much tyre warmth can they get back in these cars? Who's got the heroics? Look at them there, both running middle of the road for Pity Biranbakti and Sandy Stuvik trying to maybe get in the mirrors of Hank Kicks. Down a turn they come, they start fanning out, and for Juan Yu Li, he is seeing this, and this is perfect, checking out away from everyone else that he's racing in the class as they make their way through the monument chicane and onto the backstretch once again as we power up towards turn 15 here. The site of the incident, we don't know exactly what triggered it, but there you go. They're all back on they're all on the natural line there, and they will power out, and we make our way down towards turn 17, 18, and 19 for the second last time today.
Yeah, there will be one more racing lap when they get back to the start-finish line. There you go. Hank Kicks is now out and away. They've seen this move a million times before down at the hotel corner. He'll try and arc the car back through. Reasonable drive. One more lap.
He's close.
3.7 kilometres for Sandy Stuvik, and he is already closing to within a car length of the rear bumper now. The 12 machine. A win yesterday. He's on the podium at the moment. Could it be 2? Could it be a first and a second for the weekend? And to the outside of turn number 1. He's very, very deep in here. Sketchy under brakes. Has to pull out. Forced to take to the curbs. And it's going to be Pity Biranbakti out the other side. Here comes Vorovu. He wants to get in. He wants to get back on this podium. And he's just making sure that Sandy Stuvik knows that there's a populated section of that rear wing. And it's a Team Singer Thailand sandwich right now that he sits in. One more overtaking opportunity, you would think. Potentially 2 for the 37 win here. B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. And he's going to have another go. Good drive off the hairpin. Pity moves to the inside to cover him. The run down the back straight, Dan. The run down the back straight, 3.7 kilometres, becomes about 1.8. And the time is running out. But he's shallow now, is Pity, as they head off the back straight. And now, coming to the monument, he's got to have a very strong chicane section. He does have a strong chicane section, but Stuvik's was stronger. And now he'll close back in. Got to be quick, got to be accurate when they get down to turn number 15. Turns it in just a fraction early. Pity's covering the inside. Does he get the drive out the other side? Does this represent an opportunity for Sandy Stuvik as well? They're now down inside the final kilometre of racing action. It is going to go the distance in Supercar GT3s. There's nothing in this. The inside's covered for the final time. Deep goes Stuvik at the final corner. Nose ahead. Is he too deep? Yes, he's too deep. Pity Biranbakti, 2 podiums on the weekend as well. Juan Yu Li crosses the line. It's the 62 machine home with the win. The 12 in second and Sandy Stuvik third in the 37. And what a final 5 minutes that race gave us.
Oh, that was a beautiful final lap there. But once again, the risk going wide at turn 1 demonstrated for us. Aptly so. Pity Biranbakti then also brutally shutting the door on Sandy Stuvik at turn 2, denying any chance of making that move stick in a last gasp hurrah, and then able to just steer clear and continue to protect the inside, as has been so important at turns 18 and 19. And as a result, despite the thrill of the final lap, they will finish it as they started it. And for Juan Yu Li, that is going to be what looks like a comfortable win, despite the safety car restart giving him just 2 laps to run away. But for B-Quik Absolute Racing, they take both the race wins this weekend in TSS Supercar GT3. It did take them 2 cars to do it, but nevertheless, that's all smiles, I'm sure, in the Audi camp this weekend.
And Dan, 2 years in a row, it comes down to the AM drivers in the final 5 minutes of the final race of the weekend. what more can you ask for? There might have been 7 cars on the track, but I can tell you, no one in the stands knew. No one in the stands knew there was only 7 cars on the track. That was brilliant. Absolute brilliant. Pity Bhirombhakdi and Sandy Stuvik should both be exceptionally proud of themselves. Pity will get the place, but Sandy worked him over. And Pity's defensive moves as well. That was a phenomenal drive from both drivers, from both of those teams to finish on the podium. We didn't even talk about our race winner at the end of that one. But phenomenal drive to clear out there as well. And I love GT3 racing. Sometimes you get races where just nothing can happen. But that gave us the ability for cars to race each other, to pull up alongside and have a right royal crack at each other. And that is car 8. Boy, we got a different winner from both days. Bhirombhakdi finishes on the podium 2 days in a row. 3rd yesterday, 2nd today. The 62 machine was not on the podium yesterday. Stuvik wins race 3 of this championship, race 1 of the weekend for the GT3s, and finishes on the podium in race number 4 as well. Great weekend all around, but I think that car on screen has scored the lion's share of the points.
That is quite likely indeed. Because, yep, just like our other 1 hour categories, 25 points for a race win, and then 18 for 2nd, 15 for 3rd. If you know the Formula 1 point scheme, it goes on from there. So, yeah, a 1st and a 3rd, that'll net them 40 points for the weekend. When you compare that to, say, the number 12 netting a 3rd and a 2nd, that means they'll come out in front by those 7 points that separate 2nd and 1st today/yesterday, however you want to arrange it there. So our podium cars lined up there. The rest of them will go through the rest of the post-race stuff there off to the side. And yeah, the fact that race there we thought was in the hands of Hao Lin, and unfortunately a very small but extremely costly error for that one there is going to give us that exciting finish to the racing action as well. Unfortunately, folks, that is got to do us for the end of the Bangsaen Grand Prix weekend. We won't get a chance to hear in from the interviews, but a reminder that unlike the 2-month wait since the Chung International Circuit for the opening weekend of the year, we'll be back on the weekend of August 9 until August 11 for the next set of races at the Sepang International Circuit for our TSS Supercar categories there. So on behalf of Scott Rankin, who unfortunately has had to run away a little right on schedule there, as well as Jay Kennedy, who's our producer here in Australia as well, in partnership with speedcafe.com, as well as, of course, the Thailand Super Series presented by B-Quik, as well as all of their partners as well. In Thailand as all and international beyond as well. Big thanks to all of them for having us this weekend, and we look forward to being back in Sepang, or commentating from Sepang, for that next month of racing. In fact, it is just 1 month away, so keep that date in your back of your mind for the calendar. Until then, my name has been Daniel Yeaman. Thank you all very much wherever you've been watching us for the English broadcast of the Bangsaen Grand Prix this weekend for the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. Thank you all. Have a good day, evening, night, whatever it may be. And we'll see you in August at Sepang.